Accidentally discovering a beautiful colleague's secret, he unexpectedly learns that her connections are incredibly powerful. To survive, he has no choice but to. Chapter 1: The New Beautiful Colleague. A new, stunning colleague joined our company, named Suyuching. She was exceptionally beautiful, with a tall, slender figure, dressed in professional attire that highlighted her long, graceful legs, making her presence incredibly captivating. But what I found most attractive about Suyuching wasn't her striking figure, it was her smile, a glance over her shoulder with a heart-melting expression, and her piercing gaze that could leave anyone mesmerized. Her beauty was so profound that I couldn't help but admire her from a distance. Many times, I wanted to ask her out, but as a poor guy with more wishful thinking than courage, I was too shy to make a move, fearing the sting of rejection from someone I saw as a goddess. So, all I could do was daydream about the chance to have a date with her someday. I imagined that if I could hold her hand once, share a heartfelt hug, or even a passionate kiss, my life would feel complete. Every lonely night, Suyuching would become the object of my daydreams, leaving me smiling foolishly even after waking up. However, ever since that accidental glance at her computer, everything changed, and I was utterly shaken. I never expected that the normally proper and composed Suyuching would turn out to be someone like this. Here is how it happened. One afternoon after work, while I was on duty in the IT department, Suyuching suddenly walked in with a quick, purposeful stride. She seemed a bit rushed and looked around before asking, "Are you the one on duty in the IT department today?" To be honest, the moment she walked in, I was immediately captivated. We were from different departments, so I rarely got to see her at work. But now, out of nowhere, she appeared before me, making my otherwise dull day suddenly full of excitement. I felt thrilled. It was my first chance to have such close contact with the goddess herself. But I kept my composure, giving a slight smile as I replied, "Yes, is there anything I can help you with?" She looked at me, her tone a bit cool, and said, "Oh, I'm from the sales department. My computer suddenly froze, and I can't get it to start no matter what I do. Could you come and take a look?" I chuckled and replied, "Sure, no problem." Standing up, I felt a surge of excitement. Finally, I had the chance to be close to the goddess I'd admired from afar. Normally, I couldn't even get a chance to speak to her, let alone assist her. This was my golden opportunity. The walk from IT to the sales department wasn't far, but walking behind her, I could faintly smell a delicate fragrance from her. It wasn't the usual scent of perfume, but something uniquely hers. When we reached her computer, I began inspecting it. Fortunately, my technical skills were solid, so this small issue was no challenge. I quickly concluded that her computer had been infected with a virus. After some basic troubleshooting, I got it up and running. Seeing her computer reboot, Suyuching smiled like a little child, saying, "Wow, you fixed it so quickly. I tried for so long, but nothing worked." I turned and smiled, "We'll still need to do a bit more, though. Your computer was infected by a Trojan. To fully remove it, I'll need to locate the virus source code and then reboot after a complete cleanup. This might take another 10 to 20 minutes since this virus has quite a strong replication function, and many system files have been compromised." Suyuching gave a light smile. "All right, thanks a lot. I'll leave it to you, then." Her gentle tone made my heart race, and my imagination started running wild. I was about to make small talk with her, hoping to get closer, when she suddenly said, "You go ahead and work on it. I still have things to do, so I'll head out now." Before I could respond, she grabbed her bag, waved goodbye, and walked out. To be honest, I felt a bit disappointed. The chance for a close encounter with the goddess had slipped away, as she had left me alone to repair her computer. Still, to maintain my composure and professionalism, I acted pleased, saying, "All right, I'll make sure it's all set for you. Don't worry." She gave another gentle smile, "Thanks. I'll leave it to you, then." And with that, she turned and headed for the door. Watching her leave, I felt a pang of disappointment after finally getting a chance to be close to her. It was wasted. But then I thought, perhaps this was a good start. If I could fix her computer today, maybe next time I could ask her out. Motivated by this thought, I got to work, and soon I realized that the virus likely originated from a USB drive. I couldn't help but wonder if Suyuching's South USB drive had been the culprit. Just then, I noticed a black USB stick in her keyboard drawer. I picked it up and confirmed it was indeed a Kingston USB drive. But why was it stuck in her drawer like this? I thought she must have been careless. If this USB contained important client data or contracts, losing it would have been costly. As I prepared to put it away for safekeeping, I noticed a small sticker photo on the back. Although tiny, I could clearly see two people in the photo. One was, of course, Su Yuqing, and the other was an unfamiliar but equally beautiful woman. Their faces were close together, looking very intimate. Seeing this, I felt a tinge of jealousy. Why wasn't he that me? Without further thought, I slipped the USB into my pocket, planning to return it to Su Yuqing the next day. I imagined her gratitude and sweet smile when I handed it back, which would surely leave a positive impression. After fixing her computer, I left for the day. Later, as I was about to shower, I found Su Yuqing's USB still in my pocket. Seeing it again, curiosity got the better of me. What could be inside? What would someone like Su Yuqing keep on a USB drive? Private photos, perhaps? Excited, I debated with myself for a while before giving in. Plugging the USB into my computer, I clicked it open, and instantly, I was completely stunned. Chapter 2: The Secret of the Beautiful Colleague. The flash drive was filled with various private, sensual photos, and shockingly, they were all of Su Yuqing. But what stunned me more was that, in these photos, she was posing closely with another beautiful woman, looking just like a couple. As I clicked through the images, my mind was blown. Could Su Yuqing and this other woman be a same-sex couple? Why else would they be taking such intimate photos together, kissing shots, bathroom selfies? There were even pictures of them feeding each other, looking so affectionate. And then, the ultimate jaw-dropper, a photo of them together in their underwear. I couldn't believe it. Was this a friendship, or something more? I couldn't shake the idea that they were more than just friends. The label on the file read, "Me and my girlfriend." Seeing this note, I was floored. Su Yuqing, my goddess, was a woman. So why would she label it, "my girlfriend"? Could this person actually be her partner, not just a close friend? As I combined the clues from the photos and the label, my suspicions seemed confirmed. Su Yuqing was in a same-sex relationship. This revelation left me wide awake that night, my mind racing. My image of her as the ultimate dream girl felt shattered. I tossed and turned, trying to come to terms with it. Finally, a thought crept into my mind: maybe I should get closer to her, find out more. The next morning, I arrived at the office early, keeping the flash drive in my pocket, ready to return it to her when the time was right. The whole morning passed without her coming to IT, and I started to wonder, did she not even realize her precious flash drive was missing? If she didn't care, that would mean I'd have no way of leveraging this to get close to her. Just when I was starting to lose hope, Su Yuqing appeared at our department door around lunchtime. My heart leapt. Maybe my plan had a chance. True to form, she waited until my co-workers had left before approaching me. As she drew near, I pretended to be totally engrossed in my work. She coughed lightly, then said calmly, Yarn, thank you for fixing my computer last night." Hearing her gratitude, I glanced up, responding, "No problem at all, just doing my job." My heart was racing, but I maintained a calm demeanor, and I could tell from her slight awkwardness that she wasn't expecting such a detached response. After a brief, awkward laugh, she said, Did you happen to see a black flash drive while working on my computer last night?" The moment she asked, I knew that flash drive was indeed important to her, but I feigned indifference. "A flash drive? Is it valuable?" Her face flushed immediately, showing her embarrassment. "Not especially, no." I understood right away that it was important, something she didn't want anyone else to see. Casually, I probed, "What brand is it?" "Kingston?" My question made her even more flustered. "Yes, have you seen it?" she asked, a bit too eagerly. My suspicions felt fully confirmed. But I didn't hand it over right away. Instead, I replied, "I think I saw one like that. Thought it might be junk, though." Before I could finish, she cut me off, panicking, "Wait, you threw it away?" Seeing her alarmed reaction filled me with satisfaction. This was the same goddess who used to ignore me. Now I had leverage. Laughing lightly, I replied, "I was going to, but I figured it might belong to someone, so I kept it." Her face relaxed with relief, and she held out her hand, saying, "Then, would you mind returning it to me?" "Thank you so much." I almost felt guilty, but this was too good an opportunity to let go. With a mischievous grin, I replied, "I could return it, but, after all the help I've given, isn't a little gratitude in order?" After a pause, she replied, "How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Hearing this offer sent my excitement through the roof. Su Yuqing, the gorgeous goddess, offering to take me to dinner. I could hardly believe it. But as the thrill subsided, I realized that this might be my only chance. After all the dreams I had about getting close to her, holding her, kissing her, I couldn't pass up this opportunity. So, I made up my mind to push my luck and ask for something a little more daring, a hug. Chapter 3, You Have to Keep My Secret. To avoid making her truly upset, I casually said, I don't even know how late I'll be working tonight. How about something else? She paused, then replied, clearly uncomfortable, all right then, just tell me what you want. As long as it's something I can do, I'll agree. Does that work? Hearing this, I was thrilled. Who would have thought that Su Yuqing, who usually seemed so sharp, would fall right into my trap? So I went ahead and said, then, how about a hug? Honestly, I thought that if she refused, I'd let it go and just settle for dinner. After all, having dinner with someone as beautiful as Su Yuqing was a dream of mine, and that would been enough. But just as I was feeling a bit sad, thinking this might be my only chance, she unexpectedly agreed. With a flushed face, she bit her lip and said softly, all right, I agree. But let us go to the meeting room over there. There are too many people here, it wouldn't be good if someone saw. As she pointed to the meeting room, my excitement shot through the roof. My heart raced, marveling at how thoughtful she was, thinking ahead about the possibility of others seeing us. Smiling, I followed her into the meeting room, which was empty as it was during lunch. Once inside, Su Yuqing looked at me, cheeks still pink, and said, I'll agree, but only for a quick hug. Hearing that, my heart pounded, my excitement building as she nervously raised a finger to my nose, saying, but you can't take advantage of me. I laughed and said, don't worry. Though, in my head, I was thinking the opposite. After getting my assurance, she took a step closer, closing her eyes. Being this close to her, a true goddess in my eyes, made my heart race. Just as I opened my arms to hug her, the door suddenly creaked. Hearing the sound, I panicked, losing my balance and leaning toward her. In my stumble, I accidentally brushed against her, which only made her blush even more. I quickly steadied myself, crouching by a nearby computer as if I were fixing it. The door creaked open fully, and she caught on immediately, pretending to say, is it fixed? Is the computer working? Just then, the head of IT, Manager Lee, entered, clearly surprised to see us in the meeting room together. What are you two doing here at lunchtime? He asked. Feigning calm, I looked up and said, oh, Manager Lee, Su Yuqing mentioned there was an issue with the computer here, so I came to check. Manager Lee nodded, grinning as he turned to Su Yuqing. Didn't he expect you'd be working even during lunch, Xiaosu? Impressive. Hearing him call her Xiaosu so familiarly gave me goosebumps. I could tell he was quite taken with her. Manager Lee's gaze lingered on her, a sly smile on his face. I quickly stood up and said, Su Yuqing, it seems like the computer is fine now. Do you want to test it? She glanced at me, a bit embarrassed, and said, if it's fixed, then I'll head out. I have something to do. She gave Manager Lee a little wave goodbye and left. I followed suit, saying, I'll be going too, Manager Lee. Once she was ahead of me, Su Yuqing slowed her pace, occasionally looking back, as if waiting for me. I caught up, and when I reached her, she stopped and called softly, Yarn Yarn. Her voice was faint, but I heard it. I turned around to see her blushing as she held out her hand. Immediately understanding her meaning, I took the USB drive from my pocket and handed it to her. She inspected it closely, relieved, and then looked at me, saying, after what just happened, please keep this a secret. With a mischievous grin, I replied, what happened? I didn't even get to hug you before our boss came in. That doesn't count. I chuckled, preparing to walk away, finding it amusing how flustered she was. As I took a step away, she raised her voice a bit, saying, Yarn Yarn, don't go too far. Turning back, I laughed and said, if you treat me to dinner and a movie next time, I won't push my luck. Hearing that, her cheeks flushed even more, and she mumbled something under her breath, unable to respond. Laughing, I made a face at her and headed back to my office. Just as I left, she finally managed to call out, if you tell anyone, you'll regret it. Chapter 4, It's Actually Her. Hearing her words only made me more amused. Who would have thought that this usually cold beauty had such an adorable, shy side? Just thinking about being so close to Su Yuqing in the office, speaking to her softly, filled me with excitement. It felt like my life suddenly became a lot more colorful. But when I thought more carefully, I couldn't help feeling regret and a pang of heartache. Why would such a beautiful woman like Su Yuqing not like men but prefer women? Another thought crossed my mind: does she truly have that preference, or is there some hidden story? After all, a few photos don't tell the whole picture. With that thought, I decided to pay more attention to Su Yuqing in the future. If she indeed had that kind of interest, I would find a way to help her recover and maybe even make her my girlfriend. Now that I had leverage, I was confident she'd go along with it. After work, I took a detour toward the sales department, hoping to see if Su Yuqing was still there so I could find a reason to walk out with her. But when I got there, I found the place deserted. My heart sank. Sales certainly had it easier. My job, technically in the IT department, was more like computer fixer, and the pay barely covered basic expenses, let alone bonuses. Meanwhile, salespeople could get commissions and live well if they scored big deals. As if that wasn't enough, my boss, Manager Li Yong, aka Fatty Li, constantly picked on me. Ever since I joined IT, I hadn't had a peaceful day every day. He was barking orders at me. With these thoughts weighing on me, I sighed deeply, heading home alone. Back home, I wasn't too hungry, so I decided to browse online. Maybe I could strike up a conversation with someone and ease the loneliness of another night alone. After logging into my QQ account, I noticed someone had uploaded new photos in the feed. Clicking out of curiosity, I scrolled down, only to see a wedding photo. The bride was none other than my ex-girlfriend, Lin Jing, and standing next to her was her boss, Lu Jun, an executive at Zhao Corporation. My heart sank. Memories from 6 months ago surged back to the forefront. 6 months earlier, after graduating college, I joined Zhao Corporation to investigate the mysterious death of my sister, Xia Hanxue. We were biological siblings. She took our mother's surname. My aim was to eventually get close to the company president, Zhao Yichen, and find out what really happened to her. The official story was that my sister had depression and died by suicide in Zhao Yicheng's office. But I couldn't believe it, especially since she mentioned leaving the company because Zhao Yicheng constantly harassed her, even making perverse demands. I believed her death was no accident. It was likely caused by his abuse. However, with his wealth, Zhao easily covered it up. Since her death, I'd been determined to join Zhao Corporation to get close to Zhao Yicheng, uncover the truth, and seek justice for my sister. Not long after joining the company, Lin Jing got involved with her influential boss, Lu Jun. I caught them red-handed in his office, and in my rage, I smashed a vase over Lu Jun's head and injured Lin Jing. That incident got me fired on the spot, forcing me to settle for a mundane IT job in a small company. Thinking back on those events, seeing their intimate wedding photos, I was consumed by anger. I threw my mouse, slammed my laptop shut, kicked my chair aside, and stormed out, letting out a furious yell. The thought of my sister's death and my girlfriend running off with a wealthy man filled me with a deep sense of injustice. I couldn't help but shout. Damn it! I stomped down the street, feeling the world was against me. After a while, I thought of finding a bar to drown my sorrows, but misfortune struck yet again. Without warning, a sudden downpour started as I wandered onto an unfamiliar street. Caught off guard, I was soaked before I could find shelter. At first, I thought being drenched was cathartic, a chance to let it all out. So, I continued walking in the rain, watching people around me darting for cover, while I alone embraced the storm. Eventually, the rain lightened as I reached a busy street. Realizing I'd better head home to change, I checked my pockets. Damn, I'd forgotten my wallet. Then, I pulled out my phone to call a cab, but it wouldn't turn on. Water damage or dead battery, who knows? At that moment, I felt like the entire world was shrouded in darkness. Really, was fate toying with me? I stood there, soaked and lost, feeling the rain drip from my hair, as though the world itself was crying for me. Yarn yarn. Suddenly, I heard someone calling my name. Turning around, I was stunned to see Su Yuqing. She was standing there with an umbrella, carrying a shopping bag, looking like she'd just come back from the store. She stared at me in surprise, clearly unable to believe that this drenched, miserable figure was indeed her co-worker, Yarn Yarn. Chapter 5, filled with warmth. She seemed a bit unsure, so she stepped closer. Honestly, I felt embarrassed to face her like this. Running into my goddess while looking so bedraggled was the last thing I expected. Awkwardly, I asked, "What are you doing here?" She smiled sheepishly and replied, "I live nearby." "Why didn't you bring an umbrella in this rain? Do you live around here, too?" I chuckled awkwardly, feeling too embarrassed to meet her gaze. I muttered, "No, I don't live here. I just left in a hurry and didn't expect such heavy rain." Before I could finish, she looked at me and said, "You're soaked through. Why don't you come over to my place to dry off? I live just over there in Blue Ocean Gardens." She pointed to the nearby apartment complex, and I could tell it was a high-end place. Normally, if the goddess invited me to her place, I'd be thrilled. But now, looking like this, I felt too embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Suyuchin warmly pulled my arm, saying, "Come on, don't hesitate, you're going to catch a cold." She smiled, then started walking toward her place. Her simple words of concern warmed my heart, so I followed her to her apartment. When we arrived, I noticed it was a cozy two-bedroom unit. Though not large, it was incredibly tasteful, decorated in a luxurious, elegant style. It felt like stepping into a five-star hotel. I stood there, hesitant to enter. Noticing this, she said, Yarn, aren't you coming in?" She glanced at my shoes, then took a pair of large slippers from the shoe rack, saying, "Here, change into these. Your shoes are all wet." Embarrassed, I accepted the slippers and took off my shoes, setting them aside to dry. Then, nervously, I took a few steps inside. Suyuching handed me a clean towel, saying, "Here, dry yourself off. I'll find you some clothes to change into." The towel had a faint, pleasant scent that contrasted sharply with my dampness, making me feel even more self-conscious. Soon, she returned with an oversized basketball jersey, explaining with a shy smile, "I don't have any men's clothes. This is my old cheerleading uniform from college, but it should fit you." She placed the clothes on the sofa and suggested, "Why don't you take a hot shower? You could catch a cold from the rain. I'll put your clothes in the dryer for you." Pointing to the bathroom, she smiled bashfully. Embarrassed, I nodded, picked up the clothes, and headed to the bathroom. Inside, I couldn't help thinking, Yarn, you've always talked yourself up, yet here you are, nervous and embarrassed in front of the goddess. Aren't you just all bark and no bite? The bathroom was modern and luxurious, more advanced than any hotel I'd ever stayed in. The hot water washed over me, gradually calming my nerves and lifting my spirits. Once clean and in dry clothes, I put my wet clothes in the dryer and blow-dried my hair. The whole apartment smelled faintly of something fresh and lovely. When I emerged, I saw Suyuchin placing 2 bowls of noodles on the table. She smiled, saying, "You haven't eaten dinner yet, have you? I just made some noodles, let us eat together." Seeing her in an apron, serving noodles, was a surprising sight. The noodles looked delicious, with tomato, egg, and a sprinkle of green onions, steaming and fragrant. Maybe I was genuinely hungry, or maybe her noodles were just that good. I finished my bowl quickly. Suyuching chuckled, "There's more in the pot if you want some." "How was it?" Feeling embarrassed, I laughed and replied, "It was delicious. I'm full now." I noticed she still had half a bowl left and was eating with such grace that I found myself mesmerized by her. Realizing I was watching, she blushed and said, "There's a TV over there if you want to watch." Flustered, I turned my gaze away, noticing the light pink blush on her cheeks. I sat on the couch and watched TV for a while before checking on my clothes, which were almost dry. Then I went back into the bathroom to change. Chapter 6. I'll risk it all for you. After all, this is not my home, and I would be embarrassed to stay here forever. Even though Suyuching's home was always the place of my dreams, I can't be so shameless, right? And just now she just asked me to come to her house and sit down, but I was really happy to be able to come to her house and sit down and eat the noodles she made herself. Just when I changed my clothes and was about to say goodbye to Suyuching and tell her that I was going back, she suddenly received a call. I saw her walk to the balcony near the kitchen to answer it. It seemed to be an important call. Originally I didn't want to eavesdrop on her phone calls, but her voice was so nice that I tried to avoid hearing it. I only heard her say on the phone, "Hello, is it now? Isn't it a little too late now? I'm almost going to bed." The man on the other end of the phone seemed a little unhappy. He spoke loudly and threateningly. "Xiaosu, the situation tonight is very special. Our CEO Huang specifically asked you to come over and have a couple of drinks with him. Maybe after you have a couple of drinks with him and make him happy, our CEO Huang will sign the contract with you directly. You must seize this opportunity. Otherwise, we might just sign with other companies." Hearing the man's words, Su Yuqing couldn't help but frown and fell into deep thought for a moment. At this time, the man on the other end of the phone continued. "Xiaosu, now is your chance. Don't say I didn't help you. It's a rare opportunity. Our CEO Huang is in a good mood today and wants to meet you and ask you to have a drink with her. Maybe the contract will be signed after a few drinks. What are you still hesitating about? You should know that many other companies are also eyeing this contract." When Su Yuqing heard this, she suddenly made up her mind. Okay, I'll go over now. Where are you now?" After the other party mentioned a place, Su Yuqing nodded continuously and said seriously, Okay, then I'll be there in a while, about half an hour." After Su Yuqing hung up the phone, he returned to their house with a look of nervousness and anxiety. Seeing that I had already changed my clothes, he also said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Yarn, I have to go out for something now, so I can't keep you here for a while. Why don't you come to my house next time you have the chance, okay?" I was very happy and said, "Well, okay, actually I would have gone back even if you hadn't told me. How could I have the nerve to bother you for so long? Are you going out to sign a contract?" Su Yuqing smiled and nodded. It was obvious that she was looking forward to today's contract. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be a relatively large order, because people in the business department would sign some contracts every now and then, but large orders were rare. I smiled and said, "I wish you a successful contract." Then I was about to leave her house. At this time, Su Yuqing smiled and said, "Well, thank you. Be careful when you go back." I just turned around and took 2 steps, and suddenly I remembered that I forgot to bring my wallet when I went out today. I can't walk back later, right? So I was stunned for a moment. At this time, Su Yuqing seemed to think that I was worried about something. She asked, "What's wrong? Did you forget to bring your wallet when you went out?" I turned around and smiled awkwardly, and she smiled and said, "It's okay. I used to go out to eat and forget to bring my wallet, so I called my friends to send money to pay the bill." I was delighted. It seemed that Su Yuqing really understood my heart. At this moment, she blinked and said with a smile, "Wait for me to go in and get my wallet." After she went in, I couldn't help but think of the phone call just now. I don't know why, when I remembered that Mr. Huang asked Su Yuqing to rush over so late in the name of signing a contract, I subconsciously felt that Su Yuqing would be in trouble. Mr. Huang is not a good person. Which boss would ask a female client to sign a contract so late at night? Is there any other purpose? Thinking of this, I was actually a little worried about Su Yuqing's situation. Would it be a blessing or a curse for her to go out? I don't know if I've watched too many movies or read too many novels, but in my mind, I imagine Su Yuqing being drunk and bullied by Mr. Huang. At this time, Su Yuqing had already come out with her wallet, and then took out 200 yuan bills and said to me, "Is 200 enough?" I smiled awkwardly and said, That's enough. It won't cost that much to take a taxi back. I'll return it to you tomorrow morning when I go to work. I'll go back first." After leaving Su Yuqing's house, I kept thinking about the question just now. Suddenly, I decided to follow Su Yuqing once, because I vaguely felt that Su Yuqing would definitely encounter big trouble tonight. So, after I went downstairs, I did not leave the community immediately, but hid quietly near the gate at the entrance of the community, ready to wait for Su Yuqing to come out, and then I would quietly follow her. After a while, I saw a woman driving a red BMW out of the community. I looked closely and found that the woman driving was Su Yuqing. I was extremely surprised. Damn, Su Yuqing's family is so rich. Not only can they live in such a nice house, but they can also drive such a nice brand car. I saw her car coming out from there, then turned a corner and started driving along the street. I took a look and hesitated for a while. At this time, a taxi just came from behind. I stopped the taxi and got in, saying to the taxi driver, "Master, please catch up with the red BMW in front." After the car had been driving for more than 10 minutes, I saw Su Yuqing's car stopped directly at the door of a luxury bar. After she got out of the car, she actually had a file bag in her hand, which probably contained documents, contracts, and the like. At this moment, I cursed in my heart, "Su Yuqing, you are so stupid. Do you really think that Mr. Huang will sign the contract with you here?" After I got off the car, I tidied my hairstyle and clothes, and then walked in. To be honest, I had been to this kind of place occasionally before, but I didn't have much money on me today, so I naturally didn't have the confidence after coming in. But for Su Yuqing, I gave it my all. Chapter 7, The Drunkard's Intentions Are Not Drinking. After arriving at the bar, I saw Su Yuqing was quickly picked up by a man. The man took Su Yuqing to a very luxurious booth in the corner of the bar. There were several men and women sitting in that booth at this time. The women were all dressed very sexily. They surrounded the two boss-level men and drank wine leisurely. After Su Yuqing walked over, she immediately bowed her head and greeted one of the men. It seemed that the man was the so-called Mr. Huang. After Su Yuqing walked over, Mr. Huang immediately patted the sofa next to him, motioning Su Yuqing to sit over there. When the beautiful woman next to him saw this, she was a little unhappy but still took the initiative to give up the seat next to Mr. Huang. Su Yuqing sat over somewhat awkwardly. At this time, another younger man, who seemed to be Mr. Huang's subordinate, came in, wearing a black suit and looked very gentlemanly. He poured a glass of wine and handed it to Su Yuqing. Then Mr. Huang smiled mischievously and said, "Xiaosu, it's been a long time since we last met. You've become more and more beautiful. Come on, let's drink this glass first." When Mr. Huang was speaking, his eyes deliberately scanned Su Yuqing's body. He saw that Su Yuqing had specially changed into a black professional suit tonight. She was wearing black socks and had slightly dyed yellow hair that was slightly curled. She looked very elegant and immediately overshadowed the sexy women next to her. I found a bar not far from them and sat down, then ordered a few beers and started drinking. But at this moment, my eyes were completely fixed on the private room where Su Yuqing and the others were sitting. I had no interest in appreciating the sexy girls dancing on the stage, and even less interest in appreciating the exciting music. When Mr. Huang said this, Su Yuqing naturally picked up the wine glass embarrassedly, and then gently clinked it with Mr. Huang's, but it was obvious that Mr. Huang was not a good person. When he was drinking, he deliberately let go of his other arm and gently placed it on Su Yuqing's shoulder, making it seem like they were very close. I originally thought that Su Yuqing would just let Mr. Huang take advantage of her, but after Su Yuqing finished drinking, she smiled awkwardly and directly moved Mr. Huang's hand away, then said with a smile, "Mr. Huang, I brought all the contracts here tonight. How about we sign the contracts first and then I'll have a few drinks with you?" After hearing this, Mr. Huang tilted his head, then said with a slightly unhappy smile, "Hey, Xiaosu, don't be anxious, let's have a few drinks first. Come, let's all toast to my Xiaosu." After Mr. Huang finished speaking, he immediately raised his glass and motioned for everyone to drink together. At this time, Su Yuqing naturally had no way to refuse, so she followed everyone and drank another glass. After finishing this drink, the other men also started to drink a few glasses with Su Yuqing at the suggestion of Mr. Huang. Su Yuqing was naturally embarrassed. So, before the party had even started for long, Su Yuqing had already been forced to drink a lot of wine by these girls. At this time, I felt that Su Yuqing was a little drunk, because I found that she was a little incoherent when she spoke. At this time, Su Yuqing slowly took her file bag and said, "Mr. Huang, I am almost dying. My head hurts so much. How about signing the contract first? Is that okay?" Who knew that when Su Yuqing said this, Mr. Huang immediately held Su Yuqing's hand, then took the file bag aside and said, "Xiaosu, don't worry, come on, let's have another drink, how about it?" While Mr. Huang was speaking, the person next to him had already poured the wine for him. At this time, although Su Yuqing was a little drunk, she couldn't just reject Mr. Huang like that, so she had to pick up the wine glass and start drinking. To be honest, when I saw Su Yuqing drunk like this, I felt very uncomfortable. I really wanted to rush up and say, "Let her go, I will help her drink." After Su Yuqing finished drinking the cup, she said, "Oh, I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. My head hurts so much." After Su Yuqing finished speaking, she leaned her body on the sofa and touched her head with her right hand. At this time, Mr. Huang began to take advantage of her again and deliberately put his hands gently around Su Yuqing's slender waist. This time, Su Yuqing was probably really drunk, so she did not resist. At this moment, at the signal of Mr. Huang, I saw the man in the suit suddenly stood up, then came to the bar and ordered another glass of wine. However, he did not immediately return to the private seat with the wine. Instead, he secretly came behind the pillar, took out a packet of powdery substance from his pocket and poured it directly into the glass of wine. When I saw this scene, I was shocked. Damn, could there be drugs in the wine? As I expected, after the man in the suit brought the wine over, Mr. Huang smiled mischievously, then deliberately put his head very close to Su Yuqing and said in a very intimate manner, "Xiaosu, how are you? How about we start discussing the contract after we finish drinking? What do you think?" When Su Yuqing heard what Mr. Huang said, she immediately opened her eyes reluctantly and said, "Okay, Mr. Huang." After Su Yuqing finished speaking, she directly picked up the glass of wine that the man in the suit had carefully prepared for her and brought it to her mouth, but fortunately she did not drink it. It was obvious that she was thinking about it. She probably drank too much just now. Seeing this, I became extremely nervous. Should I save him or not? The wine was obviously poisoned, but could I rush over like this? What would I say if I rushed over? What if he hadn't been drugged? And Mr. Huang has a few bodyguards who seem very powerful around him. Wouldn't it be a death wish if I went over there? Or if I go there at this time, what if Mr. Huang is really planning to sign a contract with Su Yuqing? Wouldn't it ruin her signing if I go there? Just when I was very conflicted, I found that Su Yuqing actually took the glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. When Mr. Huang saw Su Yuqing drink the glass of wine readily, a very obscene smile immediately appeared on Mr. Huang's face, and it was a very bright smile. Sure enough, what I was worried about happened. After Su Yuqing drank the glass of wine, her head seemed to become even more dizzy. At this time, Mr. Huang pretended to be concerned and asked, "Xiaosu, how are you? Do you want me to help you go to the room inside to rest?" Chapter 8 Despicable Person. I guess the drug was too strong, and Su Yuqing had indeed been forced to drink too much alcohol before, so Su Yuqing was a little dizzy at this time, and seemed to have no strength left in her body. As Mr. Huang spoke, seeing that she didn't say anything, he directly supported Su Yuqing's arm, then helped her up and walked towards the passage next to her. Seeing this, I really couldn't sit still. I began to have a premonition that if Mr. Huang took Su Yuqing to the room, it would be self-evident what would happen next. So I stood up immediately. At this moment, I was very angry and upset. So I followed quietly over there, and saw that Mr. Huang was supporting Su Yuqing and walked over there. Then he asked his people to continue drinking there, and he alone supported Su Yuqing and walked to the room inside. I immediately followed quietly, and after entering the corridor, I found several rest rooms. I didn't know which one it was, so I could only eavesdrop on the movements in each room one by one. To be honest, I was so nervous and a little scared at that time. If I was found by other people, I would probably be beaten up. But at this moment, for Su Yuqing, I gave it my all. I couldn't let her be defiled by a beast like Mr. Huang. Just as I walked into the innermost room and listened, I seemed to hear Su Yuqing's voice saying inside, "Mr. Huang, don't do this." Su Yuqing said 2 sentences and then stopped talking, as if she had lost her resistance. Thinking of this, I couldn't control myself anymore, so I slammed the door with all my strength and walked in immediately. After entering, I found that Mr. Huang had actually unzipped the back of Su Yuqing's skirt, revealing her bra. At this moment, he was lying on Su Yuqing's body and kissing her crazily. When he saw me suddenly break in, he was also stunned. Who are you?" At this time, I didn't say anything, I just walked over and kicked Mr. Huang down. Mr. Huang looked bloated, and it was obvious that he was overweight and lacked exercise, so I was not afraid. He immediately screamed in pain and fell to the ground. At this time, his belt had been unbuckled so his pants fell directly to the ground. I walked over, helped Su Yuqing up and said, "Su Yuqing, you've been drugged, let's go." Su Yuqing seemed to be really taking effect of the drug at this time, but fortunately she still had some rationality and said, "Huh? Are you Yan Yan? Why are you here too?" Hearing her asking so naively, I wanted to die. She probably didn't even understand what had just happened. I said loudly, "You have been drugged. Mr. Huang just wanted to bully you. Come with me. I will take you away now." After saying that, I didn't care about anything else. I just put Su Yuqing on my shoulders, supported her and prepared to walk out of the bar. But just when I helped Su Yuqing to the door and was about to reach out to open it, the door was immediately kicked open by someone outside. I saw the people who followed Mr. Huang rushed over immediately. When they saw me supporting Su Yuqing, they immediately shouted, "What do you want to do, you little bastard?" At this time, Mr. Huang behind him had slowly climbed up from the ground. He was very angry and said, "Stop them. No one can escape." As soon as Mr. Huang said this, several of them immediately stopped us. One of them came over and punched me, and then two of them pulled Su Yuqing away. Then he pulled Su Yuqing to the sofa next to me, and before I could react, I was kicked hard in the stomach again. I fell to the ground in pain, the corner of my mouth bleeding from the punch. At this time, Mr. Huang came over and said to me fiercely, "Where did you come from, you little brat? How dare you ruin my good deeds? Do you know who I am?" After Mr. Huang finished speaking, he squatted down and gestured. At this time, his two men immediately pressed me to the ground. Mr. Huang then slapped me on the face with a loud slap, which immediately hurt me. At this time, I was also very angry and said, "You guys quickly release Su Yuqing, or I will call the police." Har har. Call the police? I want to see how you call the police. After Mr. Huang finished speaking, he waved at the two of them, and they let me go. Then I slowly crawled up from the ground. At this moment, I was really ready to take out my cell phone to make a call, but when I touched my pocket, I realized that I didn't bring my cell phone with me. However, my behavior immediately angered Mr. Huang. He immediately hit my hand hard again, and then said viciously, "Damn it, how dare you ruin my good deeds? Tell me who you are to Su Yuqing." I waited for Mr. Huang and said, "I'm her colleague. How did I ruin your chance? If I hadn't come, would you have taken the opportunity to have sex with him?" Mr. Huang laughed and said, "Do I need to force her? Look for yourself, Xiaosu did it voluntarily. How can you tell that I forced her?" Seeing that Mr. Huang was so shameless, I was also irritated. I said, "You still say no? If Xiaosu was willing, would you still have to put drugs in the wine? Don't think I don't know that you secretly tampered with the wine." When I said this, Mr. Huang felt very embarrassed because his evil deeds were directly exposed by me. But soon he became really shameless and simply said, "Yeah, I just want to force it. What do you think? If Xiaosu didn't want to sign that contract with me, would she have offered it to me?" At this time, Su Yuqing sat on the sofa and rested for a while. Perhaps the strongest effect of the medicine had worn off, so she began to wake up a little. She obviously understood what had just happened. At this time, she touched her head and said, "Stop arguing, Mr. Huang, I don't want to sign that contract with you now, I want to go back." After Su Yuqing finished speaking, she wanted to stand up and leave. When she was about to leave, Mr. Huang suddenly became anxious and she moved closer to Su Yuqing. Then he pushed her down on the sofa and said, "Xiaosu, don't be like this. As long as you promise to play with me tonight, I will sign the contract with you right away. How about that?" Chapter 9 Let Her Go. As Mr. Huang spoke, he couldn't help but touch Su Yuqing's face with one hand. It was obvious that this old fox had been coveting Su Yuqing for a long time. He obviously didn't want to give up this great opportunity. I don't know why, but when I saw Mr. Huang's hand moving down Su Yuqing's face, I felt very uncomfortable. I don't want to watch Su Yuqing being ruined by this beast. So, my conscience deep in my heart told me that no matter what, I must rescue Su Yuqing today. So I yelled, "Let her go. Don't touch her." After being yelled at by me, Ms. Huang was naturally very unhappy. At this time, she reluctantly took back her hand that was on Su Yuqing's neck. Then he looked at me with eyes wide open and said, "Young man, are you tired of living? I've already told you that what happened between Xiaosu and I was consensual. Why do you still want to stay here and watch the fun?" At this time, I still said firmly, "Let her go, I will stay." As soon as I said this, they all burst into laughter, and their laughter was particularly arrogant. Even Mr. Huang couldn't help laughing and said, "You think I like men? If you really have the guts and want to save Xiaosu, just crawl under my crotch, how about that? Okay?" When Mr. Huang was speaking, his eyes looked particularly sharp. At this moment, I couldn't help but look at Su Yuqing. I saw that Su Yuqing was looking at me weakly. As I looked at her, she visibly shook her head at me, signaling me not to agree to his request. But if I don't agree, can I save Su Yuqing from here? Am I going to watch Su Yuqing being abused like this? Thinking of this, I made up my mind, so I knelt down and said, "Okay, I promise you." When they saw me kneel down suddenly, their mouths, which were still laughing wildly, suddenly shut. Then they looked at me with some surprise. Maybe they were thinking, was this silly boy like me really that infatuated? Are you willing to endure such humiliation? After I knelt down, I slowly crawled towards Mr. Huang. At the same time, I stared at Su Yuqing closely. Su Yuqing had obviously recovered some strength at this time. She looked at me and said, "Yarn yarn, no, no, go away, go away." But I knew I couldn't leave like this. After I leave, Su Yuqing will definitely be abused by them, but I am not really willing to endure such humiliation. I am just looking for an opportunity. Finally, when I was about to get close to Mr. Wang, I took advantage of their inattention and picked up a wine bottle next to me and smashed it to the ground with a clang. Then I rushed over with the half-broken bottle, put it directly on Mr. Wang's neck, and said viciously, "Damn it, get out of my way, get out of my way." It was obvious that all of them, including Su Yuqing, who had been gloating and waiting to watch the fun, were now dumbfounded. At this time, Mr. Wang was obviously frightened, but he quickly reacted and said calmly, "Little brother, I advise you to be smart. If you really do this, I think it will be difficult for you to get out alive later." When Mr. Wang said this, several of his men immediately shouted, "You little bastard, are you looking for death? Let Mr. Wang go, quickly." As they spoke, they wanted to rush over and hit me, but I knew this was my only chance. So I had to catch him, so I pressed the half of the wine bottle tightly against Mr. Wang's neck. Maybe I used too much force, or maybe I was too nervous, but Mr. Wang's neck was cut by the half of the wine bottle, and some blood seeped out. Seeing the blood, Mr. Wang was naturally scared, so he said, "Little brother, don't be nervous. Let's talk it over nicely. I'll agree to whatever you want." At this time, I was also completely furious. I shouted loudly, "Quickly release Su Yuqing and tell your men to retreat." After I yelled at him, Mr. Wang immediately waved his hands at his men, and they could only retreat slowly. Then I retreated to the other side. At this time, I immediately yelled at Su Yuqing, "Su Yuqing, leave quickly, leave quickly." Maybe Su Yuqing was completely frightened by the roar, or maybe she was completely awake, so Su Yuqing stood up, looked at us, and then said to me with concern, "Let's go together." I watched her still hesitating there, and I felt extremely depressed at the moment, because after being punched and kicked a few times by them, I felt like my whole body was falling apart. At this moment, I finally got a chance, but Su Yuqing was still hesitating here, which made me speechless. I really wanted to scold her, so I continued to yell, "Just leave now and leave me alone." Maybe Su Yuqing was frightened by my fierce words, so she took a step and ran outside. At this time, two of Mr. Wang's men wanted to follow her. So I yelled, "Don't move, or I'll kill Mr. Wang. Return everything to me." When I yelled so hard and tied the bottle tightly, Mr. Wang was so scared that he said to them, "Come back." After Mr. Wang said this, all his men had no choice but to retreat. At this time, I slowly began to hold Mr. Wang hostage and walked out of the room, and then their men followed behind. I took Mr. Wang hostage to the door of the bar, and the security guards of the bar were alerted during the process. However, when they saw me like that, no one dared to approach us. After we took Mr. Wang outside the bar, I said to the people who followed us, everyone back off, quickly." After hearing this, they could only retreat into the bar in fear, because no one dared to joke about Mr. Wang's life at this time, and at this time I was obviously a person who was not afraid of death. After seeing them slowly retreating, I pushed Mr. Wang to the ground, then I spread my legs and ran madly across the street. After I ran a few steps, suddenly a taxi stopped directly in front of me and the door was immediately opened. I looked over and it was Su Yuqing. She looked at me nervously and said, "Yarn yarn, get in the car." Chapter 10. This misunderstanding is a bit awkward. When I saw it was her, I went straight in. Before I was completely in, I saw Mr. Wang's men chasing after them. "Behind us," he yelled, "Damn it. Don't run. If you get caught, I'll kill you." But at this time our car had already started the engine and rushed forward. The taxi driver was obviously frightened by the scene just now. Fortunately, after our car had driven a long distance, we did not see Mr. Wang and his men chasing us. So after the car made a big circle, the taxi finally arrived at the community where Su Yuqing lived. After getting off the car, Su Yuqing was much more sober. Although she was still a little unsteady when she walked, I was too embarrassed to support her anymore, for fear that she would mistakenly think that I really wanted to take advantage of her. I originally planned to send her upstairs and then go back directly, but as soon as I sent her to the door, she vomited. Before I could react, she vomited all over me, and I quickly helped her to the bathroom next door. Then he saw her vomiting in big gulps. It seemed that Mr. Wang and his men had indeed made her drink a lot of alcohol. After she finished vomiting, I quickly poured her a cup of warm water and asked her to rinse her mouth. Then she would feel better after drinking some. As for my clothes, I wiped them with a tissue. After she felt better, she looked at me awkwardly, smiled, and said, "I'm sorry, I just stained your clothes." I also smiled awkwardly and said, "It's okay, it's okay. If you feel better now, I'll go back." After I finished speaking, I was about to turn around when she suddenly called me again, "Hey, wait a minute." After I heard her call, I immediately turned around and asked, "Huh? What's wrong?" She pointed to the clock on the wall and said, "Look, it's already past 2 in the morning. Why don't you sleep here tonight?" She hadn't finished her words yet. When I heard this, I felt ecstatic. Could it be that Suyuchin wanted me to sleep with her? But soon I realized that I was being too sentimental, and she continued, "There's a guest room next door. You can sleep there later." I hadn't noticed how sleepy I was, but after she said that, I really felt sleepy. I couldn't help but yawn. After thinking about it, I decided to sleep at Suyuchin's house for one night. After all, it was really too late now. After lying down, I found that although I was fast, I couldn't fall asleep immediately. The information about my sister's death began to emerge in my mind again. I know that although Zhao Yiqing took 300,000 yuan as compensation to settle the matter, at that time our family really had no way to compete with such a rich and powerful man like him, and we could only acquiesce in the way the Zhao group handled it. As for the real cause of death, I guess apart from Zhao Yiqing, only the deceased sister could know it. And I firmly believe that my sister's death must be related to Zhao Yiqing, because she jumped directly from Zhao Yiqing's president's office. But did my sister really jump herself? Or did she jump to preserve her chastity? Or did Zhao Yiqing rape my sister and then push her downstairs? Or did she accidentally jump off the building during the sex process? Or was it because she was really toyed with by Zhao Yiqing for a long time, which made her depressed and she jumped off the building? All of this is unknown now, because the truth was covered up by Zhao Yiqing's company. But after my sister died, I woke up in my dreams countless nights and dreamed that my sister shouted to me, "Yarn yarn, save me, save me." That is to say, from the day my sister died, I made up my mind that I must work in the Zhao group in the future, and then slowly get closer to Zhao Yiqing, and finally find out the truth about my sister's death. No matter what the cost, I must avenge my sister. I thought everything would go smoothly. Half a year later, I graduated from university and my girlfriend Lin Jing and I applied for jobs at the Zhao group. But a month later, Lin Jing actually started dating the executive director, and I caught them having an affair in the office. For the sake of my dignity as a man, I smashed Lu Jun's head on the spot, and Lin Jing was also injured by my kick. The result was that I was directly fired from the Zhao group. Thinking of this, I felt extremely sad, my eyes gradually became wet, and tears began to flow down. The next day, I was awakened by an urgent doorbell. When I reacted, I immediately realized that I was resting in Su Yuqing's house, but doesn't she live alone? Why is there someone knocking on the door so early in the morning? I thought about it and decided to get up and take a look, but when I opened the door, I found that Su Yuqing was already standing there. There was actually a man standing outside the security door at this time. To be more precise, he was a young man who looked quite handsome. I only heard the man saying, "Yuqing, why didn't anyone answer my phone calls last night? Where were you?" He hadn't finished speaking yet, and he couldn't help but look inside. I was originally planning to go in. After all, eavesdropping on other people's conversations is not a good idea. But when he looked like this, he immediately saw me. When he saw me, his expression suddenly became depressed. "Yuqing, who is that man inside? Why is there a man in your house? Open the door for me quickly, open the door for me quickly." Su Yuqing was also a little speechless at this time. "Wang Bo, he is just my colleague, we are not what you think." But before Su Yuqing could finish her words, Wang Bo continued to yell and knock on the door, saying, "Yuqing, open the door for me first, quickly." After being treated like that by that guy named Wang Bo, Su Yuqing naturally felt embarrassed and opened the security door. After Wang Bo came in, he wanted to rush over and beat me up. But Su Yuqing immediately stopped him and said, "Wang Bo, what do you want to do?" Seeing their posture, it seems that this guy is Su Yuqing's boyfriend, but isn't Su Yuqing a lesbian? How can she have a boyfriend? Thinking of this, I felt even more strange. At this time, Su Yuqing immediately turned around and said to me, "Yarn yarn, go change your clothes first." Su Yuqing winked at me while talking to me at this time, obviously asking me to cooperate with her quickly. So I quickly went in and changed my clothes. While I was changing, I clearly heard Su Yuqing and the man named Wang Bo arguing outside. All I heard was Wang Bo saying, "Yuqing, who is that man? Why is he sleeping here at night?" Chapter 11. We are just ordinary friends. Su Yuqing argued there, "That's just my colleague. He helped me last night and came back late, so I let him sleep here." "It's not what you think." Hearing this, it is obvious that Wang Bo has misunderstood the relationship between Su Yuqing and me. It seems that he thinks I am his love rival. But on second thought, if she really is my love rival, I would be overwhelmed with joy. But having a stunning beauty like Su Yuqing as my friend, my life would not be in vain. After changing my clothes, I went out directly. At this time, I saw Su Yuqing stopping Wang Bo, and the two continued to quarrel there. At this point I was too embarrassed to say anything, so I just said, "Su Yuqing, I'll go back first." Originally, I wanted to imitate Wang Bo and just call her Yuqing, but then I thought, forget it. If they start arguing, Su Yuqing will kill me when we get to the company. After I ran away from the side, Wang Bo really wanted to come over and beat me up. He was shouting, "Hey, don't leave. Tell me clearly what your relationship is." But Su Yuqing stopped Wang Bo like this, so I came out from them directly. After coming out, I hailed a taxi and went back to where I lived. Then I changed my clothes, went downstairs to have breakfast, and went directly to work. After arriving at the office, although there were still 5 minutes before work, Manager Lee came over to me with an unhappy look on his face after seeing me and said, "Yarn Yarn, are you a pig? Remember to come earlier next time, okay? Don't come so late every time and embarrass our IT department, okay?" I felt very unhappy after being scolded by Manager Lee. "I just happened to come in a little late today, and you started scolding me like this. Isn't it because you saw me flirting with that goddess Su Yuqing in the office yesterday, and you became jealous, so you started scolding me? You fat guy, don't think you are the manager of the IT department and show off all day long. In fact, except that you are older and fatter than us, your business level is actually not as good as mine. It's just because he has been in this company for a long time, but privately everyone calls him Fatty Lee." I nodded to show that I was used to such abuse. After returning to my seat and working for a while, I pretended to go to the water room to get some water and strolled around the door of the business department. When I got there, I looked inside and found that Su Yuqing hadn't come to work yet. Damn, could it be that Wang Bo did something to her and made her late for work? After getting a glass of water with a somewhat uneasy feeling, I noticed that someone seemed to be talking in the corridor outside the business department. I took a look and found that Su Yuqing was standing there. She is still wearing a white shirt and a black high-waisted skirt, and she is still so seductive. However, the person standing opposite Su Yuqing seemed to be Manager Pang from the business department, and she was only heard saying, "Yuqing, how are the contract negotiations with Mr. Huang going recently? I have given you full authority over the contract. We should be able to reach an agreement in the next 2 days, right? I think Mr. Huang and his team are very interested in cooperating with us." Su Yuqing was a little depressed at this time, but she couldn't act very abnormal, so she said awkwardly, "Okay, Manager Pang, I understand. I will get this contract with Mr. Huang's company done as soon as possible." "As soon as possible? It seems like you've been on this contract for almost half a month. If it's longer, it will probably end this month. Give me a promise. How long it will take? Just tell me yourself." Manager Pang seemed to be really angry, and it was obvious that she was also anxious. After all, Mr. Huang's order was not a small order, it was worth at least hundreds of thousands. After being told this by Manager Pang, Su Yuqing could only stop pouting and said, "Manager, 1 week, I promise to get this contract done within a week." "Okay, 1 week, just 1 week, okay, I believe you, so you have to work hard, I'll wait for your good news." After hearing Su Yuqing's promise, Manager Pang immediately showed a slight smile on her face. It seemed that she was still very confident in Su Yuqing. After Manager Pang left, Su Yuqing immediately had a weird look on her face, looking very shameless. It is obvious how difficult it is for her to sign the contract smoothly now, because last night I actually injured Mr. Huang in order to save Su Yuqing. Just when I was stunned, Su Yuqing turned around and walked into their office. When she went in, she happened to see me. At this time, I pretended to smile and walked over, but when Su Yuqing saw me, there was no expression on her face and she still looked cold. When I saw Su Yuqing giving me this expression again so quickly, I suddenly wanted to die. Damn it, I risked my life to save you last night, and just one night later, you're back to being as cold to me as before. Hasn't this woman changed too quickly? Back to my seat, I kept thinking. Su Yuqing had just promised Manager Pang that she must sign a contract with Mr. Huang within a week, but she had a falling out with Mr. Huang yesterday, and Su Yuqing obviously didn't want to be taken advantage of by Mr. Huang. Would she really go to find Mr. Huang again? Wouldn't that be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Thinking of this, my heart began to feel conflicted again. If that was the case, should I help Su Yuqing? But if I want to help, how can I help? But no matter what, this matter is now related to me, and I have offended Mr. Huang. He might even want to find someone to deal with me. I have been thinking about this matter the whole morning, and that Fatty Lee came to yell at me again and again for no reason, which made me very unhappy. I kept thinking in my heart, damn, if I were the leader of the company at that time, just wait and see how I would deal with you, this fat guy. After getting off work at noon, I went directly to the business department. As soon as I came out, I saw Su Yuqing hurriedly walking out of the company with a file bag. Originally, I wanted to go over and say hello, and apologize to her for yesterday's contract issue, but she just ignored me and walked straight into the elevator. Looking at her cold look, I felt angry and depressed. Damn, is it because Wang Bo misunderstood us this morning and is angry with me? So he is deliberately distancing himself from me now? Thinking of this, I felt even more upset. I finally had a chance to get close to the goddess, but I lost it so quickly. I couldn't accept it. No, I had to think of a way. In order to monitor the actions of Su Yuqing and Mr. Huang, I had no choice but to do something a little excessive. At this time, I went directly to the office of the business department. There were not many people inside. I walked to Su Yuqing's office desk and said, "Sorry, Su Yuqing reported this morning that there seemed to be some problem with her phone. I came to help her check it out. Chapter 12. I want to protect her." After I finished speaking, no one paid attention to me, so I picked up Su Yuqing's office phone and quickly did a little trick. This way, the next time Su Yuqing's extension is connected, I can monitor it directly from the IT department, and I can also eavesdrop on what she is saying through another branch line. Although this method is a bit despicable, for Su Yuqing, I decided to be a villain. Because I really want to know how Su Yuqing is going to negotiate the contract with Mr. Huang now. After all, this matter was caused by me, and I must be responsible to the end. In the afternoon, I suddenly noticed that the green light on Su Yuqing's phone line was on. So I quickly picked up my phone and eavesdropped on her conversation. To my surprise, she was actually calling Mr. Huang. I only heard her say very gently on the phone, "Hello, is this Mr. Huang? I'm Xiaosu." After receiving Su Yuqing's call, Mr. Huang was obviously very unhappy and said, "Humph, you still have the nerve to call me. You brought a friend like that from there last night, and you even injured me. How are you going to settle this account?" Su Yuqing said worriedly. "Mr. Huang, don't be angry. I'm really sorry about what happened last night. I didn't expect something like this to happen. How about this? I'll compensate you for your medical expenses when the time comes. Is that okay with you? But can you sign the contract we discussed before with our company first?" "Oh, you want to compensate me? How are you going to compensate me? Money? But I don't like money. If you come here in person and compensate me for my broken heart, I think I can do it." After Mr. Huang finished speaking, he immediately started laughing in a very lewd manner on the phone. It was obvious that he started to tease Su Yuqing openly, because he knew that Su Yuqing was eager to get the contract. After Mr. Huang said this, Su Yuqing suddenly became very embarrassed. She smiled embarrassedly and said, "Mr. Huang, how about I treat you to a good meal some other day? What do you think?" After hearing this, Mr. Huang burst into laughter and said, "Xiaosu, you are such a joker. Just treating me to a meal is all right. Let me tell your friend to be careful. If I catch her one day, I will never let her off. Also, it depends on how you handle the contract. If you are willing to agree to my terms and spend a night with me, everything will be fine." "Mr. Huang, this isn't okay, is it?" Su Yuqing obviously couldn't accept such unspoken rules. But Mr. Huang is indeed a smart man. He knows that Su Yuqing is anxious now, so he certainly has the bargaining chip, so he said, "Okay, Xiaosu, call me when you've made up your mind. I'm busy." Mr. Huang hung up the phone after he said that. Su Yuqing was obviously very depressed and helpless. After hearing the call was hung up so quickly, Su Yuqing cursed on the phone, "All men are fucking rubbish." After that, I was still struggling. Damn, Mr. Huang clearly wanted Su Yuqing to sleep with him for one night before he would sign the contract. But there was only 1 week left, and Su Yuqing had already promised manager Pang that she would sign the contract within a week. Was Su Yuqing really going to be taken advantage of by Mr. Huang? Thinking of this, I felt very uncomfortable. Damn, Su Yuqing is such a stunning beauty, and even I have never touched her. Why do you, Mr. Huang, want to possess her? No way. I still have to find a way to help Su Yuqing. At least I have to protect her first and never let Mr. Huang bully her. But how can Mr. Huang sign a contract with Su Yuqing smoothly? This is indeed a headache. After getting off work in the afternoon, I was planning to go home directly, but Fatty Li came to bother me when he had nothing to do and insisted on assigning me a task to complete before leaving get off work. I was speechless at the time. Damn, why didn't you tell me this when you were not so busy just now, but you have to do this to me when I'm about to get off work? Isn't this deliberately making me work overtime? But overtime is compulsory, isn't this deliberately making things difficult for me? Although I felt very aggrieved, I couldn't get angry with Fatty Li. After all, he was my direct superior. If I offended him today, I would suffer tomorrow. I could only accept overtime silently, but fortunately I was proficient in my business, so after working overtime for more than 10 minutes, I went off work. At this time, I found that almost everyone in the company had left, so I walked towards the bathroom, prepared to use the restroom and then go back. I originally thought that there would be no one in the bathroom, but when I opened one of the bathrooms with a flooded door, I was stunned. At this time, I saw Su Yuqing changing clothes inside. She was only wearing black underwear. Her hot body almost made me bleed from the nose. I was stunned at the time, and Su Yuqing was even more shocked than me and screamed. Why didn't you knock before you came in? You rascal, you pervert, why don't you get out now? I was stunned. Damn it, I didn't mean it. Besides, who told you to change clothes at Jingsuo's house without closing the door? But when I stepped out and took a closer look, damn, something is wrong, this is clearly the men's restroom. Why did Su Yuqing run into the men's restroom to change clothes and be scolded? Am I so easy to bully? When I was feeling aggrieved and was about to go in to argue with him, I found that Su Yuqing had already changed her clothes and walked out. She changed into a black suit and walked out with a collar tied around her neck and a black retro hat on. She looked a bit like Xiao Marji in Shanghai Beach. When she came out, she smiled in obvious embarrassment. At this time, I said unhappily, "Hey, Su Yuqing, this is the men's restroom. You changed your clothes without closing the door and scolded me." Su Yuqing smiled awkwardly, then made an apologetic gesture to me and said, "I'm sorry, I was in a hurry just now so I went into the wrong bathroom. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have something to do. I'm leaving now." After Su Yuqing finished speaking, she walked straight towards the gate. I was puzzled at the time. Why was this woman dressed like a man? Who was she going to meet? Watching Su Yuqing's quickly disappearing back, I walked into the bathroom with boredom. After coming out, when I was about to go back to my office to tidy up and leave work, there seemed to be a strange woman standing at the door, as if she was looking for someone. When she saw me, she immediately waved to me. I was stunned for a moment, but still walked over. When I got closer, the first thing I noticed was that this woman looked familiar, as if I had seen her somewhere. At second glance, I felt that this woman had a really hot body, even better than Su Yuqing, and she looked very charming. She saw me, smiled slightly and said, "Hello, I'm Su Yuqing's friend. Is she off work yet?" Chapter 13 What is your relationship? When she said that, my thoughts immediately came to my mind. Oh shit, she was actually the woman I found in Su Yuqing's computer, the beautiful woman that Su Yuqing called her girlfriend. No wonder she looks so familiar to me. If Su Yuqing is a lesbian, then this woman is also a lesbian. Thinking of this, I was shocked and my chest was beating very hard. I felt very uneasy. But at this time I still pretended to be very calm and said, "Oh, she just left, why didn't you see her?" She was stunned for a moment and said, "No way. She originally asked me to wait for her downstairs of your company, but she didn't come out after waiting for a long time. I just called her and her phone was turned off." I thought for a moment and said, "But I just saw her leaving, and she even wore a suit on purpose." She seemed a little anxious, and she stared at her feet, looking very anxious. But while she was staring at her feet, the big white rabbits on her chest actually jumped a few times, which immediately made my little heart excited. She stared at the ground, and seemed to have thought of it immediately. She muttered, "Oh, by the way, how do you get to your company's parking lot?" She must have gone to the parking lot to drive. I said, "Oh," and pointed to the elevator over there and said, "Yeah, the elevator to the parking lot is right over there." When she saw it, she turned back and smiled at me and said, "Thank you." Then she walked a few steps in that direction, but after she had walked a few steps, she immediately turned back and asked me, "Oh, by the way, it seems that everyone is off work now, and there are not many people in the elevator. Can you go down with me to find Su Yuqing?" Oh my god, I was just thinking about how to strike up a conversation next time, but she asked me to go downstairs with her in the elevator so quickly. I was immediately excited, but at this time I was also a little worried about Su Yuqing. Could something have happened to this woman? After reaching the elevator over there, I followed her in. After entering, I noticed that she smelled strongly of perfume. It is obviously different from the smell of Su Yuqing's perfume, but it smells okay. The important thing is that when I see such a charming woman, my body easily becomes impulsive. The difference between her and Su Yuqing is that Su Yuqing is the kind of person who would think of getting the whole person, including her heart, as soon as she meets someone, while this woman, after just one look, wants to occupy her whole person, of course, only physically. After the elevator ran 2 floors, she turned around, looked at me, smiled and said, "What's your name? You shouldn't be in the same department as Su Yuqing, right?" When she asked me this, I was really excited. Damn, could it be that this little girl suddenly fell in love with me and wanted to know about my situation? So I smiled and said, "My name is Yarn Yarn, and I work in the IT department." She simply said, "Oh," and then ignored me. At this time, I was standing behind her and looking at her figure, which really made people have some dirty thoughts. Suddenly I couldn't help but ask, "Hey, by the way, what's your name? You should be Su Yuqing's best friend, right?" Originally I wanted to say girlfriend, but I was worried that she would get angry if I asked so presumptuously, so I changed it to best friend. After all, it seems that I am the only one who knows Su Yuqing's secret. After hearing this, she turned around and smiled faintly and said, "My name is Zhao Yingying, and Su Yuqing and I have been together for many years." When I heard this, I almost spit out my mouth. Damn, she actually said that she and Su Yuqing have been together for many years. Why does this sound like something a couple would say? So, they are really lesbians. Thinking of this, I became even more confused. Damn, 2 extremely beautiful women, both like men, and only interested in women. What kind of world is this? Is it fair? While I was thinking about these things, the elevator had already reached the parking lot at the bottom. After I followed Zhao Yingying out, we had not been walking for long when we heard the sound of 2 people arguing over there. It seems that the parking lot is indeed eerie. The quarreling sounds could be heard all of a sudden even from such a distance. But soon, I figured out what was going on. The quarreling female voice turned out to be Su Yuqing's, and the male voice seemed to be one I had heard before. Soon, Zhao Yingying recognized them. She walked over there and called out, "Yuqing, what are you doing there?" At this time, I also followed him with gritted teeth. When I looked over, the man was indeed Wang Bo. I said, no wonder he looked so familiar. Originally, Wang Bo was just arguing with Su Yuqing, but after seeing me coming, he seemed to get even angrier. When he saw me, his eyes suddenly widened as if he wanted to eat me. But I was too lazy to pay attention to him at this time. After all, it was Zhao Yingying who asked me to accompany her down. At this time, Su Yuqing also found me. After seeing me, she asked Zhao Yingying in a somewhat unhappy tone, "Yingying, why is he here too?" Zhao Yingying smiled faintly and said, "I just went to your company to look for you but I only saw him. I was afraid of the dark so I asked him to come with me." After Zhao Yingying finished speaking, she didn't bother to pay attention to Wang Bo at all and got into the car directly. Then she said to Su Yuqing, "Yuqing, let's go." After she finished speaking, she said to me, "Young man, you can go back. Thank you for your help." I smiled at him, then turned around and prepared to take the elevator to go upstairs. At this time, Zhao Yingying actually drove away in Su Yuqing's car, and made a goodbye gesture to us with a faint smile on her face. However, Su Yuqing's face looked a little cold. After seeing them leave, I quickened my pace and prepared to go up, but at this time, Wang Bo caught up with me and immediately yelled, "Hey, stop right there." Hearing Wang Bo speak so rudely, I immediately got angry. I immediately stood still, then looked back at him and said, "Do you think you are my leader? Should I stop if you tell me to?" When I said this, Wang Bo immediately said unhappily, "Don't be so arrogant, I want to ask you, what is your relationship with Su Yuqing?" I said unconvincedly, "What's your business about our relationship? Do I need to tell you?" After Wang Bo heard what I said, he was obviously very unhappy. I could clearly see that he was gritting his teeth, but he really had no way to do anything to me at this time. After all, he couldn't just beat me up here, right? But luckily I am tall, so I am not afraid of fighting with him. He was speechless for a while, then asked, "What is your relationship? Did you sleep together last night?" Chapter 14 New Boyfriend. I really don't bother to pay attention to someone like Wang Bo. After all, Su Yuqing never told me that he was her boyfriend. What's more, Su Yuqing is a lesbian and has no interest in men at all. This guy must be a suitor of Su Yuqing. In order to make him give up, I simply answered decisively, "I slept with her last night, so what? Is it your business? And I am her new boyfriend, why are you not convinced?" After hearing what I said, Wang Bo was so angry that he became speechless. Looking at his gritting teeth, I was so happy at this moment. So I turned around and walked straight into the elevator. When the elevator door was about to close, Wang Bo immediately yelled at me again, "Damn it, don't leave. I don't believe Su Yuqing would date a gigolo like you. I am his real boyfriend." However, at this time, the elevator had already gone up. However, from the tone of Wang Bo's words just now, it seems that he is really Su Yuqing's boyfriend. Damn, what is going on? After returning home, I thought about having a good sleep first. After all, I didn't get enough rest in the past 2 nights. When I was half asleep, I found my cell phone ringing. I picked up the phone and was immediately excited. It was Su Yuqing calling. As soon as I answered the call, I was about to tease her by saying something like, "Did you miss me?" But when the other party spoke, it was not Su Yuqing, but another woman's voice. "Hello, is this Yarn Yarn?" I was stunned for a moment. Although it wasn't Su Yuqing, it was still a beautiful woman's voice. I still said excitedly, "Well, it's me." "You are?" Before I could finish, she continued, "I'm Zhao Yingying. Yuqing and I are hanging out at the bar now. Do you want to come over and join us?" I was immediately delighted when I heard this, but I still pretended to be calm when I said, "Now? It might not be a good idea for you 2 women and me, a man, to go there, right?" Zhao Yingying immediately said carelessly. "What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that we will eat you? Come quickly, Yuqing is drunk, and there is no one to play with me. Come quickly, I will wait for you at the Suho bar." This time, since they said so, I naturally felt embarrassed to continue pretending. I suppressed the excitement in my heart and said, "Well, okay, I'll be right over." After hanging up the phone, I suddenly felt extremely excited. Damn, is my romantic luck coming? All of a sudden, 2 stunning beauties, Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying, asked me to go play with them. Just thinking about it made me feel extremely excited. So I changed my clothes, took a taxi and went directly to the bar that Zhao Yingying mentioned. Just looking from the outside of the bar, it was indeed a high-end bar with bright lights and extreme luxury. After entering, I started to look for Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying. While I was still looking around, suddenly, a beautiful woman patted my shoulder hard and said, "Hey, Yarn Yarn, this way." I immediately turned around and saw that it was indeed Zhao Yingying. A very fragrant scent of perfume immediately floated into my nostrils. Zhao Yingying's hot body was very close to me at this time, which immediately made my adrenaline rise a lot, and I couldn't help swallowing hard. She smiled and said, "How come you don't recognize me so quickly? Come, our seats are over there." As she spoke, she took me over there. After we walked over, I found Su Yuqing sitting on the sofa in that black suit. She looked a little drunk. After we walked over, Zhao Yingying poured me a glass of wine and said, "Come on, let's have a drink first." Before I could hold the glass steadily, Zhao Yingying picked up the glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp, looking very bold and unrestrained. I thought to myself, damn, your alcohol tolerance is too great, right? After Zhao Yingying finished the glass of wine, she looked at me and said, "What's wrong? Drink it quickly." When she said this, she seemed to notice that I was staring at her body. She laughed and said, how come you have never seen a woman as beautiful as me?" After she said that, I naturally felt embarrassed. I smiled awkwardly and looked at Suyuching. At this time, Suyuching opened her eyes and looked at me. When she saw it was me, she closed her eyes again and leaned back on the sofa to rest. I slowly picked up the wine glass and drank the wine in it. As soon as I finished this cup, Zhao Yingying immediately poured me another one and said, "Come on, let's have another drink and go play over there." So I immediately drank another cup with her, and she actually took the initiative to pull my arm and said, "Come on, Yarn Yarn, let's go dance over there." I don't know if it's because I haven't tea drunk for a long time or because I can't drink much, but after just 2 drinks I immediately felt very drunk. However, I saw that Zhao Yingying seemed to be fine at all. She directly pulled my arm to the center of the dance floor. At this moment, all of them were twisting their bodies desperately. The center of the dance floor was full of energy. Everyone started jumping there crazily, and under the flickering lights, they looked extremely crazy. Especially in the middle, there were a few sexy girls leading everyone to have fun together. The atmosphere became even more lively. After Zhao Yingying took me over, she also started dancing there, then looked at me and said, "Yarn Yarn, come on, let's dance together." To be honest, I wasn't fully accustomed to this crazy atmosphere at first, but soon, seeing Zhao Yingying twisting her body so violently, I couldn't help but walk over. I stood next to her and started jumping with her. Gradually, I got used to this feeling. After jumping for a while, I actually felt more and more refreshed. I didn't expect that jumping like crazy here could relax my body so much. It made me feel very comfortable, and having a beauty like Zhao Yingying next to me really made me excited. What I didn't expect was that Zhao Yingying was indeed quite open-minded. After dancing for a while, she probably felt that it was not very satisfying to dance like this, so she moved closer to me. She actually put her arms on my shoulders and jumped up, which immediately made me excited. Especially when she was so close to me, the sweet scent from her body drifted into my arms, and then I looked at her hot body, which immediately made me extremely excited and happy. After a while, Zhao Yingying became even crazier. She grabbed my hand and started jumping around. To be honest, when she suddenly took my hand, my heart suddenly started beating faster. I didn't expect Zhao Yingying's hands to be so soft and warm. I felt very comfortable when she held me. Chapter 15: The Consequences of Offending Me. At this time, Zhao Yingying was twisting her body wildly, touching my body from time to time. I suddenly felt that I was about to be intoxicated. At this moment, I felt like I had become Zhao Yingying's male god. I was extremely happy to have her care. Suddenly, Zhao Yingying shrank back and shouted, "Who is it? Who dares to touch my butt?" I was immersed in a happy fantasy, but was suddenly shocked by Zhao Yingying's shout. I turned my head and saw that Zhao Yingying was turning back and yelling at a man. It was obvious that Zhao Yingying was being harassed at this time. What's more important is that someone even dared to touch Zhao Yingying's butt. When I looked over, I saw a man smiling in a naughty way. His smile was very lewd, and I immediately felt angry. Damn, you actually dare to tease my woman. To be honest, at this moment, I really regarded Zhao Yingying as my woman, at least at this moment when we were dancing on the dance floor. So I rushed over to the man with the evil smile and said, "Are you harassing my friend?" He looked at me with an unfriendly attitude, and then he looked at me with an arrogant look and said, "Boy, so what if it's me? I just want to harass your girlfriend, so what? Not only do I want to touch her, I'm also going to have sex with her later. What do you want?" When I heard him insulting Zhao Yingying like that, I couldn't help it and rushed over and punched the guy hard on the head. He was also hit by my sudden punch and couldn't help but scream. Soon, the man yelled, "Damn it! You dare to hit me? I'm not going to teach you a lesson. You don't know who I am, do you?" After he finished speaking, he actually kicked me directly. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and dodged it. But I didn't dodge his next punch, which hit me directly in the face, and I immediately felt numbness on that side of my face. At this moment, Zhao Yingying, who was standing next to her, saw it and immediately screamed in fright. Of course I couldn't be bullied like this, so I continued to fight back. Soon I punched the man hard again. The man was obviously enraged at this time. He immediately yelled, "Brothers, come on." After the man finished speaking, 3 or 4 men immediately surrounded me and soon surrounded me. They started punching and kicking me, even though I tried my best to fight back. But after all, I am not Bruce Lee who can fight 10 people alone. I was quickly defeated and knocked down by them, and then I watched them kick me. At this moment, Zhao Yingying, who was standing aside, was about to cry. She shouted, someone come quickly, there is a fight. Soon, I saw the security guards in the bar rushing over. After 4 or 5 security guards came over, the one who seemed to be the security captain said to the man who led the group, Brother Biao, please give me some face and let it go. After the security captain said this, all his men stopped immediately. It seems that this man is doing quite well. Because the security captain of this bar actually called him brother. At this time, he looked at me, then looked at Zhao Yingying and said, Okay, I'll give the boss here some face, but you punched me twice today, how do you think we should settle this account? At this time, Zhao Yingying had already approached me and helped me up from the ground. I looked at him and said with some dissatisfaction, I punched you twice, but how many times did you hit me just now? This is also considered a quibble, right? But you bullied my friend first, and you harassed her first, so how does this count? When I said this, Brother Biao was obviously extremely angry. After hearing it, he immediately walked over and slapped me hard on the face. At this time, Zhao Yingying immediately stopped in front of me and said, Hey, why are you hitting people? What else do you want? After hearing what Zhao Yingying said and standing up to protect me, Brother Biao immediately started laughing wickedly. He scanned Zhao Yingying's body with lustful eyes, as if he wanted to swallow such a stunning beauty like Zhao Yingying in one bite. Suddenly, another woman's voice came over, Hey, what do you want to do? Why are so many people bullying a woman? After I heard this voice, I turned around and found that Su Yuqing had heard the noise and was walking over. It was obvious that she didn't see me at all at first glance because I was blocked by Zhao Yingying behind her. Su Yuqing's appearance immediately made Brother Biao even more excited. He laughed and said, Oh, there's another beauty here, har, that's great, how about this? That guy just punched me twice, how about you two beauties accompany me tonight, and let this matter go, what do you think? When he finished speaking, he had a very arrogant expression on his face. After hearing what he said, I immediately stood up and said in displeasure, Are you dreaming? After hearing what I said, Brother Biao naturally felt ashamed, because even the security guards in the bar had to respect him. I didn't take him seriously at all when I spoke, so he was naturally angry and said, Boy, I think you don't want to leave here alive tonight, right? I sneered and said, I'm leaving here now. I don't want to talk nonsense with people like you. After saying that, I was ready to hold Zhao Yingying and Su Yuqing's hands and leave. Before they could react, I grabbed their arms and prepared to leave. However, I had just taken a step. I thought we could just leave while there were more people around. But unexpectedly, I heard a scream, and Su Yuqing was actually grabbed by that Brother Biao. All I heard was Su Yuqing saying, What are you doing? Let me go. At this time, Brother Biao held Su Yuqing's arm tightly with one hand, and then looking at Su Yuqing's expression, she seemed to be in some pain. After seeing this, I felt very painful in my heart. At this time, I looked at Brother Biao and said, What do you want? What's the point of catching a woman? After I said this, so many people were looking at Brother Biao and felt that he was indeed not a manly person by doing this. Therefore, he let go of Su Yuqing's arm with some embarrassment and said, You are awesome, that's fine. After he finished speaking, he waved to his men, who immediately came over and punched me hard in the chest. I immediately climbed down in pain, feeling a sharp pain in my stomach. At this time, Brother Biao came over and looked at me and said, Boy, are you feeling better now? Chapter 16 You're a brave guy. I raised my head and looked at Brother Biao coldly and said, What do you want me to do in exchange for letting them go? After I finished speaking, I looked at Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying. At this moment, the two women were almost scared to tears, their eyes were full of worry and fear. He looked at me and said, Okay, kid, you're brave. Let's settle our accounts now, shall we? You just punched me twice, how do you think we should settle it? I looked at him and said, How do you want to settle this? You've already had your men punch and kick me so many times. He sneered, You still want to bargain with me? I continued to say coldly, Okay, I'll stay, but these two have nothing to do with this matter, so let them go first. He nodded coldly and said, Okay, you are a brave guy, I like it. After he finished speaking, he walked to the bar next to him, picked up an empty bottle and said, If you dare to smash this bottle on my head, I will let you go tonight. How about that? To be honest, I was shocked when I heard this request. Damn, does this brother Biao want to beat me to death? But with so many people watching, I must not lose my dignity as a man. For Zhao Yingying and Su Yuqing, I could only nod and say, well, okay, fine, I hope you can keep your word. At this time, I looked at Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying and said, you two should go back quickly, hurry up, don't worry about me. But at this time, the two of them seemed to be scared silly. They ignored me and just looked at me with worried and frightened expressions. There was no intention of leaving at all. At this time, Zhao Yingying said, no, your head will be smashed. At this time, I looked at Su Yuqing again. Although she didn't say a word, I could see from her eyes that she cared about me and was concerned about me. So at this moment I thought, if I did this, it would be worth it, so I turned around and snatched the bottle from Brother Biao's hand, and then smashed it hard on my head. Bang! After a crisp sound, the empty wine bottle hit my head directly, and blood immediately flowed from my forehead. Everyone at the scene was stunned. I even heard Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying screaming. But I think if I can rescue them tonight, it will be worth it. Who knows, I might be able to win Su Yuqing's heart in the future. It was obvious that Brother Biao was shocked by my smash, and the security guards were also surprised. Brother Biao shook his head in disappointment, feeling helpless. Because he never thought that I would actually dare to smash the bottle directly on my head. At this time, I looked at Brother Biao and said, can I go now? After saying that, Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying came over and supported me, ready to take me away and send me to the hospital. I even heard Su Yuqing's caring words in the first sentence, let's go to the hospital. But just as we took a step, we heard Brother Biao's voice again from behind. He said coldly, wait. When we heard this voice, we were very surprised. I looked back and said, what else do you want? Brother Biao felt very unhappy at this time and said, I just promised you that I can let you go now, but I didn't say to let those two women go. You are despicable, are you still a man? I said angrily. Brother Biao sneered and said, har har, I'm not a man. I'll show you if I'm a man later. After Brother Biao finished speaking, he waved his hand, and immediately several of his men came over, surrounded us, and then separated the three of us. At this time, Zhao Yingying and Su Yuqing were both shouting, hey, what else do you want? Why don't you keep your word? If you do this again, I'll call the police. After hearing this, Brother Biao burst into laughter and said, call the police? Do you think you can still call the police now? After Brother Biao finished speaking, he actually reached out and stroked Su Yuqing's face. It was obvious that at this moment, he preferred the gentle and pure Su Yuqing. After I saw it, I immediately yelled, let her go, let her go. At this time, Brother Biao became even more unbridled, smiling mischievously and saying, what if I don't let go? I just want to play now, what can you do to me? At this time, Su Yuqing was about to cry out of fear. At this time, the captain of the security team said to Brother Biao, Brother Biao, this isn't a good idea, is it? I think we should just forget it. Look, there are more and more guests watching. I saw that Brother Biao said fiercely. Damn it, shut up. It was obvious that after meeting me tonight, he felt that he didn't have as much prestige as before, so he had to vent at this moment. At this time, when Brother Biao reached out to continue teasing Su Yuqing, suddenly, we heard the voice of another person. Biao, let them go. Suddenly, after a voice like this was heard from the crowd, everyone's eyes turned to the direction where their voice came from. I looked over and felt that those two people looked so familiar. When I looked more closely, I was shocked. How could it be Lin Jing and Lu Jun? At this time, Lin Jing was holding Lu Jun's arm and walking towards us. When Brother Biao saw Lu Jun coming, he immediately asked his men to release the three of us. Brother Biao immediately said with a smile, Boss Lu, why are you here? Lu Jun said with a cold face, they are my friends, just let them go. When Brother Biao heard this, he immediately nodded and said, okay, I'll let it go right away. Sorry, Mr. Lu. After Brother Biao finished speaking, he pretended to make an apology gesture to me, then left with his men. At this time, Lu Jun looked at me and said, Yarn Yarn, are you okay? Let's go to the hospital. At this time, I looked at Lin Jing and found that Lin Jing didn't dare to look at me. I saw guilt and panic in her eyes, but Lin Jing's eyes stayed directly on Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying's faces. Because she could never have imagined that I would bring two such stunning beauties to accompany me out to play at the same time, so she seemed particularly shocked. Chapter 17. Women's hearts change quickly. When the two of them walked past me, Lin Jing couldn't help but say, "Congratulations. You found your soulmate so quickly." I don't know why, but when I heard Lin Jing's words, I felt a very uncomfortable feeling in my heart. In an instant, the scene half a year ago when I discovered Lin Jing and Lu Jun having an affair in the office came back to my mind, making me feel extremely angry. And just now, Lu Jun actually pretended to care about me. This man stole my woman, and now he is pretending to care about me. What does it mean? Is it a provocation? Sooner or later, I will teach you a lesson and ride on your heads. After I cursed them in my heart as a pair of dogs and bitches, Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying immediately came over and said with concern, "Yarn Yarn, let's go to the hospital right away. Your head is still bleeding." After leaving the bar, the two of them hailed a taxi and took me to the hospital. After the wound was bandaged in the hospital, Zhao Yingying looked at me and said, "Yarn Yarn, are you okay now? How about I take you home first?" At this time, I looked at Su Yuqing and found that she seemed to have really drunk too much before. I knew that she was the one who needed care the most now. So I said awkwardly, "No, I'll take a taxi back by myself, and you guys should be careful when you go back." After I got in the car, I found Su Yuqing squatting next to me and starting to vomit violently. It seemed that she drank a lot of alcohol tonight. The next day when I went to work, not long after I started work, Fatty Lee called me aside and started pointing fingers at me. To be honest, when I heard what he said, I felt very upset, because he always had the habit of asking if I had a problem with my brain, because he was always dissatisfied with me because of the smallest things. In fact, I also understood. First, I was new here and didn't dare to offend him. Second, I was close to Su Yuqing, and Su Yuqing happened to be the object of his secret crush. Third, in order to establish his authority in the department, I naturally became his punching bag. Even though he scolds me so frequently, I can only endure it for the time being, because I know that if I quarrel with him now, I will definitely suffer the consequences. So when he was scolding me, I pretended not to hear anything, and then said respectfully, "Okay, I got it, Manager Lee." After Fatty Lee left, I cursed fiercely in my heart. "Damn it, you fat guy, one day I will become your leader and step on you under my feet. When the time comes, I will serve you tea and water. I don't believe I won't torture you to death." When I was about to get off work at noon, I suddenly found that there was an extra person at the office door. That person was none other than Su Yuqing. When I looked up and saw her, I was immediately ecstatic, but my smile quickly froze. Because when I saw her, I found that the look in her eyes when she looked at me was unusually cold. Damn, what is going on? I just saw her waving at me, motioning me to come over. It was obvious that she was coming to find me, and it definitely didn't look like anything good was going to happen. So I followed him to the aisle next to me with some trepidation. I saw her walking in front and I followed behind, as if I was a child who had done something wrong. I originally wanted to say a few words, but when I saw Su Yuqing's cold expression, I didn't dare to speak, for fear that I would say something wrong and have the opposite effect. After reaching the end of the corridor, Su Yuqing suddenly turned around, looked at me with murderous eyes and said, "Yarn Yarn, let me ask you, what on earth did you say to that Wangbo yesterday?" When Su Yuqing suddenly said this to me in such a questioning tone, I realized that something was wrong. At this moment, I couldn't help but think of the nonsense I said last night just to satisfy my desire to talk to Wangbo. I kept saying that Su Yuqing was my girlfriend and that I had slept with her, but those were just words spoken in anger at the time. Could it be that Su Yuqing knew all this from Wangbo? But at this point, it was obvious that I couldn't admit it, because I pretended to know nothing and said, "Yesterday." I didn't say anything nonsense to him. Su Yuqing seemed to know everything. She immediately said coldly, "Don't pretend. If you dare to say it, why don't you dare to admit it? Didn't you tell Wangbo yesterday that I was your girlfriend? And you said we slept together? Did you say that?" Being asked like this by Su Yuqing, I suddenly became speechless. I did say something a little too much yesterday, so I was naturally embarrassed to say anything at this moment, and my expression seemed particularly awkward. Su Yuqing said as if she wanted to eat me, "Speak. Why don't you speak? Aren't you usually quite talkative?" After hearing what Su Yuqing said, I really didn't know what to say. I hesitated for a long time, and just when I wanted to say something like sorry, Su Yuqing spoke first, and said fiercely, "Yarn Yarn, how can you be so shameless? You still say I'm your girlfriend. Why don't you look in the mirror? Don't think you'll be willing to marry me just because you saved me in the bar. You're so self-indulgent. Do you think I really have a crush on you? You're really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. When I heard Su Yuqing swearing these words in succession, I was shocked. I felt like a dagger suddenly stabbed into my chest. At that moment, my head was buzzing. How could Su Yuqing say that to me? Did I save her twice in vain? Why do you say that to me? At that moment, as a man, my only dignity was trampled upon. I felt really aggrieved. My heart was broken at this moment, and I actually wanted to say something back. But at this moment, I really didn't want to say anything. I suddenly remembered what my ex-girlfriend said to Lu Jun. I know my family is poor and I'm just a poor loser. It's true that I can't marry a rich lady like Su Yuqing, I admit that, but do I have to endure such ridicule just because I'm poor? Su Yuqing saw that I was so angry that I didn't say anything. Then she said coldly, "Don't be so self-indulgent when you have nothing to do in the future, okay? I'm not interested in you." After Su Yuqing said this, she walked away with a cold and arrogant look. At this time, I was still standing there, feeling very uncomfortable and aggrieved. How could this woman change so quickly? In the next 2 days, Su Yuqing did not come to work. I heard from my colleagues that she took leave because of illness. This made me very strange. She was sick just like that. Originally, I didn't want to pay attention to her or ask about her, but I overheard these things when my colleagues said them carelessly. Chapter 18. If you dare to play tricks on me, I'm done. Of course, during this time, I heard a piece of news that surprised me a little. It was the day before yesterday afternoon, the day when Su Yuqing scolded me. Someone said that Su Yuqing's boyfriend came to see her, and then the two had a big fight downstairs of the company. The two quarreled and finally Su Yuqing left crying. Then he didn't come to work for 2 days, and the reason was that he was sick. Thinking of this, I quickly thought of Wang Bo. It seemed that Wang Bo must have said something to Su Yuqing again, and then Su Yuqing got angry at me. My guess is that Wang Bo must have questioned Su Yuqing about the relationship between me and Su Yuqing. Wang Bo must have really thought that I was Su Yuqing's boyfriend, and as a result, the two of them had a big fight. Although I thought so, since Su Yuqing scolded me like that 2 days ago, I can't continue to pester Su Yuqing shamelessly, right? Forget it, since she doesn't want to see me, I'd better stay away from her. It's impossible for us to be together anyway because Su Yuqing likes women. Originally, I was thinking that Su Yuqing and I would keep our distance from each other and just treat each other as ordinary colleagues. But when Su Yuqing came to work on the 3rd day, when I saw her extension phone ringing, I couldn't help but eavesdrop. I picked up the extension line and heard Su Yuqing saying, "Hello, is this Mr. Huang? I'm Xiaosu." After Mr. Huang heard this, I thought he would be very angry, but what I didn't expect was that he actually laughed on the other end of the phone. He still had a lewd smile on his face and said, "Hello, Xiaosu. I haven't seen you for a few days. How are you?" It was obvious that he did not take what happened that day to heart. Perhaps it also meant that Mr. Huang was really too fond of women. He felt a huge attraction when he heard Su Yuqing's voice, so he could not resist it. Su Yuqing said awkwardly, "Mr. Huang, I'm really sorry about what happened last time. I want to talk to you alone about the contract today, okay? Let's talk alone today." After hearing this, Mr. Huang immediately laughed on the other end of the phone, because when he heard Su Yuqing take the initiative to ask him to meet alone, it was obvious that he started to have wild thoughts. Su Yuqing seemed a little nervous and embarrassed and said, "Yes, Mr. Huang, are you free today?" Su Yuqing seemed obviously nervous and embarrassed when she spoke, because I could even hear her rapid breathing on the phone. Mr. Huang laughed and said, "Well, okay, where is that place? You won't play tricks on me again tonight, will you? Have you thought about the request I made last time?" When Su Yuqing heard this, she paused on the phone and said, "Well, I've made up my mind. As long as you help me negotiate the contract today, I'll agree to any conditions you give me." After hearing this, Mr. Huang said excitedly on the other end of the phone, "Well, okay, then I'll wait for you at the Red Sun Hotel at 7 o'clock tonight." Su Yuqing seemed a little emotional and said, "Well, okay, Mr. Huang, don't worry, I will definitely be there." Mr. Huang still said excitedly, "Well, okay, then we'll see you tonight." After Mr. Huang hung up the phone, Su Yuqing hadn't hung up yet. I only heard him breathing heavily on the other end. It seemed that Su Yuqing was in a very nervous and complicated mood. After all, she really didn't want such a situation to happen, because the actual situation tonight was that Su Yuqing needed to sacrifice her body in exchange for Mr. Huang's contract. Of course, this is definitely not what she wants, but for the sake of the contract, what else can she do? After Su Yuqing hung up the phone helplessly, I also hung up the extension here. I don't know why, but when I overheard their phone call, I felt uncomfortable. We had agreed that after Su Yuqing scolded me like that a few days ago, I would just keep my distance from her and decided not to bother with her annoying things anymore. But, I still couldn't help but want to take care of her affairs. In the afternoon, unexpectedly, Mr. Huang took the initiative to call Su Yuqing, and then said with a grin, "Xiaosu, I've already booked a room. It's room 8088. Remember to be on time." Su Yuqing smiled awkwardly and agreed. When I heard this call, I was completely confused. What should I do? Should I help or not? But thinking of the expression and cold words Su Yuqing had when she scolded me 2 days ago, I secretly cursed in my heart. "You've said that to me, how can I still be so shameless to you? If you get slept with, bullied, or scolded by someone, it's none of my business." Thinking about the words she scolded me that day, I decided not to care about her matter anymore. But when it was almost time to get off work, the scene of Su Yuqing being bullied by that bastard Mr. Huang on the bed flashed involuntarily in my mind. When I thought of Su Yuqing's innocent face, I felt very uncomfortable. I originally said that I would no longer care about Su Yuqing's affairs, but I also promised to help Su Yuqing get the contract done no matter what. After all, it was my unexpected appearance that ruined their signing last time. I think if it weren't for that time, I wouldn't have been involved in such a big trouble. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but follow Su Yuqing after get off work. When it was almost time to get off work, I arrived outside the company in advance and waited for Su Yuqing. This time, Su Yuqing didn't drive her car out, but directly hailed a taxi and went out. After that, I also stopped a taxi and followed Su Yuqing. After arriving at the Red Sun Hotel, I saw Su Yuqing go directly into the hotel lobby, and then under the guidance of the hotel staff, she went into the elevator. After watching her go in, I tidied my clothes and followed her in. After I saw the elevator Su Yuqing was riding stopped on the 8th floor, I started to become extremely nervous. Although I was a little scared at the time, I still rushed up. I know that the last time I was able to escape from Mr. Huang's hands with Su Yuqing was pure luck, but I don't know about this time. To be honest, at this time I hadn't thought about how to save Su Yuqing, but I didn't have any more time to think about how to save her at this time, because Su Yuqing had already gone in. Chapter 19 Another Purpose. After I entered the elevator and arrived at the 8th floor, I looked at the corridor. Fortunately, I didn't see any bodyguards or anything like that, so I quickly walked towards room 8088. After I walked over and saw the room number clearly, I became extremely nervous because I had no idea what was going on inside. I was afraid, what if it was not what I imagined? If that happens, Su Yuqing will be really cruel to me, and she will definitely complain to their manager. In that case, I might be fired directly from the company. So at this time, I could only eavesdrop on the conversation through the door. I put my ear to the door and listened for a while. I found that there seemed to be no unusual movement inside. I only heard Mr. Huang saying, "Xiaosu, come, sit down quickly. What do you want to eat? How about we eat something first?" Before Su Yuqing could say anything, Mr. Huang probably called the waiter over. At this time, I clearly saw a staff member walking over. I was so scared that I quickly hid at the door of another room. After the staff came in, they gently closed the door, but did not close it tightly. So, I hesitated for a moment, opened the door and slipped in. After I walked in while squatting on the ground, I found that Su Yuqing and Mr. Huang were sitting at the dining table in the middle of the room and talking. At this time, the waiter had his back to me, and I took the opportunity to go into the bathroom next to the door. Soon they ordered their food, and then Mr. Huang said with a naughty smile, "Xiaosu, how about we have a drink together? How about that?" When Mr. Huang said this, Su Yuqing was naturally embarrassed to refuse, so she could only nod in cooperation. After a while, after ordering the dishes and drinks, the waiter left. At this time, Mr. Huang started to tease Su Yuqing in a disgusting way again. I don't know why, but when I heard what Mr. Huang said and heard the look in his eyes, I felt that Mr. Huang seemed to want to swallow Su Yuqing in one gulp. Looking at him, his saliva was about to flow out, and his eyes kept scanning Su Yuqing's key parts. At this time, Su Yuqing, who was sitting next to him, obviously felt very embarrassed and could only smile awkwardly. Then she stayed there with Mr. Huang and smiled, while Mr. Huang touched Su Yuqing's little hand from time to time, which made Su Yuqing even more embarrassed and nervous, with her face red. After a while, the dishes they ordered were served, and Mr. Huang said to Su Yuqing with a smile, "Come, let me fill your glass of wine." At this time, Su Yuqing was naturally embarrassed to say anything, and soon Mr. Huang began to pour Su Yuqing wine. After a while, Mr. Huang tricked her into drinking 3 cups in a row. After 3 cups, Su Yuqing's face was obviously red. After Su Yuqing drank too much, Mr. Huang's true colors began to slowly reveal themselves. At this time, Mr. Huang said with a smile, "Come, Xiaosu, sit over here, I'll help you look at the contract first." When Su Yuqing heard about the contract, she immediately smiled, then quickly took out the contract that she had prepared for a long time from her file bag and handed it to Mr. Huang. At this time, Su Yuqing had already sat down in full accordance with Mr. Huang's request. At this time, Su Yuqing and Mr. Huang were very close to each other. Mr. Huang deliberately stood close to Su Yuqing, pointing and talking while looking at the contract, and his arms kept touching Su Yuqing's body. As soon as you see his wretched look, you can tell that Mr. Huang is only thinking about taking advantage of Su Yuqing at this moment. But Su Yuqing naturally couldn't refuse at this time. When the contract was almost discussed, Mr. Huang said with a smile, "Xiaosu, how about we dance first? Can you dance with me?" Before Su Yuqing could answer, Mr. Huang stood up first and extended a hand directly towards Su Yuqing. When Su Yuqing saw Mr. Huang's big hand full of evil, she was too embarrassed to refuse. I could only cooperate with Mr. Huang by extending a hand, and then jumped up there with Mr. Huang. When Mr. Huang saw Su Yuqing coming over to dance with him so cooperatively, a very happy smile appeared on his face. He held Su Yuqing's little hand with one hand, and put the other hand on Su Yuqing's shoulder, and the two of them slowly began to dance there. Mr. Huang seemed to be a very romantic person. When he clapped his hands, flashing neon lights appeared in the room, and then beautiful music slowly started to play. It seemed that Mr. Huang had made careful preparations for a long time. After a while, I saw Mr. Huang's hand slowly becoming dishonest. I saw his hand slowly stroking Su Yuqing's shoulder towards her waist. When Mr. Huang's hand was about to take the next step, Su Yuqing couldn't help but tremble all over. It was obvious that she wanted to refuse, but now she found that she had no way to refuse. She could only let Mr. Huang take advantage of him awkwardly. After this continued for a while, Mr. Huang actually leaned his head on Su Yuqing's shoulder and deliberately put his face against Su Yuqing's face, which made Su Yuqing feel very embarrassed. After a while, I actually saw Mr. Huang's hand directly touching Su Yuqing's indescribable place. When he touched her this time, Su Yuqing felt as if she had received an electric shock. She instinctively pushed Mr. Huang away, but Mr. Huang immediately said in an unhappy tone, "Xiaosu, what are you doing?" When Mr. Huang looked at Su Yuqing with such an unhappy and angry look, Su Yuqing was obviously a little scared again. It was obvious that she was very unwilling to be taken advantage of by the beast Mr. Huang. To be honest, when I saw this, I really wanted to rush over and beat Mr. Huang up. But I can't do that now, because since Su Yuqing is willing, what can I say? But after they danced like this for a while, Su Yuqing's face was obviously made red by Mr. Huang, because Mr. Huang's hands kept rubbing on Su Yuqing's body. Suddenly, Mr. Huang's hand. Chapter 20 Being Threatened. Su Yuqing felt that she had been taken advantage of a lot and was emotionally very resistant. After they jumped off the building like this for a while, Mr. Huang smiled and said to Su Yuqing, "Come on, let's go have another drink." At this time, Mr. Huang specially poured a glass of 2 kinds of mixed drinks for Su Yuqing. One bad effect of mixing the drinks like this is that it is easy to make people drunk, and the after effect is particularly strong. Su Yuqing took a look and drank it in one gulp, then she forced a smile and said to Mr. Huang, "Mr. Huang, I'm almost exhausted. How about we sign the contract first and then drink slowly, okay?" After Mr. Huang heard this, he immediately smiled unhappily and said, "Xiaosu, don't be anxious. Let's drink and have fun first, and don't talk about the contract yet, okay? When you have fun with me, I will sign it naturally, so don't worry." After hearing what Mr. Huang said, Su Yuqing was naturally embarrassed to say anything else, because she was worried that if she pushed Mr. Huang too hard, he might get angry and leave. This would not only make him take advantage of so many things for nothing, but would also result in a complete loss. Therefore, Su Yuqing could only continue to play with Mr. Huang here. After a while, Su Yuqing found that her head was really starting to feel dizzy and she could hardly stand. However, Mr. Huang still forced Su Yuqing to the center of the room and jumped there. At this time, Su Yuqing couldn't help but put her head directly on Mr. Huang's body, and Mr. Huang's hands began to dance wildly on Su Yuqing's body unscrupulously. After a while, Mr. Huang pretended to be concerned and asked, "Xiaosu, how are you? Are you feeling dizzy? How about we go over there and take a rest?" At this time, Su Yuqing said nothing, but just gently buried her head on Mr. Huang's shoulder. After a while, seeing that Su Yuqing didn't say anything, Mr. Huang smiled wickedly, put one hand on Su Yuqing's slender waist, held her other arm with the other hand, and helped Su Yuqing directly to the sofa next to them. After Mr. Huang slowly put Su Yuqing down, he straightened Su Yuqing's body, put Su Yuqing's entire body on it, and even took the initiative to help her take off her high heels. To be honest, when I saw that scene, my heart was beating fast because of Su Yuqing's charm after drinking. But when I saw Mr. Huang standing next to her, I felt really uncomfortable. I felt like this was a fresh flower stuck in cow dung, which made me feel extremely uncomfortable. At this time, Mr. Huang began to really show his true nature. He slowly squatted down and asked with pretended concern, "Xiaosu, how are you?" But Su Yuqing seemed to be really drunk. After seeing this, Mr. Huang showed an extremely happy smile on his face. After a while, Mr. Huang couldn't help but stretched out a hand to Su Yuqing's shirt. Seeing this, I felt very upset. "Mr. Huang, you are a despicable and shameless villain. Please let Su Yuqing go." But at this time, I could only curse Mr. Huang in my heart. Suddenly, just when Mr. Huang was about to do something bad. At that moment, I couldn't bear it anymore. I couldn't stand Su Yuqing being abused by a beast like Mr. Huang, so I immediately rushed out and yelled, "Damn it, beast, let her go." When Mr. Huang was happily preparing to go to sleep, he was obviously frightened by my sudden yelling at him, because he never thought that there was a third person in the room at this time. When he saw me, he became so angry that he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Who are you? Why are you in this room?" While cursing, he started to pull up his pants with his hands. But he seemed to recognize me quickly, and then said angrily, "Damn, you're the bad boy again. Why are you so annoying? You always ruin my good things." I said angrily, "Let her go quickly, or I will call the police." "Call the police? Har har, do you know that I have booked this place? Do you still have time to call the police?" After Mr. Huang finished speaking, he took out his cell phone without me noticing. I just saw him press a button on his mobile phone, and after a while, I heard a lot of footsteps outside. It seemed that a lot of people came. At this point, I thought I had to ask the police for help. I could only call them to rescue us first, otherwise we would definitely die a miserable death. But as soon as I took out my cell phone, one of their men rushed over and kicked it away from me. Before I could react, I was kicked again, and I was knocked to the ground with 2 kicks. At this time, Mr. Huang said angrily and arrogantly, "You little brat, you dare to ruin my good deeds again. It was your luck that I let you escape from the bar last time. I don't think you will be so lucky tonight." After Mr. Huang finished speaking, he waved his hand at his men, and immediately 5 or 6 of them rushed over and started punching and kicking me. I suddenly felt a pain all over my body, and they beat me without caring about my life or death. Those few hits almost suffocated me. At this time, Su Yuqing seemed to have recovered a little from the alcohol. She slowly walked down from the sofa and said, stop hitting me, Mr. Huang, I'll give in to you in everything." After Mr. Huang heard this, he immediately laughed and waved his hand. His men immediately let me go and looked at me and said, "Boy, hurry up and leave. If it weren't for Xiaosu's sake, I would have beaten you to death today." I slowly endured the pain in my body and stood up. After I stood up, I looked at Su Yuqing and found that her eyes were filled with surprise and worry. I know that Su Yuqing actually still cares about me. From her eyes just now, I saw the same caring look she had when she rescued me from the rain last time, and I felt that warmth. When I thought about that day, I said to myself, no, I must take Su Yuqing away today. I absolutely cannot let a beast like Mr. Huang defile her. So I said coldly, I won't leave. If I leave, I must take Xiaosu with me. Chapter 21 Domineering. As soon as I said this, Mr. Huang's face suddenly turned gloomy, the smile just now disappeared instantly, and he became very angry. He immediately said unhappily, "Boy, I think you want to die today, don't you?" At this time, Su Yuqing also said to me, Yarn Yarn, please leave now. Don't bother me. What are you doing here? Why do you like to meddle in other people's business so much? Please leave now. I don't want to see you at all. Please leave now. But I don't know why, the more Suyuching said this, the more I didn't want to leave. I said, I won't leave. I won't leave. If you want to leave, let's leave together. After I said this, Mr. Huang became very unhappy. He slowly walked up to me, punched me and said, Boy, you're really good, you're really brave. At this time, I looked at Mr. Huang and said, Mr. Huang, please let us go. Mr. Huang burst into laughter and said, Well, you are really brave. You are beaten like this, but you still think about Xiaosu. I want to ask you, what is your relationship with Xiaosu? As far as I know, you are not Xiaosu's boyfriend. Why do you care about her so much? When Mr. Huang said this, I couldn't help but look at Suyuching, and found that tears were almost coming out of Suyuching's eyes. It was because I saw the tears in Suyuching's eyes that I felt that I could not let her stay and get hurt. So I said, Mr. Huang, what do you want to do to make us better? After hearing this, Mr. Huang immediately punched me hard again, knocking me down. At this moment, blood was flowing from the corner of my mouth where he hit me, and I clearly saw the pain and concern in Suyuching's eyes. She was a little afraid to look directly at me. Mr. Huang looked at me, then looked at Suyuching and said, Well, you are good, I think you are man, you have guts, but you haven't settled the score for ruining my good deeds last time. Let's do it together today. As long as you leave one hand here today, I will let Suyuching go. What do you think? As soon as I heard this request, I immediately became nervous. My head was buzzing with thoughts. Is Mr. Huang kidding me? He actually wants to cripple my hand. After Suyuching heard this request, she also said loudly, No, Yarn Yarn, just go away and don't worry about me. Besides, you don't owe me anything, why are you helping me like this? I said, No, I'm going to save you today, even if I die here. After hearing what I said, Suyuching was so scared that she almost cried. After hearing this, Mr. Huang felt very embarrassed and thought that I was such a brave man that even he found it incredible. At this time, I looked at Suyuching and said, Suyuching, please go away quickly. I don't want to see you crying here. Go away quickly. After I finished speaking, Mr. Huang waved his men, and one of them directly grabbed Suyuching's arm and pushed her out. It was obvious that Mr. Huang didn't want Suyuching to see such a tragic scene. After Suyuching was driven outside by them, I looked at Mr. Huang coldly and said, Mr. Huang, how do you want to punish me now? Mr. Huang looked at me and said, Boy, didn't I just tell you? If you want to leave, leave one hand behind. If you want to die, you will die here today. When I heard this, my mind went blank. Oh my God, am I really going to die here today? I looked at the table over there and found a few empty wine bottles on it. I walked over, picked up one of them and smashed it on my head, then said, Boss Huang, is this okay? After I finished smashing it, I looked at myself while asking Mr. Huang, and found that blood was already flowing from my forehead. However, Mr. Huang still smiled faintly, and of course seemed particularly proud as he said, No, and made a negative gesture. After I saw it, I took another bottle and smashed it on my head again, saying, Boss Huang, is this okay? To be honest, when the second wine bottle hit my head again, I felt like I was about to faint. I felt like my brains were about to explode, and I felt a little black in front of my eyes. Obviously, my appearance frightened Mr. Huang's men. One of the guys with dyed yellow hair walked up to Mr. Huang's ear and said worriedly, Mr. Huang, if this continues, someone will die. However, Mr. Huang stopped him with his hand, and his subordinate stopped talking. It was obvious that Mr. Huang didn't really want to let me go at this time. Damn, do you really want to kill me? I don't know if I was crazy or I was not afraid of death at all at this moment. I actually picked up the third wine bottle and prepared to hit it on my head. Maybe my head really hurt, so I didn't rush to take action this time. At this time, I also saw that Mr. Huang's men were all staring at me. At this time, they all opened their eyes wide. Of course, I guess they were more admiring and envious of me for not being afraid of death. I looked at them and then at Mr. Huang. It was obvious that he still had no intention of letting me go, so I picked up the bottle and prepared to smash it on my head. To be honest, at this moment, I was a little scared. I might be really dead if I was hit like that. At this moment, suddenly, a deep female voice came, "Stop, who dares to cause trouble on my territory?" After hearing this voice, I immediately stopped what I was doing. At this time, Mr. Huang and his men all looked over at me. I saw a woman dressed in a very feminine style walking towards me. She looked to be in her 30s and was very elegant and domineering. She reached out her hand and a bunch of hotel security guards, all wearing black suits, came in, looked at me, then looked at Mr. Huang and said, "Hey, Mr. Huang, it turns out you are such a rare guest." Mr. Huang seemed to know this woman. He immediately smiled and said, "Hey, what brought our beautiful lady, Boss Xie, here?" I looked over there and found that Su Yuqing was also following behind them. It seemed that these people were called by Su Yuqing. Boss Xie smiled and said, "Hey, Mr. Huang, are you trying to kill someone on my territory? Look at this little brother's head, there's so much blood coming out, how can you really want to kill someone?" Chapter 22. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. After hearing what Boss Xie said, Mr. Huang immediately showed an awkward smile on his face and said, "Boss Xie, what are you talking about? I'm just teaching my men a lesson, just for fun. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble on your land." After listening to me, Boss Xie looked at me and asked, "Are you really one of Mr. Huang's subordinates?" I took a closer look at Boss Xie and discovered that this beautiful lady boss seemed to be a very important person. So I said, "I'm not his subordinate. I just came to save my friend, that's why I was caught by them." After hearing this, Boss Xie said, "Oh, so that's how it is. Handsome boy, what's your name?" I said, "My name is Yarn Yarn." After listening to it, it turned to Mr. Huang and said, "Boss Huang, please give me Xie a favor today and let this guy go. I see blood is coming out of his head, and I don't want anything unlucky to happen on my territory." After hearing what Boss Xie said, Mr. Huang naturally felt a little embarrassed. He said, "Boss Xie, it's not that I don't give you face, but this guy has ruined my good deeds time and time again. If I don't teach him a lesson today, how can I survive in this society in the future?" After hearing this, Boss Xie sneered and said, "So, Mr. Huang doesn't even want to give face to me, Xie?" After Boss Xie finished speaking, he clapped his hands lightly, and immediately more than a dozen people in black suits came in from outside, looking quite domineering. After taking a look, Mr. Huang found that the people on his side were obviously at a disadvantage at the moment. If he insisted on competing with Boss Xie today, he would probably suffer a lot of losses. So he said angrily, "Okay, Boss Xie, then I, Huang, will give you a favor today, let's go." After Mr. Huang finished speaking, he waved to his men and left with them. Mr. Huang obviously felt very unhappy when he left, but there was nothing he could do at this time. After Mr. Huang left, Su Yuqing immediately rushed over and said to me, "Yarn Yarn, how are you? Shall I take you to the hospital?" Before I could say anything, I suddenly felt a darkness in front of my eyes, and all of a sudden I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I found myself lying in the hospital, with my head wrapped in gauze. Su Yuqing was sitting next to me, looking at me with great concern. Not far away, I saw Zhao Yingying at a glance, and Su Yuqing's eyes seemed a little red. I don't know if it was because she was worried about me or because she was scared by the scene just now. All I could hear was Zhao Yingying persuading him, "Yuqing, don't worry, this kid is very lucky, he won't die." Hearing this, I couldn't help but ask, "Who is saying bad things about me?" After hearing what I said, they both said in surprise, "Yarn Yarn, are you awake?" At this time, I saw that Su Yuqing was obviously much more excited than Zhao Yingying. Zhao Yingying smiled and patted Su Yuqing on the shoulder and said, "Yuqing, you see, I told you, this kid is lucky and won't die." When Su Yuqing saw that I woke up, she showed a very happy smile on her face, but her eyes were still red. I looked at her and said, "I'm fine, don't worry." When Su Yuqing saw that I woke up, she actually touched my face and said, "By the way, are you hungry? How about I go buy you some midnight snack?" I smiled and said, "Oh, no, I'm not hungry anymore. By the way, was it the boss with that surname who saved me today? Because when I woke up, I didn't have a particularly deep impression of what happened before, but I vaguely felt that a beautiful boss named Xie saved me." Su Yuqing nodded and said, "Yes, I went to find her after I went out. I wanted to find their security guard, but their boss happened to be there, so Boss Xie took people over directly." After Su Yuqing said this, her voice began to choke up. She paused for a while and then said, "Yarn Yarn, why are you so stupid? Do you really think you can save us like that? You have really offended Mr. Huang now. Our future cooperation with them, are. When Su Yuqing said this, she couldn't help but reveal her thoughts, which was that it seemed impossible to continue the contract with Mr. Huang, but Su Yuqing had promised their manager Pang that it would be done within a week. It might have been done tonight, but after what I did, it seems like I have completely ruined everything. I thought about it, and to comfort Su Yuqing, I said, "Don't worry, Yuqing, I will definitely help you. I will definitely get Mr. Huang to sign a contract with us." When I suddenly called Su Yuqing Yuqing without realizing it, my heart skipped a beat, and Su Yuqing seemed to feel something strange as well. As a result, her face became obviously red, and she was a little afraid to look at me at this time, but she also said to comfort me, "Oh, forget it, the worst that can happen is just quit." When I heard Su Yuqingshu say this, my heart sank. Damn, I just met you and got close to you, and you said you wanted to resign. Now that such a beautiful female colleague like you is gone, won't my work be even more boring in the future? Fatty Lee has always been sarcastic and cold to me and suppresses me every day. If Su Yuqing leaves like this, my only hope of staying in the company will be shattered. So I immediately blurted out, "Su Yuqing, don't resign, don't worry, I will definitely help you get this contract." "Just you?" "Oh, forget it, I think it's better to save your energy." Su Yuqing obviously had no hope in me. She simply didn't believe that I could complete such a task. At this time, I could only bite the bullet and say, "Don't worry, Su Yuqing, I will definitely complete this task." Su Yuqing smiled faintly, "Are you really that confident?" "Oh, I can't tell." In order to save my own situation, I said, "If we can't reach an agreement on Mr. Huang's contract, I will definitely find you a contract that is similar to Mr. Huang's to make up for it. Is that okay with you?" Su Yuqing smiled coldly and said, "Okay, but there are only 4 days left. Can you create a miracle for me in these 4 days?" Hearing Su Yuqing say this, I perked up and said, "Okay, if I help you complete it, how will you repay me?" Chapter 23: A Surprise. Seeing me speak so confidently, Su Yuqing smiled and said, "Okay, if you really finish it, I will give you a surprise, what do you think?" When I saw Su Yuqing smiling so brightly, I felt so happy. Could the surprise she mentioned be that she would agree to be my girlfriend? Or stay with me for a night? When I thought of this, I became extremely excited. No matter what, with a beauty like Su Yuqing as motivation, I must give it a try. Maybe I can get Su Yuqing, hee hee. The next day, after the drip, the doctor prescribed some anti-inflammatory drugs for me, and I was discharged from the hospital. Then I started to fight. Because the wound on my head had not yet healed completely, I still went to work with gauze wrapped around my head. When Fatty Lee saw me going to work with gauze wrapped around my neck, I thought he would admire me, but when he saw me, he got angry and said, Yarn Yarn, did you go to pick up that girl again and get beaten up by her boyfriend? Aren't you afraid of ruining the company's image by coming to work when you're in this state?" After hearing what Fatty Lee said, I could only say helplessly, "Manager Lee, I am doing this for work. How can this damage the company's image?" While saying this, I was silently cursing this Fatty Lee's ancestors for 18 generations in my heart. After Fatty Lee finished laughing, he smiled and left. It was obvious that he would feel much more comfortable if he could put on his leadership posture in front of me every day. But I was too lazy to pay attention to him at this moment. I knew that as long as I did my job well, I would have my day to shine. By then, I would definitely put Fatty Lee under my feet. Let's see how I would deal with him. After I got to work, I started thinking about how to deal with Mr. Huang. After thinking about it for a long time, a plan slowly came up in my mind, so I prepared myself, spent some money to buy gifts, and prepared to visit Mr. Huang first. Of course, this is the first step of my plan. But first it will cost me several $100s, which does hurt me a bit. But when I think about the fact that I can just ask Su Yuqing to reimburse me, I feel more at ease. That afternoon, I went directly to Mr. Huang's company. Mr. Huang's company is not very big, but it is not small either, and the overall scale is also okay. However, under the leadership of Mr. Huang, it seems difficult for the company to achieve any good results. When I arrived at their company, the clerk at the door immediately stopped me and asked, "Hello, sir, who are you looking for?" I smiled and said, "Hello, I'm from Shanghai Technology Company, Limited. My last name is Yan, and I'm here to discuss the contract with Mr. Huang." After hearing this, the clerk smiled and said, "Mr. Yan, please wait a moment." I will inform our CEO Huang first. I took a look and found that this clerk was quite pretty with a good figure. However, it is not difficult to imagine that for a lecher like Mr. Huang, how could he recruit an ugly employee? It was obvious that when Mr. Huang heard that I wanted to see him, he was very surprised. Especially when he heard that someone from Shanghai Technology wanted to see him, he seemed even more surprised, but soon, Mr. Huang agreed. After a while, I followed the clerk into the office. When Mr. Huang's office door was opened, I saw Mr. Huang sitting in the boss chair, drinking tea leisurely. When he saw it was me, his eyes widened. He was very surprised and said, "So it's you, kid? You're really brave. You actually dared to come to our company to find me. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. You don't know your place, do you?" After Mr. Huang finished speaking, he was probably about to call the security guard to come in. At this time, I hurried forward and said with a guilty look, Mr. Huang, please don't do that. I am really sorry about what happened last time. Didn't I come here today to apologize to you?" After hearing my polite words, Mr. Huang was stunned for a moment, then looked at me and said, "Are you here specifically to apologize to me?" I nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Huang, this is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." After I finished speaking, I directly brought the gifts I had bought in advance to Mr. Huang, of course, which included the tea that Mr. Huang liked to drink. I know that Mr. Huang has some taste. I found out twice that in addition to drinking, he also likes to taste tea. When he saw me put the gift on his desk and then spoke to him so politely, his attitude changed slightly. Then he asked curiously, "You came here to apologize to me, but you ruined my relationship with Xiaosu twice. How do you want to settle this account? How are you going to make it up to me?" When I heard Mr. Huang say this, I immediately laughed and said, "Mr. Huang, please don't be impatient. Just listen to me slowly. I know I was wrong the first 2 times and shouldn't have ruined your good fortune, but I had no choice. I had no choice." "What do you mean by that? She's not your girlfriend. Why are you trying so hard to protect her?" Mr. Huang obviously didn't understand what I did. I thought about it and said with a smile, "Mr. Huang, this is the case. Xiaosu has some physical illnesses and is prone to emotional outbursts. If an outburst occurs, he may want to hit his head against a wall or jump off a building. If Xiaosu's illness occurs and our Shanghai company has not signed a contract with your company, and we are beaten by Xiaosu or Xiaosu jumps off a building and hits his head against a wall, wouldn't that be bad for both companies?" After Mr. Huang heard what I said, he said half doubtfully, "Is Xiaosu sick?" I nodded immediately and said, "Well, yes, but her disease usually doesn't flare up. But she will go crazy when she is provoked, such as when she is bullied. So, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble for both companies, I can introduce a new salesperson to you. I guarantee that you will be satisfied." "A new salesperson? What's his name?" It seems that Mr. Huang is very familiar with the female employees in our company's business department. I said directly, "That person is Zhao Yingying. Her figure is even hotter than Su Yuqing, and more importantly, she is more open-minded and has more avant-garde ideas, so it will be more convenient and easier to talk about it." As I said this, I took out my cell phone and showed the photo of Zhao Yingying that I had secretly taken last time to Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang took only one look at Zhao Yingying's photo, and immediately his eyes sparkled and he seemed to be drooling. Chapter 24 Hateful Mr. Huang. While Mr. Huang was carefully admiring the photo of Zhao Yingying, I secretly installed a bug that I had prepared in advance into the groove under his desk. Originally I wanted to install a camera, but it was too difficult, so I could only install a button micro-eavesdropping device so that I could monitor Mr. Huang at any time. After secretly installing it, I pretended to approach Mr. Huang and said, "Boss Huang, how is it? The company has asked me to discuss this contract with you alone. When the time comes to sign the contract, I will bring Zhao Yingying to meet you first. What do you think?" Mr. Huang was obviously very satisfied with Zhao Yingying. He stroked his chin and said with a smile, "Well, okay, Xiao Yan, then you should go and make the arrangements right away, because Xiaosu's matter has put me in a bad mood these past 2 days." I smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Huang, I'll go back first. I'll make arrangements for you when I get back, okay?" Mr. Huang nodded with satisfaction, and then I turned around and slowly walked out of Mr. Huang's office. I walked out of the office and just as I helped him close the door, I saw a female employee wearing a black high-waisted skirt walk in. When she walked, she took big steps and twisted her limbs a lot, but more importantly, her curvy figure was very hot. She was wearing a low-cut top in front, revealing a deep cleavage, which looked extremely seductive. Although her face was not particularly pretty, her figure was definitely top-notch. When I came out, she smiled at me. When I passed by her, I smelled a strong scent of perfume, which made me feel a little uncomfortable. However, seeing her upright breasts almost made me bleed from the nose. When I saw that female employee walk into Mr. Huang's office, I cursed in my heart. Damn, such a hot girl, why doesn't she come to work for me? If I were their leader, I would definitely let them stay around me all day long instead of serving a middle-aged fat man like Mr. Huang with a big belly and a bloated body. When I think about so many beautiful women being ruined by old men like Mr. Huang, I can't explain the painful feeling in my heart. After going downstairs, I immediately turned on the bug through the wireless remote control, then put on headphones, and soon I heard the sound coming from Mr. Huang's office. I only heard the woman say, "Boss Zhao, here I come." After Mr. Zhao heard this, he immediately smiled mischievously and said, "Hey, Chen Chen is here, come over and have a chat with me." After a while, the sound of high heels was heard, and then Chen Chen said seductively, "Oh, Mr. Huang, you are so mean. You pinched me and it hurt." All I heard was Mr. Huang smiling mischievously and saying, "Come on, Chen Chen, it's okay, come, sit on my lap." I didn't hear what happened afterwards, but after a while, I heard Chen Chen say, Mr. Huang, please don't do this. It's not good to do this in your office." Mr. Huang seemed to be aroused at this moment, so he said excitedly, it's okay, Chen Chen, this is my office now, don't worry, no one will come in." But Chen Chen seemed a little reluctant and said, "Mr. Huang, this is not a good idea, right? How about we check in at the hotel tonight and I'll wait for you? I'll be busy later." Mr. Huang seemed very anxious after hearing this, and he quickly pushed Chen Chen down on his desk. After a while, when Mr. Huang was probably unbuttoning his pants, someone's cell phone suddenly rang. The sound immediately made Mr. Huang distracted. He cursed, "Who the hell calls me at this time? You're ruining my business." But after a while, he couldn't curse anymore. He slammed shush and said, "Don't make a sound." Then I heard the sound of his footsteps. After a few steps, he said, "Hey, my dear wife, are you calling me at this time because you miss me?" I only heard the woman on the other end of the phone saying, "Honey, I've made lotus root and pork rib soup at home tonight. Come back early for dinner and don't go to work overtime or attend meetings again." Mr. Huang listened and said respectfully, "Well, okay, wife, don't worry." After hanging up the phone, the beautiful girl named Chen Chen smiled and said, "Mr. Huang, your wife called you. Does that mean your date tonight is going to be cancelled?" Mr. Huang cursed and said, "Oh, yes, I don't know what medicine that woman has taken recently. She has been very strict with me. I don't even have a little freedom. Oh, I have to go home after get off work tonight." Chen Chen laughed and said, "It's okay, Mr. Huang, let's do it next time. Please sign this document for me first." But it seemed that Ms. Huang couldn't help herself at this moment, and she probably still forced Chen Chen down. After a while, I heard the desk creaking. I guess it was Mr. Huang moving very hard, and Chen Chen was screaming very loudly. Damn, she was so slutty. After listening to this recording, I was very happy because I discovered one of Mr. Huang's biggest weaknesses, which is that he is very afraid of his wife. I didn't expect that such a big boss is actually afraid of his wife, and it seems that he is the kind that is dominated by his wife. Now I have a way to deal with him. When I got off work that night, I went to the carpet on the pedestrian street again and found a seller selling pinhole cameras there. The price was actually 2,000 yuan per camera, which was really too high. So the guy agreed to rent it to me for $100 a day. I thought about it and decided to rent it for 2 days. The next morning when I had nothing to do, I started to monitor what was happening in Mr. Huang's office. Sure enough, not long after the morning, Mr. Huang said to the female secretary named Chen Chen, "Chen Chen, my wife went to the harbor for a trip with her sisters today. She probably won't be back until tomorrow. Should we meet at the usual place in the evening?" After hearing this, Chen Chen smiled mischievously and said, "Mr. Huang, you promised to buy me a diamond necklace last time, but you haven't bought it for me yet. I've been in a bad mood these past few days." Mr. Huang laughed and said, "It's okay. I'll drive you to buy it after get off work tonight. How about that?" After hearing this, Qian Qian said happily, Really, Mr. Huang, then I love you so much, then I will definitely serve you comfortably tonight. Chapter 25 I have to admire him. Mr. Huang laughed and said, Well, okay, I will definitely come to see how I torture you to death, har har. After they hung up the phone, I couldn't help but curse them in my heart. It seemed that Mr. Huang was really a pervert. He actually had an affair with the female secretary of his own company. However, this female secretary is not a good person either. She and a boss like Mr. Huang are actually greedy for power and money and are materialistic. After hearing this important news, I was extremely excited. This brought me one step closer to my plan. However, before getting off work, when I was preparing to pack up and leave early, I ran into trouble again. Fatty Lee came to me again and asked me to work overtime. He deliberately assigned me some trivial tasks and refused to let me leave until I finished them. Damn, isn't he this ruining my business? I'm waiting to see Mr. Huang's show. Why are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Although I have a hard time, I don't dare to talk back to Fatty Lee at this time, so I can only deal with it first. But at this time, I called Su Yuqing directly and said on the phone, Su Yuqing, I need your help right now. I'm busy with your contract and looking for help everywhere, but our manager is deliberately making things difficult for me and won't let me leave. Can you help me with this? Su Yuqing was surprised when she heard this. How can I help you? Just talk to your manager yourself. I sighed and said, I've said it, but will our manager listen to me? Just say a few good words for him, it will definitely work. Su Yuqing also said with some disbelief, Really? I nodded and said, Yes, it will definitely work. Just give it a try. After that, I saw Su Yuqing coming over and walked into Fatty Lee's office with a smile. When Fatty Lee saw Su Yuqing coming in, a very lewd smile immediately appeared on his face. He smiled brightly, and then said with a smile, Hey, Xiao Su, what brings you to our department? Su Yuqing smiled and said, Manager Lee, I came to ask you for a favor, so please help me. Oh, it's a beauty like Xiao Su who wants my help. That's fine. What kind of help do you want? Just tell me. I will definitely help you if I can. Damn, Fatty Lee seems to be the same as Mr. Huang. When he sees a beautiful woman, his attitude is different. If he could speak to me with 1/10 of the gentleness he gives to Su Yuqing, I would be so happy that I would fight for our department even if it costs my life. But why does he have that attitude every time he sees me? Su Yuqing smiled slightly and said, Manager Lee, I have something that requires the cooperation of Yarn Yarn from your department. Do you think it would be possible to let him leave work early later? Fatty Lee had an excited smile on his face, but when he heard my name, his expression changed immediately. However, Su Yuqing quickly said to him with a very gentle look, Manager Lee, please help me. As Su Yuqing spoke, she deliberately tugged at Fatty Lee's clothes. Fatty Lee was immediately succumbed to Su Yuqing's gentle action, and smiled again and said, Well, okay, I'll promise you. Su Yuqing immediately said excitedly after hearing this, Thank you, Manager Lee. At this time, Fatty Lee did not forget to show off in front of Su Yuqing and me. He came out and said to me, Yarn Yarn, Xiaosu said that he needs your help with something. So you don't have to work overtime tonight. Just do the things I just told you to do when you go to work tomorrow, okay? I immediately nodded and said, Yes, manager. After that, I followed Su Yuqing out of the office of our department. At this time, Fatty Lee still had a very sweet smile on his face. It seemed that Fatty Lee was really interested in Su Yuqing. No wonder he now regarded me as a thorn in his side. When we came out of the office, I made a victory gesture to Su Yuqing. After Su Yuqing saw me, she smiled slightly and made a cheering gesture to me. To be honest, when I saw these, I was so happy that I thought I must complete today's task well. After arriving downstairs of the company, I hailed a taxi and rushed towards Mr. Huang's company. After arriving downstairs of Mr. Huang's company, I looked at the time and it was almost 6 o'clock. At this time, I didn't know whether I should go up to find him, but when I turned on the bug, I found that there was no sound in the office at all. It seemed that Mr. Huang had already left work. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but sigh heavily. Damn, wouldn't that Fatty Lee ruin this critical moment? If I had come earlier, I would definitely not have encountered this incident. However, God helps those who work hard. Just when I was at a loss, I suddenly saw a black Mercedes-Benz driving past the front of the company. I took a look and saw that the man in the car was Mr. Huang, and the woman sitting next to him seemed to be his secretary Chen Qian. When I saw Mr. Huang appear, I was so excited that I immediately ran in the direction where he was driving. When I got there, Mr. Huang's car had already driven onto the building. So I quickly stopped a taxi and followed him. But luckily we caught up, otherwise I would have been very depressed today. After the car had been driving for about 10 minutes, I saw Mr. Huang's car actually entered the highway directly. Damn, where does Mr. Huang want to take Chen Qian? At this time, I couldn't estimate so much, so I could only let my taxi follow Mr. Huang's car. After about half an hour, the car slowly stopped. When it stopped, I realized that we had arrived in the next city. Thinking of this, I not only began to admire Mr. Huang, but also felt that he was afraid of his wife. If he had stayed in the previous city, he might have been seen by acquaintances, but after coming here, no one would definitely find out. In this way, they can pretend to be a couple and go in and out of public places openly. Mr. Huang is really smart. I have to admire him. After the car drove for more than 10 minutes, we saw Mr. Huang's car stopped at a large shopping mall, and then Mr. Huang swaggered into a jewelry store with Chen Qian. And Chen Qian obviously understood Mr. Huang's thoughts very well. She actually took Mr. Huang's arm directly, which seemed very ambiguous. When she took the initiative to take Mr. Huang's hand and then leaned her body tightly against Mr. Huang's body, Mr. Huang's face immediately revealed an extremely happy and ambiguous expression, and he suddenly felt that his face was extremely radiant. Chapter 26, Catch Mr. Huang's Handle. Especially when he brought Chen Qian into the jewelry store and all the staff bent down and said, "Welcome," to them, Mr. Huang felt very honored and he couldn't stop smiling. But at this time, I could only quietly watch their every move from outside through the floor-to-ceiling glass. Then, when they weren't paying attention, I took out my cell phone and secretly took 2 intimate photos of Mr. Huang and Chen Qian together. After a while, Mr. Huang came out holding Chen Qian's hand, but this time Chen Qian was wearing a diamond necklace on her neck, which looked quite beautiful and matched Chen Qian's hot body very well. When they came out of there, everyone saw them off with smiles on their faces, which made Mr. Huang and Chen Qian look particularly proud, especially Chen Qian. She laughed even more excitedly and couldn't help but kiss Mr. Huang on the face, making Mr. Huang look like he was about to pass out with happiness. After buying the things, Mr. Huang took Chen Qian to a nearby Western restaurant to eat. Originally, I also wanted to go in and follow them while eating. But when I got to the door, I looked at the menu at the door. Damn, it was such a rip-off. Just ordering noodles or something would cost over 200 yuan. I took a look and decided to hold back. So while the two of them went inside to eat Western food, I ran to their McDonald's next door and bought a hamburger and fries combo and started eating there. At this time, I was eating and waiting beside Mr. Huang's car, because I knew that they would definitely drive to a so-called hotel later. Sure enough, after I ate at McDonald's and continued to wait there for about half an hour, I finally saw Mr. Huang and Chen Qian walking out hand in hand. When they came out, both of them had very happy looks on their faces. At this time, Chen Qian actually took off her coat and only wore a very tight base shirt underneath, exposing her hot body directly in front of Mr. Huang. Then the two of them looked very sweet and walked towards Mr. Huang's car hand in hand very intimately. After they entered the car, I don't know if Mr. Huang suddenly felt hungry or something, he actually took the initiative to hug Chen Qian tightly in the car and kissed her fiercely. Perhaps Mr. Huang would never have imagined in his dreams that I would madly follow him from another city to this city. At this time, I was hiding in the dark and observing him carefully. I wanted to record his entire itinerary with the female secretary. Seeing their crazy and ambiguous behavior in the car, I couldn't help but take out my cell phone and take a picture with the camera. Although it was not very clear, the general outline of Mr. Huang could still be seen clearly. After taking this photo, when saving it, I thought about it and decided that it would be better for me to upload the photo to the cloud space and then delete it. This way, if my phone is lost or something else happens, the photo can still be downloaded from the cloud space. So, after I uploaded the photos to the cloud space, I immediately deleted all the photos in my phone, and then I continued to pay attention to Mr. Huang and his every move. After they were intimate in the car for a while, Mr. Huang started the car and began to drive slowly. At this time, I quickly stopped a taxi again and continued to follow Mr. Huang's car. After driving for about 10 minutes, Mr. Huang's car arrived at a seemingly remote place, but when the car went in, I saw a large leisure villa-like club. You can't tell its prosperity from a distance, but when you arrive at the gate, you can feel that it is very prosperous, high-end and classy. After Mr. Huang and his friends got out of the car, Chen Chen took Mr. Huang's arm and walked in from the main gate. When they entered, the two security guards at the gate seemed to know Mr. Huang and said in unison, "Hello, Mr. Huang." Mr. Huang nodded and smiled at them, then walked inside with Chen Chen. At this time, after I got out of the car, I also rushed out and walked over there in a swagger. To be honest, I still felt guilty at that moment. After all, such a high-end club seemed to have very high consumption. However, for Su Yuqing's contract worth hundreds of thousands, I was still ready to go in. But when I just walked to the door, one of the security guards in a suit immediately stood up and blocked my way. "Hello, sir, please show me your membership card." I smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I don't have a membership here, but my friend is inside, and he invited me to come and play together." The security guard smiled and said, "Excuse me, could you please call your friend to pick you up?" I said somewhat unhappily, "But my friend is busy inside now, how can he come out to pick me up?" The security guard still said in a friendly manner, "Excuse me, sir, this is our rule. If you don't have a membership card and no member friend brings you in, you can't enter our club because it's not open to the public." When he said this, I was immediately embarrassed, but he still said in a friendly manner, "Sir, please call your friend and ask him to pick you up." In order to save my own face, I could only pretend and say, "Well, okay, I'll make a phone call first. You guys are in trouble here." The security guard continued, "I'm sorry, sir," and made an apologetic gesture. Just as I turned around and was about to think of a way to get in, I suddenly heard someone calling me softly, "Yarn yarn." I turned my head and saw a very elegant and sexy young woman looking at me. I took a look and thought, I seem to have seen this woman somewhere before. But for a moment I couldn't remember it, but I had definitely seen this face there. She looked at me with a slight smile and said, "You are Yarn Yarn, right? I am Mr. Xie from the Red Sun Hotel, do you remember?" Her smile and charming gesture immediately made me remember that it was this woman. She came to my rescue 2 days ago. I didn't expect that we would meet here. But, is this scene a bit too awkward? I smiled awkwardly and said, "Oh, Boss Xie, it's you. My apologies." She smiled faintly and said, "My name is Xie Hongyu, you can call me Sister Hong from now on." "Oh, by the way, why are you here?" I looked very embarrassed and said, "I heard from a friend that this place is fun, so I wanted to go in and take a look, but they said that you must have a membership card or be brought in by a friend." To be honest, I felt very guilty when I said this, but I couldn't say that I came to this place just to follow Mr. Huang, right? Chapter 27, a shocking scene. After hearing what I said, Xie Hongyu said with a smile, "Oh, is that so, Xiao Yan? Come on, I'll take you into play." After Xie Hongyu finished speaking, she took me inside. When we entered, the two security guards obviously knew Xie Hongyu, so they said very respectfully, "Sister Hong, welcome, please come in." But at this time Sister Hong paused deliberately, then looked at the two of them and said, "The one behind is my little brother, can he come in now?" After hearing what Sister Hong said, the two security guards naturally felt a little embarrassed. They bowed and said, "Well, of course, of course." At this time, I walked in with my head held high. The two security guards immediately made way for me and bowed to welcome me, showing great respect. After seeing this, I walked in with a satisfied smile. After following Sister Hong in, you know what, as soon as I entered the hall, I was deeply attracted by the magnificent decoration inside. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary club. But only when you enter, you will know what luxury and splendor mean. There is also a small artificial waterfall on the walls on both sides, which looks very special. When I enter the hall, just the colorful headlights above my head make me feel extremely luxurious and awesome. After entering, there were changing rooms for men and women. Before entering, each person was given a bracelet with an induction key and number. After getting the number plate, Sister Hong said to me with a smile, "Xiao Yan, let's meet in the lounge later." I smiled and nodded and said, "Yes, okay, Sister Hong." After that, I went into the changing room. After entering, I immediately felt a different service. In addition to a very warm welcome, there was also someone to change my clothes. It was indeed a different feeling. After that, I went to take a shower. There were various pools for guests to rest. However, I didn't come here just to enjoy myself. I came to follow Mr. Huang. After I finished taking a shower, I started wandering around. I wanted to see where Mr. Huang was. Sure enough, after searching for a while, I suddenly found Mr. Huang taking a bath in the hot spring pool, looking particularly comfortable. After I saw it, in order to prevent him from recognizing me, I took a bath towel and covered myself directly, hiding half of my face, and then secretly watched his every move. After a while, Mr. Huang was probably almost done with soaking, so he got up and put on the club's special clothes, then walked out of the changing room and headed towards the lounge outside. At this time, I quickly changed my clothes and followed Mr. Huang out. After arriving at the lobby, I found that Chen Chen seemed to have been sitting in the rest corner of the lobby waiting for Mr. Huang. Therefore, as soon as Mr. Huang came out from there, Chen Chen waved to him from a distance, and Mr. Huang was led over by the staff. At this moment, I originally wanted to follow Mr. Huang directly, but I suddenly remembered that Sister Hong wanted me to wait for her, which made me feel a little embarrassed, so I had to stand there and wait. At this time, a staff member came forward and asked, "Hello, is this Mr. Yang? Sister Hong is waiting for you over there." When I heard that, I said, "Oh," and followed the staff member to the other side. After I got there, I found that Sister Hong was already lying on a sofa chair and starting to rest. She was also applying a facial mask. It seemed that she really knew how to enjoy herself. After I passed by, I smiled and said, "Sister Hong." Sister Hong smiled and said, "Xiao Yan, why don't you sit next to me and rest? Take a look at the services here. You can have a girl massage your feet and shoulders first. When you're done resting, we can go into the room." I picked up the bill and took a look. Damn, the price is really high. Just a foot massage costs hundreds of yuan. I was immediately scared. Sister Hong seemed to see what I was thinking and said, "Xiao Yan, if you want to do that, just tell them directly. I'll take care of it all." After Sister Hong finished speaking, she gave me a mischievous smile. Although she was wearing a facial mask at the time, her eyes were particularly penetrating. After I saw them, I immediately felt an impulse in my body. After that, I called a young girl to come and massage my feet, but at that time I didn't pay too much attention to it. Because I have been paying close attention to Mr. Huang's situation, and because the purpose of my coming here is to follow him. After massaging my feet for about half an hour, I suddenly saw Mr. Huang and Chen Chen both stood up from their lounge chairs, and then walked towards the guest room hand in hand. Seeing this, I quickly said to the Hongjie who was massaging my feet, "Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom." The technician said with a smile, "Sir, how about I take you there?" I cursed in my heart, "Damn it. You guys have to lead the way when the customers go to the restroom. Do I need your help to go to the restroom later?" But I still smiled and said, "Oh, no need. I can go by myself." After I got down from the sofa, I immediately walked towards Mr. Huang. I saw Mr. Huang taking Chen Chen to the VIP room, while I walked over there under the pretext of going to the restroom. The VIP rooms there are not locked. They just look like the rooms in ordinary leisure clubs. However, the management here is very strict and outsiders are generally not allowed to enter, so it is also very open. After I followed him over, I found that fortunately there was no one in the corridor, so I followed Mr. Huang to the room inside. When I got there, I heard some ambiguous sounds coming from Mr. Huang's room. I held my breath and walked slowly and quietly inside, afraid that my actions would disturb them. When I quietly walked to the door of the room, I looked inside through the glass window. I was so scared that my face turned red. Damn, they are such a pair of bastards. I saw two people moving there like crazy. After I saw it, I was extremely shocked. Damn, this was even more popular than the adult movies I watched. At this time, I couldn't care less. I picked up my phone and took several pictures in a row frantically. After taking them, I directly clicked to upload to the cloud space. After the uploading was completed, I deleted all the photos in my phone and then slowly walked out. Chapter 28: Meeting a Noble Person. But after I took a few steps, I ran into trouble. Two staff members wearing black suits and wearing headsets in their ears immediately appeared in front of me. When I saw them, I couldn't help but feel guilty, but at this time I had to make myself calmer. I pretended nothing happened and kept walking forward, but to be honest, my heart was still beating very fast at this moment, because I was not sure if they had discovered the secret filming I had just done. But soon, the two of them blocked my way and said, "Sir, I'm sorry, we don't allow taking photos here. We now suspect that you were secretly taking photos of our members just now. Now we have the right to check your phone." I pretended to be very angry and said, "What do you mean? I just went to the bathroom and came out. Why would I take pictures secretly? After saying that, I wanted to rush over like this, but soon the two of them blocked my way. It was obvious that if they didn't check my phone today, they would not let me leave easily. I continued to pretend to be angry and said, "If I give you my phone to check and you don't find any photos, what will you do?" The two of them smiled calmly and said, "I'm sorry, sir. We are just doing our routine work. We hope you can cooperate. If we find that the item is not found, we will apologize and give you a free service." I said, "Yeah, okay." After I finished speaking, I handed my phone directly to the two of them. After they took my phone and checked it carefully, they found that there were indeed no photos in my phone. The two of them looked at each other awkwardly, and then said to me awkwardly, "I'm sorry, sir." I pretended to be very angry and took back my phone, then said to him, "What? No. How are you going to compensate me now?" When I said this, the two staff members felt very depressed indeed. It was obvious that their suspicion was wrong. Maybe they all saw me taking secret photos of Mr. Huang just now, but they never thought that I had uploaded the photos to the cloud space and deleted them directly. One of them smiled awkwardly and said, "Excuse me, sir, this is also what we need for our work. If possible, we will give you a lobby service item for free. Is this okay with you?" After he said that, he handed me a free coupon. I took the coupon and left. When I returned to Sister Hong, I pretended to be angry and said, "Hey, why did those two security guards just now accuse me of taking secret photos here for no reason? I just went to the bathroom and took a look around, but they misunderstood me and insisted on checking my phone. It's so depressing." After hearing this, Sister Hong was also stunned for a moment, and said angrily, "Huh? Is there such a thing?" I nodded and said innocently, "Yeah, yes." Sister Hong looked at me and said, "Xiao Yan, don't be angry. Sister Hong will help you get justice." After Sister Hong finished speaking, she immediately said to the technician who was serving her at the time, "Please page your manager and tell him that Sister Hong is looking for him." After hearing this, the technician immediately said respectfully, "Okay, Sister Hong." After a while, their manager, a woman in her 30s who was dressed very elegantly, came over and said to Sister Hong in a respectful manner, "Hello, Sister Hong, how can I help you?" Sister Hong looked very unhappy and said, "Manager, what's wrong with your employees here? Why do you want to check my phone for no reason? Are you afraid that I might secretly take photos of your secrets?" After hearing what Sister Hong said, the manager immediately showed a very embarrassed smile on her face, but she also wanted to do her best to protect their system. She smiled and said, "I'm really sorry, Sister Hong, our two security guards did this for the company's confidentiality system. There may indeed be some misunderstandings." Sister Hong continued, "But your two security guards didn't find any secretly taken photos from my little brother's phone. How should I explain this now? You have to give my little brother an explanation, right?" After hearing what Sister Hong said, the manager did feel a little embarrassed. After all, she didn't dare to offend a big client like Sister Hong, so the manager immediately used the intercom to summon the two workers in black suits. When the two men in black suits came over and saw me, their faces immediately turned green. It was obvious that they felt they were in big trouble. At this time, the manager began to ask them a few questions. After asking, the manager walked up to me very embarrassedly and said, "Mr. Yan, I'm really sorry about what happened just now. It was indeed our fault. How about we waive all the fees for your consumption in the lobby this time?" After the manager finished speaking, he immediately signaled to the two staff members in black suits. The two immediately came over, made an apologetic gesture to me, and said to me, "Mr. Yan, I'm really sorry about what happened just now. I'm really sorry." At this moment, I saw the three of them standing in front of me, and then they bowed to me respectfully and apologized. To be honest, I felt really good at that time. I was thinking that if Fatty Lee ever talked to me like this, I would be very happy. But since they were all like this, I couldn't go too far. After all, I was actually the one who secretly took the photo of Mr. Huang. So I smiled and said, okay, that's enough. Just be careful next time I come." When I said this, the manager immediately said happily, "Well, okay, thank you so much, Mr. Yang." Then he looked at Sister Hong and said, "Sister Hong, I'm really sorry about what happened just now. We will leave first. I hope you have fun tonight." Thinking about how the three of them had just apologized to me so respectfully and how they had bowed and nodded when speaking to me, I really felt an incomparable sense of dignity, and that feeling in my heart was just so good. I know that although all of this is done with the help of Sister Hong's prestige, it can be seen that Sister Hong's status and voice here are indeed very important. I have to express even greater admiration for Sister Hong. Chapter 29. You must help me. After we finished the foot massage, Sister Hong took me to the VIP room. After entering, I found that it was a very large suite. It was very different from the room that Mr. Huang and his friends had just used for rest. This suite looked much more noble. After entering, Sister Hong asked me directly, "Xiao Yan, are you hungry? Shall we order something to eat?" After Sister Hong finished speaking, she threw a menu to me and then sat down on the sofa next to her. To be honest, I felt really comfortable when I sat on it. The entire supporting facilities were very complete, and I felt warm, comfortable, and relaxing. I couldn't help but curse in my heart, damn, rich people are just happy, the life of rich people is just happy, it's really so happy. I looked at the menu and found that the price was not low. Seeing that I had looked at it for a long time but didn't order anything, Sister Hong decided to make all the decisions herself. She ordered some barbecue and some pastries. After ordering, Sister Hong looked at me and said, "Xiao Yan, shall we have a drink too?" Drinking. I was surprised. Sister Hong smiled and said, "What's wrong? Can't you drink? Or will I take advantage of you if you get drunk?" After Sister Hong finished speaking, she looked at me with a very seductive and lethal look, which immediately gave me goosebumps all over my body. To be honest, although Sister Hong is in her early 30s, her skin is well maintained and her figure is very plump. She still looks very feminine. Therefore, when Sister Hong played such a joke on me at this time, I suddenly felt an impulse in my body, but I still suppressed it. After all, Sister Hong was very nice to me, and I couldn't have any improper thoughts about her, right? So I nodded and said, "Well, okay, then I'll drink with you." Sister Hong was very happy after hearing this, and then she looked at me with a mysterious smile, which made me feel very embarrassed. Not long after Sister Hong finished ordering, they started to bring the food. I didn't expect that Sister Hong actually ordered a lot of seafood products. It really opened my eyes. More importantly, there are only two of us here, and it feels quite special in such a big suite. At this time, I didn't think much about it. I felt that Sister Hong probably thought I was a good person and just wanted to be an ordinary friend with me, so I didn't think too much about it. So I happily stayed with Sister Hong, drinking wine and eating seafood with big gulps. When we were almost done eating, I found that my head was starting to feel a little dizzy. Sister Hong seemed to have drunk a little too much, and her face started to turn red. Then we both continued drinking like this. But after Sister Hong drank too much, I gradually realized that something was wrong with her. I found that Sister Hong actually took off her outer clothes. She was only wearing a black base shirt underneath. What made me even more tempted was that she was not wearing anything underneath the base shirt. After seeing this, my body began to feel a little impulsive. Sister Hong was wearing this and took the initiative to toast with me, which made me feel very embarrassed. I was so ashamed that I didn't dare to look at her. Sister Hong looked at me, smiled mischievously and said, "Xiao Yan, what's wrong? Do you think I'm ugly? Why don't you dare look at me?" After Sister Hong said this, I became even more embarrassed. I said awkwardly, "Sister Hong, no, I just think you are too beautiful now, so I dare not look at you." "Don't you dare look?" Sister Hong asked in surprise. I nodded and said, Yes, I'm afraid if I watch too much, I'll." When I said this, Sister Hong laughed and said, "What will happen if I watch too much?" Sister Hong was smiling very charmingly at this time, and then she took the initiative to walk to my side with a glass of wine and sat directly on me. At that moment, my blood boiled, my breathing became short, veins popped up on my face, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. Damn, isn't this actively seducing me? Or is it testing my willpower? Sister Hong slowly stretched out a small hand and touched my face. After a while, Sister Hong smiled mischievously and said, "Xiao Yan, do you think I'm beautiful?" As Sister Hong was talking, she kept teasing me. I admit that if the woman sitting in my arms at this moment was someone else, I would probably have sex with her directly. But the person sitting in my arms at this time was Sister Hong, a big boss who had helped me with a few small favors. I really had the desire but not the courage to do so. Just as Sister Hong was leaning on me and her hands were constantly stroking my lower abdomen, suddenly, my cell phone rang. I was startled when the phone rang. Sister Hong also felt a little embarrassed and touched her head, but her face was obviously redder. At this moment, I quickly stood up and took out my mobile phone. To my surprise, the call was from Su Yuqing. When I saw the three words, Su Yuqing, on the screen, my excitement suddenly subsided and I suddenly became sober. I immediately took a few steps to the corner and answered Su Yuqing's call. As soon as the call was connected, Su Yuqing said on the phone, "Hello, Yarn Yarn, what are you doing? Why did you take so long to answer my call?" I picked up the phone and said happily, "I was just having a midnight snack." "You called me so late at night, didn't you miss me?" I don't know if I'm a little drunk, but I actually took the initiative to make such a joke with Su Yuqing. After listening to it, Su Yuqing smiled and said on the other end of the phone, "Go to hell, I won't miss you. Hey, let me get down to business. You said you would help me deal with Mr. Huang. How is the matter going? There is only one day left, tomorrow." I smiled and said, "It's okay, don't worry, I will definitely help you with it tomorrow night." "Before tomorrow night? Are you really sure?" Su Yuqing obviously didn't believe what I said. I smiled and said, "Don't worry, but don't forget our agreement after it's done." After I said that, I chuckled on the other end of the phone. Su Yuqing listened and said on the other end of the phone, "Let's talk after you help me get things done." "Okay, then I won't bother you. You go to bed early." "I'm going to bed." I smiled and said good night to Su Yuqing before hanging up the phone. At this moment, I was thinking how I could force Mr. Huang to help us sign the contract tomorrow. When I have done what I promised Su Yuqing, will Su Yuqing marry me? Chapter 30. It feels like a dream. Thinking that a gorgeous lady like Su Yuqing was about to fall at my feet, I felt so happy. At this time, Sister Hong, who was sitting next to me and drinking, looked at me and said, "Xiao Yan, is your girlfriend's phone number?" Sister Hong's words immediately made me feel very embarrassed. I just smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Maybe this phone call ruined the wonderful atmosphere just now. Or maybe Sister Hong felt a little embarrassed seeing me like that just now, so Sister Hong smiled and said, "Okay, Xiao Yan, it's getting late, I'm going to go over there to sleep. Do you want me to find a technician to give you a full body massage?" When Sister Hong said this, I was immediately embarrassed. At this time, a very naughty smile appeared on her face. I smiled and said, "Oh, no need, Sister Hong, I should go to bed too. Good night." When I was about to say goodbye to Sister Hong, I simply fell asleep on the big bed in the back. To be honest, after lying on the big bed, I felt extremely comfortable. Plus, I had just drunk some wine, so I felt very comfortable sleeping at this time. After I lay down and slept for a while, someone knocked on the door again. I asked, "Who is it?" I only heard Sister Hong's sweet voice coming from outside the door. She asked, "Xiao Yan, are you asleep? I just made a cup of hot tea and brought it to you specially. Have a cup too." After Sister Hong finished speaking, she walked in directly with the cup of hot tea. However, what surprised me even more was that at this time, Sister Hong was only wearing a long bath towel, which only covered the sensitive parts of her body, which made me feel very embarrassed. Sister Hong saw that I was very shy. She smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you still a virgin? Have you never touched a woman?" I smiled awkwardly, then took the cup of hot tea from Sister Hong's hand and drank it in one gulp. Sister Hong saw that I finished the cup of hot tea. An extremely mysterious smile suddenly appeared on her face again, a smile that was difficult for me to understand. There was a kind of evil in her charm. After a while, I felt dizzy and I thought I had fallen asleep, but then I found that my whole body was burning hot and my desire was very strong. At this moment, I saw Sister Hong. No, it was Sister Hong. No, why did it look like Su Yuqing again? And Lin Jing? And why did it look like Zhao Yingying again? My vision was blurred, and I vaguely saw Sister Hong lying on me. I wanted to talk about the play or something, but before I could say anything, Sister Hong blocked my mouth and pressed me down. In a daze, I just followed Sister Hong. No, I didn't know which woman it was, and we made love like crazy 3 times. It felt great, but I was also very tired, and it lasted until morning. At 8 o'clock in the morning, I was awakened by the alarm clock. After waking up, I found that I was still lying on the same bed as last night. There was no woman around me, and I couldn't see Sister Hong. What happened last night seemed like a dream, but it felt so real. What happened to me? Was it a dream or reality? Or was I drugged by Sister Hong? At this point, I didn't have time to think too much. I got up and went straight to the men's locker room, changed into my own clothes, and went straight to the front desk. When I got to the front desk, they looked at my handcard and said very respectfully, "Mr. Yan, your bill has already been paid by Sister Hong." I smiled, said thank you and walked out. When I walked out the door, one of the security guards asked me, "Mr. Yan, do you need a taxi?" I nodded and said, "Yes, okay, thank you." Soon the security guard found a taxi for me, opened the door for me, escorted me to the car, and said goodbye to me. To be honest, I felt really happy to have such service. Damn, coming here for one night allowed me to experience what it feels like to be a rich person. It feels so good. When I was in the car, I vaguely felt some pain down there, probably because I had been too busy last night. I couldn't help but think of Sister Hong again. Could it be that Sister Hong really gave me a cup of medicine and then had sex with me? But why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Fortunately, there weren't many people on the highway that morning, and it only took 40 minutes to get to the building where our company was. When I entered the company and punched in, there was only 1 minute left before 9 o'clock in the working hour, so I punched in and went straight into the office of our department. But luckily I found that Fatty Lee was not standing at the door this time, otherwise, I would be dead again. Not long after I sat down, I suddenly saw Fatty Lee walking in from outside. I didn't expect that when Fatty Lee came in, he looked very smug and smiled very brightly. Damn, this state is a 180-degree turn from his usual sad face, which really surprised me. When I saw Fatty Lee like this, my colleague next to me immediately smiled and said to me, "Yan, you don't know, do you?" In the morning, Manager Pang and Su Yuqing from the sales department specifically asked Manager Lee to go over. He was like this after he came back. I guess they said a lot of good things about him. Just when I was wondering, Fatty Lee suddenly came out of his office, waved at me and said, Yan, come in." When I saw Fatty Lee's signature gesture to greet me, I immediately muttered to myself, "Damn, are you going to come over and give me a beating again?" I was ready to go in and get scolded by Fatty Lee, but after I went in, Fatty Lee's attitude took a 180-degree turn and he said, "Why are you still standing? Sit down." I still didn't dare to sit down, and I felt something was wrong, so I said, "Manager, what do you want to talk to me about?" Fatty Lee took a sip of water and smiled, saying, "Oh, you're really good. I heard that you've been helping Su Yuqing from the sales department run sales recently." I nodded and said, Yes, manager, I'm just helping people." Damn it, I thought Fatty Lee would be very happy when he heard that I took the initiative to help Su Yuqing, but this guy's attitude quickly changed 180 degrees. He immediately returned to his old self and started cursing. "You think you've become powerful just because you met two people outside, right? You think you've forgotten that you're from the IT department just because you helped Su Yuqing from the business department? Do you take me, a manager, seriously?" I was about to explain, "No, manager." Chapter 31, Revealing Mr. Huang's Secret. "Nothing? Do you think I'll be happy if you do this?" "To tell you the truth, Manager Pang from the sales department told me this morning that you were actively helping Su Yuqing with the order, and they praised you. I was very happy when I heard that, but do you take me seriously? Have you reported to me the work you have done? Do you still consider yourself a member of the IT department?" Fatty Lee started to curse angrily. I knew that if this guy caught me, he would keep scolding me. I didn't know what to say, so I couldn't help but say, "But we are from the same company." Who knew that after I said this, Fatty Lee became even angrier. We are a company, but they are the sales department. As an IT person, do you understand the business? Aren't you afraid of helping them mess things up? Even with your ugly appearance, you still want to do business. You should honestly work in IT for a few years. When I get promoted in the future, maybe I can promote you. I'll tell you one last time, just do your job honestly in the company. Otherwise, don't blame me for giving you a warning next time. I'll give face to Manager Pang and his men this time, but next time, I won't show mercy. Okay, get to work. I originally thought that Fatty Lee would praise me for helping others when he called me in, but damn, this guy is so stubborn and stupid, and his thinking is so backward. If I were the boss, I would have fired him a long time ago. What's so great about a department manager being so arrogant? When I get promoted, the first person I'll deal with will be you. I'll ask you to serve me tea, water, and polish my shoes every day. I want to see what you're capable of. After cursing Fatty Lee in my heart for a while, I returned to my seat. At this moment, I felt more and more that I must escape from this IT department if I had the chance. Fatty Lee is really not a good person. I don't know whether I owe him money or slept with his wife. He treats me as a punching bag all day long. After calming down for a while, I decided to help Suyuching finish the work first, and then talk about the subject changing department slowly. Maybe I can help Suyuching sign the contract with Mr. Huang this time. Next time, I can use this performance to directly switch to the sales department. Then, I won't have to endure the bullying of that Fatty Lee anymore. After returning to my seat, I first finished the work assigned to me by Fatty Lee, and then began to slowly think about Mr. Huang's affairs. I first logged into my cloud space using my computer, and then downloaded all the photos that I had taken while following Mr. Huang last night from the cloud space. I then quietly encrypted them and saved them in my private mailbox. Afterwards, I quietly turned on the bug, wanting to see what Mr. Huang, who had returned home so smartly last night, was doing at this moment. Sure enough, after the bug was turned on, I heard the conversation between Mr. Huang and that Qian Qian. I could only hear Qian Qian saying coquettishly, "Oh, Mr. Huang, you were too strong last night. You wanted me 4 or 5 times in one night. My legs are a little weak when I go to work today." Mr. Huang smiled and said, it's okay, I'll give you a little more bonus at the end of this month." Hearing what Mr. Huang said, Qian Qian immediately said happily, "Thank you, Mr. Huang, thank you, Mr. Huang." After hearing this, I suddenly felt that both Mr. Huang and Qian Qian were really strange people. One was lustful and the other was greedy for money, but my best was yet to come. When I got off work at noon, I specially sorted out Mr. Huang's photos, and then prepared a total of 4 photos of Mr. Huang. One was a sweet photo of Mr. Huang and Qian Qian holding hands as they walked in and out of the jewelry store, one was a picture of them having a crazy sex in his private car, and the other 2 were photos taken inside the club. After having these photos, I don't have to worry that Mr. Huang will not listen to me, because he is a typical henpecked husband. When I got off work at noon, I specially organized these photos and sent them to Mr. Huang's personal email address through a newly registered email address. After finishing all this, I called Mr. Huang's cell phone again, but I used a shared phone outside. Of course, I wouldn't let him know who I was easily, and I definitely couldn't let him know that I was following him. When Mr. Huang received my call, he obviously didn't think it was a threatening call, so he asked calmly, "Hello, who is this?" I deliberately lowered my voice and said, "Hello, Mr. Huang, I want to discuss a business deal with you now." "Negotiation of a business deal with me? What business?" Mr. Huang obviously still didn't understand what it was about. I continued calmly, "I heard that your company is negotiating a contract with Shanghai Technology Company recently, right? I just want to ask you, why have you been reluctant to sign the contract after agreeing for so long? Or do you have other plans?" After hearing this, Mr. Huang suddenly became uneasy. He asked nervously, "Who are you? How do you know so much? Are you from Shanghai Technology Company?" I smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Huang, please don't worry. First of all, let me make it clear that I am not from Shanghai Technology Company, but I have a friend who works at Shanghai Technology Company. I hope you can do me a favor and sign this contract. In fact, I also know that your company is very interested in Shanghai Technology Company. Are you threatening me? Why should I listen to you?" Mr. Huang was obviously very angry after hearing this. I continued to pretend to be calm and said, "Mr. Huang, please don't be angry. You can check your email first and call me later. I will only wait for you for 5 minutes. Please call me back in 5 minutes." After I finished speaking, I hung up the phone. At this time, a very happy smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. In fact, at this moment, I was still very scared. I was afraid that Mr. Huang wasn't afraid of these guys at all, so I just took a gamble. However, as I expected, less than a minute after I hung up the phone, Mr. Huang called me back, and he was very nervous, scared, and angry, saying, "Who are you? Who are you? How did you get these photos?" I continued to pretend to be very deep and calm and said, "I've already said that I'm a friend of an employee of Shanghai Technology Company. As for who it is, you might be able to guess it, but it's not important. What's important is that I happened to see you and your female secretary being so sweet together when I was on a business trip last night, so I took 2 photos. But as far as I know, Mr. Wang, you're also a family man. I don't think you would want your family to know about this, right? Chapter 32. Waiting for the show. Mr. Wang was so anxious and angry that he said on the other end of the phone, "Who are you? What do you want?" I smiled coldly and said, "Mr. Wang, didn't I make it very clear before? As long as you go and sign the contract with Su Yuqing today, everything will be fine. Think about it carefully. If the contract is not completed before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, then you can wait for these photos of yours to be sent to everyone's mailbox in your company." When Mr. Wang heard what I said, he panicked and said, "Okay, don't worry, I'll think about it carefully. After all, such a big contract is not something I can decide on my own." I sneered and said, "You are the boss of your company. I also know that everything will be done with just one word from you. Okay, remember the time, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Also, don't ask me who I am anymore, and don't mention this matter when you see Su Yuqing. You have to keep all of this confidential for me, understand?" After I said all this, I didn't even wait for Mr. Huang to say anything else and just hung up the phone. At this moment, I also took a deep breath. To be honest, I was really nervous just now. Now after hanging up the phone, I can only take a gamble and see if Mr. Huang is afraid that his wife will find out about this. When I was about to get off work in the afternoon, Su Yuqing was actually waiting for me there early. I saw that she looked very sad, and I guessed that she was worried about her contract again. After I walked over, she said with some disappointment, "Yarn, didn't you promise to help me get Mr. Huang's contract? Today is already the last day, but how come there is no news at all?" To be honest, I felt quite guilty at that moment, because I had no idea what would happen and I could only take a big gamble. But in order to give Su Yuqing confidence, I could only pretend to be very confident and said, "Don't worry, it will definitely work. I have found a reliable friend to contact Mr. Huang and others. It will definitely work before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." Su Yuqing sighed and said, "Tomorrow morning? I guess my manager will scold me tomorrow morning because I didn't do what I promised. Oh, it seems I really have to resign." After Su Yuqing finished speaking, she walked over there with a helpless look on her face. Looking at her somewhat disappointed background and decadent figure, I felt very uncomfortable at this moment. I didn't sleep well the whole night after I got home. I kept thinking about tomorrow's affairs. In order to complete the task smoothly before tomorrow morning, I must now make one last killer move, otherwise, there will be no hope. All this can prove is that Mr. Huang is really too cunning. It seems that he won't know how powerful he is unless we put some pressure on him. The next morning, I got up early. This time, I secretly went to the high-end residential area where Mr. Huang lived. Not long after I arrived in front of the residential area, I saw Mr. Huang driving out. He actually drove out with his wife, but it was not the right place to go. After that, I followed him directly. What I didn't expect was that he actually drove his wife to a high-end supermarket to shop. After his car stopped, I immediately used a public phone nearby to call Mr. Huang's cell phone. Mr. Huang was helping his wife with her bag, but when his cell phone rang, he immediately returned the bag to his wife awkwardly, then smiled awkwardly and took out his cell phone from his pocket. "Hello, who is this?" I looked at him and said calmly, "Mr. Huang, it's me. Don't forget about the contract." "What contract?" "I'm busy now. Let's talk about it when I get to work." It seemed that Mr. Huang had obviously forgotten what happened yesterday. So I continued to pretend to be calm and said, "Mr. Huang, you forgot so quickly. Are you going shopping with your wife now? Do you want your wife to see those photos too?" After hearing what I said, Mr. Huang was finally scared this time. He immediately lowered his voice and said, okay, I got it. I'll go now and sign the contract now, but you must do what you promised me." I smiled and said, "Well, don't worry. As long as you sign the contract, I will delete all these photos. I will pretend that I didn't see anything that happened that day. Don't worry." Mr. Huang nodded and said, "Well, okay, I hope you can do it, otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself." I smiled and said, "Boss Huang, you are serious. I believe you are an honest and trustworthy boss. Of course, I will also be as trustworthy as you. You don't have to worry about this." After hanging up the phone, Mr. Huang smiled awkwardly and walked to his wife's side and said, Honey, there is an urgent contract waiting for me to sign in my company. I can't accompany you today. How about I ask Xiao Wang from the company to pick you up later? After hearing this, his wife glared at him and said, well, that's enough. Go ahead and do your work. I'll take a taxi back later. Afterwards, I saw Mr. Huang driving his car directly to the company. Seeing Mr. Huang's panicked expression, I was so happy at that moment. At this time, I took a taxi and arrived at the company early, and started waiting there to watch the show. Sure enough, when it was 9 o'clock, Su Yuqing still did not show up at the company's door, and many employees had already opened their doors to go to work. Manager Pang from their department was waiting at the company's door at this time, muttering to himself, why hasn't Su Yuqing come yet? If the contract is not settled, how should I explain it to the boss? About 15 minutes later, I saw Su Yuqing walking over with a smile on her face. When their manager saw Su Yuqing, he didn't even ask a single question, but started scolding her. Xiaosu, why are you late for work today? Do you know what day it is today? Su Yuqing, who had been looking happy, suddenly became depressed after hearing Manager Pang's bad tone. But I am sure that Su Yuqing's contract must have been signed now. Su Yuqing said innocently, Manager, I know today is a very important day and it is the best deadline to hand in the contract, but I just had something important to do early this morning. Chapter 33, The Lethality to Men. Important things. Is there anything more important than signing a contract? You promised me a week before, and I also promised our boss a week, but it hasn't been completed yet. How should I tell my boss? Manager Pang was obviously about to explode with anger, so his attitude was obviously unfriendly when he spoke. Su Yuqing looked at their manager's angry expression, and she said calmly at this moment, Manager, why don't you go and ask me what important things I'm busy with so early in the morning? Before Su Yuqing could finish her words, Manager Pang continued to yell, what important things can you have so early in the morning? It's nothing more than shopping for vegetables and seeing which vegetables are cheap or which brand of clothes are on sale. When Manager Pang was halfway through his words, Su Yuqing handed a document in her file bag to Manager Pang and said, Manager, this is the contract with Mr. Huang's company, take a look. Huh? What? A contract? You got it done. Hearing about the contract, Manager Pang's face suddenly became sweeter than eating honey. Her expression changed really quickly, and she made a 180-degree turn in an instant. She excitedly took out the contract and took a look at it. After reading it, she actually screamed. Wow, you really did it, Xiaosu, you are so amazing, it's really great. When Manager Pang said this, he was so excited that he almost ate Su Yuqing. At the same time, he patted Su Yuqing's shoulder politely and said, Xiaosu, thank you so much. You have worked so hard recently. At this time, I pretended to have something to do and walked past the door of their department's office. When I walked past, I deliberately looked at Su Yuqing. When Su Yuqing saw me, a sweet smile immediately appeared on her face. At the same time, she stretched out a hand to me and gave me a thumbs up. When I saw Su Yuqing praising me on her own initiative, I felt so happy that I almost fainted. In the afternoon, when Su Yuqing had nothing to do, she came over with a slight smile and said, Yarn, thank you so much today. I didn't expect you to be so capable. You really did it. Seeing Su Yuqing's happy smile, I also smiled very happily at this time. Su Yuqing smiled and said, Hey, what method did your friend use? Mr. Huang called me early in the morning to tell me to go to their company to sign the contract. I felt like I was dreaming at the time. It was so incredible. I continued with a wicked smile on my face, right? You finally trust me this time, right? Now that I've helped you get this done, how are you going to thank me? Su Yuqing was also smiling from ear to ear at this time and said, Then I'll treat you to dinner tonight. What about after dinner? I still waited for Su Yuqing's answer with a naughty smile on my face. In fact, eating was not important. What was important was the show that Su Yuqing treated me to after dinner. Su Yuqing looked at me with a naughty smile and said, Let's talk about what happens after dinner. To be honest, when I saw Su Yuqing looking at me with such a smiling face, I felt particularly comfortable all over. I don't know why, but when I saw Su Yuqing's charming eyes, I felt extremely energetic. I smiled and said, Well, that's fine. Then where are we going to eat tonight? What time is it? Su Yuqing smiled and said, Well, I'll go back after get off work to take a shower and change clothes. Then you can wait for my call. Su Yuqing's words made me even more excited and moved. Damn, the goddess even went home to take a shower and change clothes just to have dinner with me. My goodness, I feel so happy just thinking about it. After Su Yuqing finished her instructions, she walked away with a smile on her face. Her steps were obviously much more confident than in the past few days. It was still the same curvy figure that I saw at the beginning, which made me feel excited again. If Su Yuqing treated me to dinner tonight, and then we had a drink, and then we both got drunk, thinking of this, I couldn't help but laugh in my heart. After I got off work, I quickly took a hot shower, changed my clothes, and sat at home waiting for Su Yuqing's call. Sure enough, not long after, Su Yuqing called me and said with a smile, "Come over quickly, let's have a small gathering at my house tonight." Home. I couldn't help but be surprised. Could Su Yuqing be so stingy? But soon I felt even happier. Damn, she wanted me to go to her house for dinner, which meant something different. Su Yuqing smiled and said, "Why? Are you not happy to come to my house for dinner?" I immediately said, No, it's great. Being able to taste the food you cook is a blessing I earned in my previous life. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Su Yuqing smiled and said, "That's more like it. Actually, this is just a small gathering. Maybe the department will hold a celebration banquet next time. I'll take you with me to have a big meal." I smiled and said, "Yeah, okay." After hanging up the phone, I hurried to Su Yuqing's house. I had been to her house once. It was in an upscale residential area called by High Garden. Although the house was not very big, it was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house that looked quite cozy. When I arrived at their house, to be honest, I don't know why I became a little nervous. My thoughts quickly went back to the first time I came here, when I was in such a miserable state and was still rescued by Su Yuqing. Thinking of this, I felt emotional again. After I rang the doorbell, I thought Su Yuqing would smile at me and come over to open the door for me, and maybe even give me a hug. However, when the security door was opened, I was extremely surprised. Damn, it was Zhao Yingying who came to help me open the door. When I saw Zhao Yingying, I was surprised and asked, "Why are you here too?" Zhao Yingying smiled mischievously and said, "Why? You are the only one allowed to come, but I am not allowed to come. How come you don't even want to see a beautiful woman like me?" To be honest, after hearing what Zhao Yingying said, her expression and actions, coupled with her extremely seductive voice, my heart started beating even faster. Zhao Yingying's ever-changing charm is indeed lethal to men. Chapter 34, Thank You Properly. After Zhao Yingying opened the door, she smiled and welcomed me in. After I went in, I found Su Yuqing busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. Judging from the decorations on the table, tonight's dinner didn't seem to be that bad. However, with the presence of the beautiful Zhao Yingying, although it is a bit regrettable because it is not just Su Yuqing and I having dinner together, it is still more lively. More importantly, Zhao Yingying is the kind of woman who is more attractive and has a hot body. After seeing me coming in, Su Yuqing inside said to me, Yarn, you can sit anywhere you want when you come in. Don't be polite. There are drinks and beer in the refrigerator. Just take whatever you want to drink. I'll cook 2 more dishes and we can start eating." After I sat down, Zhao Yingying smiled and said to me, "What would you like to drink? Let me get it for you. I heard that you helped our Yuqing a lot this time, right?" I smiled and said, Yeah. Zhao Yingying smiled and stared at me for a while before saying, "Well, okay, then I'll toast you a glass later and thank you very much." After Zhao Yingying finished speaking, she went straight to the refrigerator and threw me a bowl of yogurt. I was surprised. What did she mean by giving me milk? She immediately smiled mischievously and said, "If you drink some milk before drinking, you won't get drunk easily later." After she said that, she smiled mischievously, made a face at me, and went into the kitchen to help Su Yuqing make dinner. When I had nothing to do, I just turned on my phone and watched TV for a while. Not long after, Su Yuqing's meal was all ready. I took a look and saw that there were 6 dishes and a soup. It was quite rich and looked delicious. Some of the dishes were especially suitable for drinking. After we were ready, we sat down and Su Yuqing asked me, Yarn, what would you like to drink? Red wine or beer? Or white wine?" I looked at the 2 of them. Damn, these 2 girls are too cruel, aren't they? They just give me white wine. I smiled and said, "How about we drink some red wine first? Red wine is good for beauty." They smiled and then opened a bottle of red wine. I looked at the brand and it was Lafite red wine. It seemed to be a really good wine. So the three of us started talking and laughing and drinking there. Although I couldn't have dinner with Su Yuqing alone, I was still excited to have two such beautiful women like them eating and drinking with me. Before we knew it, the three of us had finished the bottle of red wine. Who would have thought that after we finished the bottle of red wine, Zhao Yingying directly took out a dozen beers from the refrigerator and insisted on continuing to drink with me. By the end of the drinking, I was completely drunk by these two women. Anyway, by night, I felt that I had drunk too much, and more importantly, I had vomited once, but Zhao Yingying seemed to have a really good alcohol tolerance. I saw that she kept drinking and didn't look like she was getting drunk, which made me admire her drinking capacity. Damn, she's really the best. I was woken up by the urge to urinate in the morning. After waking up, I opened my eyes and found that I had fallen asleep on the sofa in Su Yuqing's house. I looked down and found that Zhao Yingying was sleeping in my arms. It seemed that she was only wearing pajamas. My cheeks immediately turned red. Damn, are we having an affair after drinking? I subconsciously looked at my clothes and found that except for my shoes and coat, my pants were still on. After I got up, Zhao Yingying was also woken up by me immediately, even though I was very careful. She opened her eyes, looked at me, then laughed and said, "You woke up so early. But your alcohol tolerance is definitely not as good as mine." Zhao Yingying giggled, then lifted the blanket from the sofa and stood up. I almost had a nosebleed. I found that she was only wearing a bikini-like outfit. Zhao Yingying looked back at my reaction, then chuckled and said, "What? Have you never seen a beautiful woman? Or have you never seen a beauty like me?" After Zhao Yingying said this with a smile, she went into the bathroom. Who knew that after Zhao Yingying went in, Su Yuqing, who seemed to have just woken up, went in directly in her gauze-like pajamas, looking very seductive. When I saw Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying both went into the bathroom, I was immediately surprised. Damn, could they really be a couple? I was originally planning to go to the restroom, but now it was occupied by these two women, so I could only wait there. After waiting for about 10 minutes, I saw them coming out. The first person to come out was Su Yuqing. When she saw me, her face blushed and she smiled, then lowered her head and walked into her bedroom. I was completely puzzled looking at her expression. Could something have just happened between her and Su Yuqing in the bathroom? Just when I was standing there in amazement and puzzlement, Zhao Yingying had actually changed her clothes and walked out of the bathroom. It seemed that she had already finished washing up. After she came out, she changed her shoes directly, then smiled and said to me, "I have something else to do later, I'll leave first." After Zhao Yingying finished speaking, she made a goodbye gesture to me, then looked at me charmingly and then walked out with her slender waist raised. After she left, I slipped into the bathroom and used the toilet. While using the toilet, I suddenly saw the underwear on the shelf next to the shower. To be exact, when I took a look at it, I suddenly felt uneasy. At this time, my thoughts started to become evil again. I was about to go up and smell the smell of the clothes. At the same time, I was thinking, Zhao Yingying and Su Yuqing, two beauties, stayed in the bathroom together for so long, are they really a couple? Did they do something bad in the bathroom just now? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but shudder in my heart. Damn, so shameless. Why didn't he call me when there was such a good thing? Just when I was thinking about whether to secretly touch the underwear on the shelf, Su Yuqing suddenly spoke outside, "Yarn yarn, you have to hurry up, I have to go out to the company." When I heard her sudden words, I was almost scared to pee on my hand, so I quickly washed my hands and face and opened the bathroom door. When I went out, I couldn't help but look back at the bathroom. Chapter 35, Guilty Conscience. When I came out, Su Yuqing had already changed into her professional attire and was sitting in the living room waiting for me. When I came out, she was actually staring at me closely. I don't know if it was because I was feeling guilty or something, but when she looked at me like that, my face turned red instantly. And the look in Su Yuqing's eyes when I looked at her clearly showed some ill intentions. When she saw my blushing face, she smiled mischievously and said, "Did you peek at something you shouldn't have seen in the bathroom just now?" After Su Yuqing said this, my face immediately became even redder. She smiled mischievously and said, "Next time when you come to my house, remember not to look around, okay?" I immediately said, "Yeah, got it." As soon as I answered, I felt excited. Damn, Su Yuqing even said that I would come to her house next time. It seems that there will be another chance next time. Can we also think that last night was just a way to win over the relationship between us? Will we sleep here alone next time? Thinking of this, my heart started beating wildly. When I was at work in the morning, Manager Pang from the sales department came to praise me. She came to my side and said to me with a smile, "Xiao Yang, I heard that you helped a lot with Xiao Su's order this time." I smiled awkwardly and said, that's right, it should be like that, we are from the same company." Manager Pang said with a smile, "Xiao Yang is really good. I think you have the potential to do business. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can try our sales department. There are bonuses and commissions there, but the pressure is much greater than here." I smiled and nodded and said, okay, Manager Pang, I will keep working hard." When I said this, I didn't expect to instantly attract the attention of Fatty Lee. I don't know if he heard what I said. If he knew that I wanted to switch to their business department, I would be finished. After hearing this, Manager Pang laughed and said, "Okay, good luck." Afterwards, Manager Pang probably noticed Fatty Lee, so he walked over with a smile and exchanged a few words with Manager Lee, which immediately made Fatty Lee laugh so hard that he couldn't stop. But as soon as Manager Pang left, Fatty Lee came up to me with an unhappy look on his face and said to me, Yarn, I heard that you want to join the sales department, right?" When Fatty Lee asked me this, I was immediately embarrassed. I knew that if I answered yes, he would definitely rip my skin off today, so I deliberately forced a smile and said, "Manager Lee, how could that be? Why would I join that sales department? Look at how good our department is. I think our department will definitely be even better under your leadership." After I said this flattering remark, Fatty Lee's expression finally looked a little better, and he was no longer so embarrassed. So he softened his tone and said, Yarn, don't think that it's easy to get into the sales department just because you helped Xiao Su open an order. If you really go, with your current level, you will probably be forced to resign within a month due to poor performance. You should stay in our IT department for now. When I get promoted in the future, maybe I can even make you a manager in the IT department." After Fatty Lee finished speaking, he patted me on the shoulder. At this time, I just smiled flatteringly and said nothing. But at this time, I was also cursing in my heart, "You fat bastard, remember, I will definitely join the business department in the future, and I will definitely be promoted earlier than you, and I will also be your leader. When the time comes, don't blame me for how I killed you." Humph. With the success of this signing, I found that I am not without talent in this business aspect. I decided to look for my college classmate Zhao Changle next time. I heard that he worked in operations management in a game company after graduating from college. It is said that he is doing well. I will meet him next time I get the chance. Maybe then I can officially join the business department with this order. Then I won't have to see Fatty Lee's face anymore. In the afternoon, Su Yuqing came to our department with a smiling face again. When I saw her, all the unpleasantness disappeared. Was she asking me to go to her house for a drink and dinner alone tonight? While I was thinking about it, Su Yuqing had already walked up to me with a smile, and then said with a smile, Yarn, do me a favor when you are not busy later this afternoon." I smiled and said, "Well, what's up?" I didn't expect that Su Yuqing would habitually ask me for help. This made me very happy. She smiled slightly, then took out a contract and said to me, "This is a contract between me and Zhao Yingyin's company. I've already negotiated with her, but I have something else to do right now and can't go there in person. Can you help me take it to Yingying to sign it?" I smiled and said, "Is it that simple?" Su Yuqing smiled mischievously and said, "Well, yes, it's that simple. Although the amount of this contract is not very large, it is still very important. It is also very important to my personal performance and department performance. My promotion depends on it." I sneered and said, "Are you afraid that I can't do such a simple thing?" Su Yuqing continued to smile mysteriously and said, "Well, it's very simple, but I have two requests. First, you help me take the contract over, have Zhao Yingying sign it and then bring it back. Second, when the time comes, I can only reimburse you 500 yuan at most for treating him to a meal. You can handle the rest on your own." I thought about it. Isn't Zhao Yingying very familiar with us? And this contract is a matter of agreement. It is just a task of running errands. The other 500 yuan is enough to treat Zhao Yingying to a big meal. I will definitely be able to complete the task smoothly. So I patted my chest with confidence and said, "Well, don't worry, I guarantee to complete the task successfully." What I couldn't imagine was that Zhao Yingying turned out to be such a difficult woman to deal with. We are supposed to go out once in the afternoon when we are not busy, so I decided to take this opportunity to contact Zhao Yingying and sign the contract to complete the task assigned to me by Su Yuqing as soon as possible. I thought that if I could successfully help her again this time, she would recommend me and the company leaders would definitely agree, which would lay a good foundation for me to join the business department. After I arrived downstairs at the company, I called Zhao Yingying directly. After Zhao Yingying answered the phone, she seemed a little busy, but her voice was still so charming. She said, "Hello, who is this?" I smiled and said, "I'm Yarn Yarn, are you Zhao Yingying?" Originally, I wanted to just say Yingying, which would sound more intimate, but after thinking about it carefully, I felt that it was not appropriate. I was worried that Zhao Yingying would be angry when she heard it, so I didn't want to cause Chu unnecessary trouble. Chapter 36 Cute Sportswear. When Zhao Yingying heard it was me, she immediately smiled brightly on the other end of the phone and said, "Oh, it's you. Are you calling me about the contract?" I said, "Yeah." She smiled and said, "Okay, take the subway to Guomao now, I'll wait for you at exit A." I said with a smile, "Okay, see you later." Zhao Yingying still said politely, "Well, okay, see you later." After that, I took the subway to the exit that Zhao Yingying mentioned. I immediately called her. After the call, she said with a smile on the other end of the phone, "Wait for me, I'll be there soon." Sure enough, after waiting for less than a minute, Zhao Yingying appeared. When she appeared, I was immediately dazzled. She was not wearing a distinctive professional suit, but a cute sportswear. She looked very cute, youthful and energetic. She gave me a completely different feeling when she wore this kind of clothes. I felt that she immediately changed from a nymphomaniac to a fresh and clean girl. It was eye-catching, but also very unique in style. After seeing her, I smiled and said, "Zhao Yingying, let's go, shall we find a place to eat first?" Zhao Yingying smiled faintly and said, "Well, okay, then let's go to the nearby Yuhua Western restaurant to eat something." I nodded happily. I thought I could have a big meal with the 500 yuan, but when I arrived at the restaurant, I found that 500 yuan was not enough. I casually glanced at the menu. Damn, a steak cost almost 200 yuan. I couldn't help swallowing hard when I saw it. Zhao Yingying looked at the menu and smiled, then ordered a steak and a fruit salad. Looking at the expensive menu, I had no choice but to order an Italian fried noodles. After we finished ordering, Zhao Yingying asked me with a smile, Yarn, would you like to drink something else? I heard the white wine here is pretty good, how about we each have a glass? I hadn't originally planned to drink, firstly because the reimbursement money was not enough, and secondly because I had drunk quite a bit of alcohol last night. So naturally I felt embarrassed to drink any more, but now that the beautiful girl wanted a drink, I couldn't just be stingy and say no, right? I could only smile awkwardly and said, "Well, okay, let's have a drink." When we were almost done eating, I roughly calculated the menu. Just this few items cost me more than 600 yuan. Damn, it was just like robbery. In fact, I didn't get to eat anything. It was just that the environment and atmosphere were better. But I came here to sign a contract, not to pick up girls. But thinking that I could have dinner with a beauty like Zhao Yingying here, I would pay a little more, so before paying the bill, I took out the contract and said, "Yingying, Su Qing asked me to give this to you. She told you to just sign on it and that's it." I thought Zhao Yingying would sign it immediately after I took it out, but who knew that after Zhao Yingying heard it, she just laughed and said, Yarn, why are you in such a hurry to go back? You finally came out here, so why don't you play with me for a while? I was surprised and asked, "Where else are we going?" She smiled and said, "How about we go sing karaoke?" Karaoke? Just the two of us. I was very surprised after hearing this. This girl actually chose to go to KTV to sing with a loser like me at 4 or 5 in the afternoon. It really surprised me. Zhao Yingying nodded with a smile and said, Yes, let's go." After that, I hurriedly paid the bill and took Zhao Yingying to a nearby KTV. We walked in. After we entered, Zhao Yingying suddenly smiled and said to me, Yarn, how about we do something else? I said in surprise, "No way. You want to drink more?" To be honest, I was a little scared at this time. How could this little girl drink so well? Before I could finish, she smiled and told the waiter to serve us a dozen beers, and also ordered some snacks, fruits and the like. After that, Zhao Yingying actually took the microphone and started singing for her own entertainment. But I have to say, her singing was pretty good. On the other hand, I can't sing very well and I was embarrassed to show off my singing skills in front of Zhao Yingying, so I could only play with her there. After the drinks came, Zhao Yingying started to compete with me in drinking. We had just finished dinner and had a glass of white wine. If I drank so much beer at this time, I felt a little overwhelmed. But Zhao Yingying seemed to have a really good alcohol tolerance. After we drank 2 bottles in a row, I felt my head starting to feel dizzy. I knew that if I continued to drink like this, today's work would definitely not be completed successfully, so I took out the contract and said to Zhao Yingying, "Yingying, let's sign the contract first and then drink, okay? I'm afraid I won't be able to report back when I get back." "Who knew?" Zhao Yingying said with a smile. "It's okay, there's no rush. Come on, let's continue drinking." After Zhao Yingying said this, she actually took off her coat and only wore a tight vest inside. The deep cleavage made me unable to stop looking at it, and my blood boiled immediately. When I saw Zhao Yingying's hot body, my body reacted immediately and made me feel very excited. My face turned red, my heart beat faster, and even my breathing was a huge burst of hot air. However, Zhao Yingying seemed to see my nervous and excited state of mind. She deliberately got very close to me and put her arm directly on my shoulders. We hugged each other like a couple, and raised the bottle of wine and said to me, "Come on, keep drinking." So, she quickly drank 2 bottles of semen from me, which made me feel embarrassed and nervous, but at the same time, very excited and stimulated. However, after drinking these 2 bottles, Zhao Yingying seemed to have gotten herself drunk, and in an instant she fell directly into my arms. I lowered my head and saw that the beautiful upper body immediately caught my eye. It almost made me bleed from my nose. Damn, it was so tempting that I almost couldn't control myself. When my outstretched hand was about to touch her sensitive spot, I couldn't help but pull it back. Damn it, I'm here to sign a contract, not to take advantage of women. If I'm such a person, then what is the difference between me and that beast like Mr. Huang? Chapter 37. Do you like me? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but retract my hand, then slowly put Zhao Yingying on the sofa, let her lie for a while, and I went into the bathroom, washed my face vigorously with cold water, and then calmed myself down. After I calmed down, I walked out of the bathroom. I originally thought about sending Zhao Yingying back first. But when I came out, I found that Zhao Yingying had sat up again, and then she looked at me with a wicked smile and said, "Yarn yarn, your mission is accomplished." I was stunned when I heard this. What on earth did this mean? When she saw that I was still in a daze, she immediately threw the contract to me and said, "Okay, I've signed it, you can take it back and report it to Yuqing." I was stunned. "Didn't you drink too much just now? How come you are fine so soon?" She looked at me and continued to smile mischievously and said, "I'm leaving, you should go back quickly too." Then she stood up from the sofa and put on her coat. From her actions, it seemed that she had no symptoms of being drunk at all. After Zhao Yingying left, I immediately followed her out and said, "Are you okay?" She smiled and said, "It's okay, don't worry, I'm leaving." Just after I watched her leave and was about to pay the bill, the staff member told me that the bill had actually been paid by Zhao Yingying. This immediately made me even more surprised. What was going on? After coming out of the KTV, Zhao Yingying had already hailed a taxi and left, so I had to take a taxi back to the company. When I arrived at the company, Su Yuqing had not yet finished get off work. It was obvious that she was waiting for my contract. I came to her breathlessly and said, "Su Yuqing, your contract is done. How is it? Am I good?" Who knew that after I said that, Su Yuqing immediately stared at me with a naughty smile on her face, which made me a little confused. Why were Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying looking at me with such naughty eyes tonight? Su Yuqing smiled for a while and then asked, "How was it? Did it go smoothly? Isn't Zhao Yingying's figure great?" When Su Yuqing asked me this, I blushed immediately. What does it mean? Am I, yarn, the kind of person who covets women? Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of others in distress? But when she asked this, she seemed to be very clear about the process. Could it be that Zhao Yingying took the initiative to call her and tell her? I couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean? Why don't I understand?" Su Yuqing continued to smile mischievously and said, Yarn, Yingying just called me and told me that the contract has been signed. She also said that you are a good person and would not take advantage of others in times of crisis. This shows that you have good character." After Su Yuqing said this, she giggled and took the contract from my hand, then left with a smile. I was stunned for a long time. Damn, what does this mean? Saying that I have good character. Was he testing me just now? Testing my character? But why was he testing my character? Could it be? Could it be that Su Yuqing fell in love with me? When I thought of this, I couldn't help but get excited again. If this is true, then my spring has really come. Even if this is not the case, it means that Su Yuqing's impression of me is getting better and better. Facts have proved that my idea was right. It turns out that Su Yuqing is now preparing to compete for the position of business manager with 2 orders from Mr. Huang and Zhao Yingying's companies. Last time, Su Yuqing asked me to go to Zhao Yingying to sign the contract. The purpose is to examine my character and whether I am a trustworthy person. Therefore, that day, they deliberately arranged Zhao Yingying to do that with the purpose of making Zhao Yingying sacrifice her looks to seduce me. Fortunately, I was calm at that time and did not fall for their trick. Otherwise my reputation would have been ruined. Of course, I only found out about this later. However, Su Yuqing's impression of me is getting better and better, and this is true. A few days later, Su Yuqing actually took the initiative to invite me to a high-end party, saying that many upper-class people would go to the party and I could meet many important figures in the city. I was immediately excited when I received Su Yuqing's invitation. After all, I had heard about such gatherings before when I was working at the Zhao Group. Unfortunately, I was not qualified at that time, so I did not go. I didn't expect that Su Yuqing would have such an opportunity this time and took the initiative to invite me. I was very happy and excited. After get off work on Friday, I went home and took out my best suit, shirt and tie, and put them on. I also fixed my hair. I wanted to be able to appear in such an occasion and I couldn't let my taste lower. Maybe I could meet a big boss and I would be able to be successful in the future. Not long after I changed my clothes, Su Yuqing called me and said she was coming downstairs to pick me up. After I went downstairs, I saw Su Yuqing's BMW parked on the side of the road. When I went over, I found Zhao Yingying was there too. When Zhao Yingying saw me, she smiled mischievously and said, "What? Are you not happy to see me?" I smiled and said, "How could that be? I will be so proud to have 2 beauties like you take me with me." But after Su Yuqing's car drove for a while, it actually went straight to a large shopping mall. When it got there, it stopped. I asked in confusion, "Is the party place in this plaza?" Su Yuqing got out of the car, looked at me and said, "Let's go, shall we go upstairs and buy some clothes first?" Then I took a look at Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying and found that they were both wearing long skirts that were equivalent to evening gowns. They looked very beautiful. Why were they buying clothes again? I grumbled in my heart and followed them in. But after entering, the 2 of them took me directly into a men's clothing store. After entering, Su Yuqing smiled and said to me, Yarn, go in and pick out a suitable suit." I was shocked when I heard this. Damn, did I hear it right? Is Su Yuqing going to buy me clothes? To show that I heard correctly, I said, "I don't need to buy any clothes, right? I have my own clothes." Because I know that any piece of clothing in a specialty store like this costs thousands of dollars. How can a poor loser like me afford to buy such clothes? Chapter 38, Let's see the show. Zhao Yingying smiled and said, Yarn, just go if you are asked to go. Just think of it as Yu Qing buying it for you to thank you for your help. Aren't you afraid that you will look a little shabby when you get to the party? Zhao Yingying smiled as she spoke, then looked at the suit, which was indeed a bit old-fashioned and outdated. At this time, Su Yuqing also smiled and said, Yarn, the last time I got drunk, I stained your clothes. This time you helped me a lot, so I'll buy you a set of clothes as a thank you. After Su Yuqing finished speaking, she was afraid that I would be embarrassed, so she pushed me directly in and let the beautiful waitress inside choose clothes for me. After I was pushed in, the beautiful saleswoman immediately said to me with a smile, Sir, you are so lucky to have 2 such beautiful friends to help you choose clothes. After hearing what she said, I really felt my face brighten up. Then, under the guidance of the beautiful shopping guide, I tried on a few sets of fashionable and novel casual suits. After trying 3 or 4 sets, Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying suddenly whispered a few words there, and then said to the beautiful waitress, Okay, let's take this one. After hearing this, the beautiful waitress said happily, Well, okay. At this moment, I looked at the label subconsciously. Damn, 4,888 yuan. I was immediately shocked. Damn, it was higher than my monthly salary. I said awkwardly. Su Yuqing, why don't you buy it? This suit fits me well, right? But Su Yuqing didn't say anything at this time. She just took out a card and handed it to the beautiful waitress. At this time, Zhao Yingying smiled and said to me, Yarn Yarn, this suit really suits you, change into it right away, and take that one off. After I bought the clothes, they even bought me a pair of leather shoes worth more than 1,000 yuan. I was shocked at the time. The total amount of my clothes was already 6 or 7,000 yuan, which made me very uncomfortable. After that, the store specially gave me a pair of leadership shoes worth 1,000 yuan. After I put them on, I suddenly felt much more handsome. Afterwards, Su Yuqing drove us to their hotel. To be honest, wearing such awesome clothes and being accompanied by two beauties like Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying, I feel like my face is glowing and I feel like I have had a really awesome day today. After arriving at the hotel and Su Yuqing parked the car, the three of us walked towards the venue mentioned by the hotel. At this time, Zhao Yingying gave me and Su Yuqing an admission ticket respectively. It seemed that the ticket was indeed very mysterious and ordinary people could not get in. When entering, you first go through security check, and then enter the venue. When entering the venue, in order to cooperate with the ceremony, male and female guests enter the venue hand in hand. Because there were three of us at the time, when we went in, Zhao Yingying actually let me walk in the middle, and she and Su Yuqing politely took my arm and walked into the venue. To be honest, at this moment, I am so happy that I am a little drunk. I really hope time can stop at this moment. Especially when the three of us walked into the venue together, and the etiquette ladies standing side by side bowed to us and said welcome, I felt a sense of happiness spontaneously and felt extremely refreshed. Sure enough, when we walked into the venue like this, we immediately attracted the attention of many guests. I know that although most of them were looking at Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying, after all, their figures, dresses and faces were beautiful, which instantly attracted many people's attention. And because I was standing between these two extremely beautiful women, I naturally attracted a lot of attention, because they wanted to know who I was and where I came from, since I was surrounded by two such beauties. Therefore, not long after entering, many people came forward to greet Zhao Yingying. What surprised me even more was that many guests actually knew Su Yuqing. Moreover, it seemed that Su Yuqing had a very high status and position, because when they spoke, they all showed special respect to Su Yuqing. But soon, I saw Lin Jing and Lu Jun also came to attend the party. I guess they didn't expect that I would be qualified to attend this high-end party, especially when Lin Jing saw me. To be exact, when Lin Jing saw me standing between the two beauties, Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying, at that moment, her eyes were suddenly stunned. Lin Jing stood there dumbfounded. She was obviously surprised when she saw me, because my outfit and clothes were obviously much higher quality than before. So soon Lu Jun, who was standing next to me, also looked over. When he saw me, he was obviously very surprised. But at this time I just glanced at them both indifferently, but I still looked down on them in my heart. Because I know that they are both my enemies now, and there is no need for me to show them any displeasure. More importantly, one day in the future, I will definitely trample this pair of dogs under my feet, make them serve me tea and water, and then happily listen to them respectfully call me Mr. Yarn. This action of mine quickly attracted Zhao Yingying's attention. After seeing my reaction, Zhao Yingying walked to my side, smiled and said, "What's wrong, Yarn Yarn? Did you meet your old lover?" Zhao Yingying's words immediately made me feel very embarrassed, but for the sake of face, I naturally denied it and said awkwardly, "No more." At this time, Zhao Yingying followed my initial gaze and looked at Lu Jun and Lin Jing, then said with a smile, "The woman next to Mr. Lu should have been your girlfriend before, right?" After being exposed by Zhao Yingying, I felt extremely embarrassed. I said awkwardly, "Forget it, that's all in the past. Let's not talk about it anymore." But Zhao Yingying didn't seem to give up. She smiled and said, "Yarn Yarn, I have my own way to deal with this kind of woman. Do you want to see me help you deal with her later?" When Zhao Yingying said this, Su Yuqing also walked over with a smile and said, "What are you two talking about? You seem so happy." After a while, the party began, and everyone took a glass of wine from the staff. However, what I didn't expect was that Zhao Yingying actually took the initiative to help me tease that bitch Lin Jing. When I saw Zhao Yingying walking towards Lu Jun and Lin Jing, Su Yuqing said to me with a smile, "Yarn Yarn, look over there, there will be something interesting to watch soon." Chapter 39, Playing Tricks on Him. I then turned my gaze over and saw Zhao Yingying walking over with a glass of red wine, which immediately attracted a lot of people's attention and they all looked over there. After Zhao Yingyin walked to Lu Jun's side, she smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, long time no see. Is this person next to you your wife?" When Lu Jun saw a beauty like Zhao Yingyin take the initiative to toast him, he immediately showed an excited smile on his face and looked very proud. He smiled and said, "Yes, yes." Zhao Yingyin then turned to Lin Jing and said, "Hello, Mrs. Lu, my name is Zhao Yingyin." As Zhao Yingyin spoke, she extended a hand, indicating that she wanted to shake hands with Lin Jing. When Lin Jing saw that Zhao Yingyin wanted to shake hands with her, she was naturally happy and somewhat unnaturally extended her hand to shake Zhao Yingyin's hand. After Zhao Yingyin gently held Lin Jing's hand, she smiled and quietly put her mouth to Lin Jing's ear and whispered, "Mrs. Lu, have you not taken care of your hands for a long time? They seem a little rough." After hearing what Zhao Yingyin said, Lin Jing suddenly showed a very awkward smile on her face, which was very unnatural and awkward. But at this time, Zhao Yingyin turned around and raised her glass to Lu Jun and said, "Mr. Lu, come on, let's have a drink first." At this moment, Zhao Yingyin pretended to tilt her body and fell directly into Lu Jun's arms. After seeing this, Lu Jun quickly came over to support Zhao Yingyin, and soon Zhao Yingyin fell into Lu Jun's arms. This immediately made Lin Jing extremely angry. It was obvious that she was jealous because no matter what she did, she could not compare to a top beauty like Zhao Yingyin. But at this moment, a man walked gently behind Lin Jing and pretended to touch her accidentally. At that moment, Lin Jing was jealous and her center of gravity was not stable, so her body leaned forward all of a sudden. Suddenly a glass of wine was spilled directly on Lu Jun, but at this time Zhao Yingyin had already stood firmly and stood up with a smile. When he saw a glass of red wine spilled all over Lu Jun, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. When she saw Lin Jing pour a glass of red wine directly on him, he naturally became very angry. He immediately said to Lin Jing angrily, "What do you want to do? Why don't you know the rules?" Lin Jing saw that her red wine accidentally poured on her husband, and it was such an important occasion, so she was naturally very embarrassed. She muttered, "Sorry, I didn't mean it." At this time, Lu Jun had already taken a few tissues from the table next to him and started wiping his body with them, but they were very wet, which naturally affected Lu Jun's mood. So Lu Jun couldn't help but curse, "What a shame! I should have known not to bring you out to see people." After Lu Jun finished cursing, he strode towards the exit of the venue. At this time, Lin Jing felt very embarrassed and wronged and followed him there. However, when she turned around, the guests in the venue saw the calligraphy behind Lin Jing and everyone burst into laughter. There was a note stuck on the back of Lin Jing's clothes, "I am a SB." And there was also a note stuck on the back of Lu Jun's suit, "I am not SB." Therefore, when the two of them were let out of the venue, all the guests couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even the staff etiquette ladies couldn't help laughing, and Lu Jun and Lin Jing obviously didn't understand what was going on. Although Lin Jing later saw a note stuck on Lu Jun's back, she wanted to chase him and say something, but Lu Jun's steps were too big and too fast, and she couldn't catch up at all, so they were in a very embarrassing situation here this time, making everyone laugh. When I saw this, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. This time, Lin Jing and Lu Jun were really embarrassed. Not only did they lose face, but more importantly, after they became the laughingstock of people, they didn't even know what was happening. Although what Zhao Yingyin did was a little wrong, when I saw the embarrassed and ashamed expressions of Lu Jun and Lin Jing, I felt a great pleasure in my heart. The moment their previous superior image was instantly destroyed here, I felt so refreshed. Damn, you two bitches actually ended up like this? At this time, Zhao Yingyin walked up to me with a smile and said, "Yarn Yarn, how are you? Did I vent my anger for you just now?" At this time, Su Yuqing also walked over with a smile and said, "Yingying, weren't you going a little too far in teasing me just now?" Zhao Yingying smiled and said, "How can this be called excessive? What I hate most is people who play both sides. Is this a lesson I'm going to teach them?" At this time, Su Yuqing smiled and asked, "Oh, by the way, Yingying, how did you get those two notes? How did you suddenly have those two notes?" Zhao Yingying said with a smug smile, "I told the staff that we would have a game later, so I got two notes from them. Then I asked a friend to help out a little bit, so it worked out." I smiled and gave Zhao Yingying a thumbs up, then raised my glass and said, "Yingying, I toast to you." After that, the three of us had a nice drink together, and then Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying went to chat with some old friends. Only a loser like me didn't know anyone here, so I just wandered around with a glass of wine, and then ate some snacks casually. But after a while, I saw another person I didn't want to see. I didn't expect Wenbo to also attend the party. And when I saw him, I found him drinking wine with Su Yuqing with a smile on his face. When I saw the two of them talking and laughing and drinking together, I felt uncomfortable in my heart. Damn it, you damn Wenbo, you ruined my good things, I couldn't help but curse in my heart. After that, I was really bored, and no beautiful girl came to talk to me, so I sat down on a sofa chair next to me to rest. After a while, the lights in the center of the venue dimmed a little, then light music started playing, and soon some classic dance music began to play. So, the meeting was truly begun, and everyone began to rush into the venue in pairs and danced there slowly. Su Yuqing was unexpectedly invited away by Wenbo, and Zhao Yingying was not sure whether she was invited away by the boss. I was the only one left sitting there admiring the scene, and I really felt lost. Chapter 40 Awkward Scene. Just as I was holding a glass of wine and slowly sipping it, and then slowly admiring them dancing there, suddenly I heard someone calling me. I looked back and found that it was Xie Huanyu who appeared beside me. She was holding a glass of wine and walking towards me with a smile. I don't know why, but when I saw it was her, I suddenly became nervous. The scene of the last time in the leisure club suddenly came to my mind vividly, and I must have had sex with Xie Huanyu after drinking that night. So at this moment, when I saw her, I naturally felt very embarrassed. But when Xie Huanyu saw me, she smiled very naturally and walked over. I smiled awkwardly and said hello to Sister Hong. Sister Hong. Sister Hong saw me and smiled slightly and said, Xiao Yang? Why are you alone? Why don't you go dancing? I smiled awkwardly and said, the two friends who brought me here were invited away by others. How come you don't like dancing, Sister Hong? Sister Hong smiled and said, I just danced over there for a while and felt a little tired, so I wanted to come over and sit down. I didn't expect you to be here too. How about I dance with you for a while? After hearing what Sister Hong said, my blood immediately boiled. I have to say that although Sister Hong is a few years older than Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying, her figure is still charming. Dressed like this, she still looks quite pretty, a standard mature young woman. So when Sister Hong said this with a smile, I felt embarrassed to refuse, so I smiled and nodded and said, yeah, okay. Afterwards, Sister Hong took me over there and jumped up on her own initiative. To be honest, I seemed a little restrained at the beginning. I couldn't relax and was very nervous. Sister Hong seemed to see my nervousness. She said with a smile, Xiao Yan, relax, it's okay. After Sister Hong finished speaking, she took my hand and put my hand on her shoulder. Then we both started dancing, but I didn't know how to dance very well. So it was still a bit awkward, but Sister Hong seemed to be very good at it. However, she didn't care about it and she took the initiative to teach me. Under Sister Hong's instruction, she and I danced slowly for a while. However, not long after, Sister Hong told me that her head started to hurt a little. I don't know if it was because she drank too much. But I didn't see her drink a lot of alcohol. But Sister Hong simply leaned her head on my shoulder slowly. After a while, Sister Hong smiled and said to me, Xiao Yan, my head hurts a little. Can you help me go to the room to rest? I have already booked a room here. I nodded and said, yes, okay, Sister Hong. At this time, I looked at Su Yuqing and Zhao Yingying and found that they were still dancing happily there. This made me very unhappy, especially when I saw Wenbo gently hugging Su Yuqing and dancing there, which made me feel very unhappy. So, I helped Sister Hong walk towards the exit. When we got there, Sister Hong said that the hotel she was staying in was upstairs, so I helped Sister Hong walk towards the room she had booked. After entering, I helped Sister Hong to the bed to rest. After Sister Hong lay down, I wanted to leave directly, but Sister Hong was mumbling there, Xiao Yan, don't leave, chat with me for a while, okay. When I heard this, I stopped in my tracks and sat down on the stool next to me. Then, at Sister Hong's request, I poured her a glass of water. I don't know whether Sister Hong did it on purpose or not, but when she was drinking water, the glass of water was spilled all of a sudden. Sister Hong smiled awkwardly and said, sorry, Xiao Yan, I made you laugh. After Sister Hong finished speaking, she quickly took a tissue to wipe her clothes, but her clothes were still a little wet. So Sister Hong actually took off her jacket in front of me, leaving only the low-cut bottoming shirt underneath. When I saw this, I immediately felt extremely embarrassed. Seeing my shy expression, Sister Hong looked at me with a seductive look on her face and said, "Xiao Yan, do you think I'm ugly? Why don't you dare to look me straight in the eye?" After Sister Hong said that, I suddenly became more embarrassed, and my face turned redder with shame. But since Sister Hong said that, I was naturally embarrassed not to look at her, so I looked at Sister Hong with an awkward smile. Who knew that Sister Hong's eyes were fixed on me at this time, which made me feel very uncomfortable. Suddenly, Sister Hong smiled and said to me, "Xiao Yan, my heart is suddenly in pain right now, can you come over and hug me?" When I heard Sister Hong say this, my face flushed, my breathing became rapid, and my heartbeat started to get really intense. Did I hear it right? Did Sister Hong actually ask me to take the initiative to hug her? Sister Hong looked at me without any reaction and continued to say with a smile, "What's wrong? Xiao Yan, don't you want to?" I smiled awkwardly and said, "No, then, okay." I don't know why, when Sister Hong suddenly said this, I found that I was really embarrassed to refuse her, so I stood up and took the initiative to walk towards Sister Hong. After I walked over, Sister Hong had already sat down beside the bed. She slowly stretched out her arms. Who would have thought that instead of a gentle hug from me, Sister Hong actually hugged me tightly with great strength. When Sister Hong suddenly hugged me tightly, my heart started beating so hard, thump thump wildly. At this moment, I didn't know whether I should continue or let go. But to be honest, when Sister Hong hugged me tightly, the fragrance of Sister Hong immediately floated into my nose, and the softness of her body also leaned against me. After Sister Hong held me for a while, I didn't know what to do. At this time, Sister Hong couldn't help but caress my face slowly. After a while, Sister Hong pushed me down. At that moment, I was a little hesitant, wondering if this was a bad idea or not. Maybe I was not mentally prepared at all. So after Sister Hong pushed me down, I felt extremely scared. I immediately stood up and said, "Sister Hong, this is not good, right?" Originally, Sister Hong's arms were still holding me tightly, but when I said this, Sister Hong naturally smiled awkwardly.